zeezoutboter alsjeblieft.
Knoflookboter.
Met grove korrel.
Test, test, test.
Wie doe je dit nu? Ik kan het niet zien.
Hallo, hallo.
Maak je boterknoop, dat kan dan wel.
Maak je tosti's beneden.
Ja, ze hebben ook tosti. Ik heb Tim er eentje meegenomen. Zij ook.
Ja, er zijn Tim er eentje mee.
Hey Tim. Ja. Boter. Ja, alles daar.
Boter? Ik heb nog nooit boter gebruikt bij maken van tosti.
Hallo, 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 hallo. Test, test, test.
Op de boter? Of op de tosti?
Ja. Doet hij het? De stream is ook nog niet live, hè? Wel.
Super, thanks.
Hier,
Nee, klopt. Maar hij hoorde me wel.
hij hoorde je. Nou, dat is lekker.
En buiten is hij gemute.
En buiten gemute?
Ja,
Ja, dat is helemaal top.
De camera is gemute omdat deze...
En hoe ver kan deze uit elkaar? Is dat dit, die 5 meter
Ja,
ongeveer?
nou, dat USB-kabeltje is geen 5 meter. Maar dit is ongeveer hoe ver het aan
Ja,
elkaar.
nou, dat is wel lekker op zich.
Dus op zich zo is het wel lekker. Dat ding dat staat buiten. Hè?
Ja,
Een beetje ook midden op de square.
ja nee, dat is hartstikke mooi. Positionering zo, dus dat is lekker.
Hij zit er wel lekker terug.
Nou, zeker.
Ik weet alleen maar god niet wat dit schuifje nou doet. Ja, er staan een plus en een min. Ik heb hem nu maar vol openstaan. Maar hoor dan.
Nou, bij VC hadden ze dus zoiets van 3 laptops staan en weet ik veel allerlei...
Ik weet niet wat ze aan het doen waren.
Echt niet normaal joh, maar die zijn er een beetje aan het spelen.
Ja, ik wil ook een laptop meenemen, dan ja, waarom eigenlijk? Je moet een vraag stellen die ik niet kan antwoorden.
Nee, maar ze hadden ook meer dat ze en die wedstrijd dan ook weer op het scherm konden zien.
Nou, op een gegeven moment, ze zaten te kutten met
dat is misschien wel handig. Hè?
Ja.
Ze zaten te kutten met de stream, want ze kregen hem niet aan de praat. Want
Behalve dat je hier dat die stream vaak 10 seconden vertraging heeft. Dus je zit hier in het echt te kijken. Je zit commentaar te geven bij de dingen en vervolgens. Ja, maar dan kan je wel herhaling zien, dat is wel makkelijk.
Ja, maar en als je geeft natuurlijk commentaar bij de stream, dus als jij gaat vertellen hoe nobel, zij zijn nog geweest, de bodem nieuw begonnen aan zullen weer.
Nee, maar die gaat mee met de stream.
Oh, die gaat mee misschien.
Ja.
Zo, dat is.
ook gewoon een
You dancing tonight?
kerstblazer.
You're dancing tonight?
No, we're about to all the live games on Dropbox. We're about to go live. We're wearing blazers if we're commentating. Now you're commentating blazers. Mate, we're getting huge traction from it. Better than fucking sitting around.
Are you commentating from in here?
Yeah, of course.
Gun.
Yeah, and there's a microphone.
Yeah, this is going to be great fun. How can we twist the camera to be honest? We're going to do a little talk show to preview the games to start.
Go audio because there's no.
And Scott, you'll be our first guest on the Pickwick Tea Party.
Working on media skills.
Yeah, this is gun.
It's already on. Hey.
Yeah,
No.
the stream is
Stream's on.
Yeah, it's not streaming yet.
It's not streaming.
Streaming? Yeah, it's on
Yeah, it's
YouTube already.
on YouTube.
Already with picture as well.
No picture though.
No,
So
the
we'll
picture says this one.
Yeah,
I know.
but the audio's on.
The six
Really?
we'll bring you
They can
in.
hear everything you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay,
Lovely.
that's
Well,
great.
there's no point in putting this on, maybe sitting behind the thing.
Oh,
It's the wrong way.
Yeah, but we're going to bring it around, aren't we?
Are we?
Yeah, yeah.
Just put it on and just it feels.
Can we turn that and face it through for a sec? We're not going to start for a
Not
few
through
hours.
the window.
This is Pep and Boris are the video.
Yeah.
crew today,
When,
so,
did you
they
watch
can,
our talk show yesterday?
Yeah.
Yeah, you loved it. Look at your face.
Half of it.
And then we'll get Stixie in the middle. Yeah, gun. Stixie's going to be our first ever outside guest.
Lovely.
We need a tea box. We need 3 hot waters. Because did you ever watch the Dilmar Tea Party in New Zealand? Any time it rained in New Zealand, previous summer, they used to do.
got the English one.
Yeah, good. Can we please get 3 cups of hot water? Is that working? You do, you behind the bar. Good microphone.
She's already working on it.
Yeah.
No, no. All over it. All over it.
Oh,
Out.
that's proper.
How's the finger?
Just fucking cut it on the side screen, put it on the side screen. And start bleeding. I'm prone to injuries. What are you listening to?
I was following top sport cricket yesterday. I was like, fuck. Punjab is 89 for 4.
He helps me get it. Oh,
And
no,
then
75
an hour
for
later, we're like, what?
The thing is, all the other teams are off at the moment, so I reckon we'll get some traction because they're all off the field.
You want to put it inside?
Well, how are we going to twist it?
You need Burtis to put it on.
We're going to preview today's games and everything. Yeah, we got look, we got two.
Cool. Right.
Yo.
Get Burtis to put it on TK.
Yeah, great shout.
Because on the updates, everyone will be looking at it.
Yeah, this is the prime time.
Kijk wat die ziet zo door die rijtijden.
Don't
Do you
sit
reckon-
outside.
Probably makes more sense to sit outside.
This is such a nice setup for.
Yeah, we could just use one of those tables and put that on it.
Well, let's sort of see what
Don't
he.
you think you'll only see reflection of you?
That's what I said.
Possibly, but we can check. I mean, there's no rush to it.
When do they plan on starting play?
Probably not for a couple of hours, I reckon. A lot has to dry, man. Or do we just twist the table and you just put the camera there?
Fit it on with the jumper on. Fit the jumper on.
Yeah.
Not really.
Yeah, right.
Not really ideal.
Are we going outside?
Yeah. Because the reflection's horrid.
Oh, okay. Scotty, you need to come in strong. You need your
Have I
gear
got my
done.
tea?
Yeah, I've got your tea ready.
This is definitely. When you said it was large, I don't think you were.
It's a children's live show.
Mate. Right.
You look very slim in it now.
Don't breathe.
Jesus.
Don't breathe.
It's funny because you look very slim in it from the back. Oh my god.
That's, mate, it's a talk show.
No, you can't do that.
Meryl. Why not? Why not? We're having fucking fun.
Sorry.
Yeah, we're gonna keep
Alright,
there.
you look
Great.
slim in it.
I look slim in it. That's very kind of you. Need a hand? Or
I think the KNCB boys can tell them to get on this.
Is the sound already on?
yeah.
Yeah, that's alright.
Bev, bring the stool.
That's what you got. Unbelievable, these guys.
You gotta have some fun.
Indeed.
You have to put this on Twitter as well, that the talk show starts right now.
Ready. Ready.
What I want to do is say into your base.
Yeah, I'm telling Burtis to put it on top TK. You want to sit on the right, I'll sit on the left. We'll put Stixie in the middle as our guest. I've told Burtis, can you promote this on TK Cricket and put a message out saying if there's no action, tune into Frogbox VOC.
Maybe you can interview one of the scorers.
Can you say like we're going live?
Yeah, absolutely. Hello everyone, we're about to go live here at VOC Rotterdam with the Westminster English Tea Party. We'll have our special guest Scott Edwards joining us. I'll be hosting with Piers Fletcher. Tune in now. Perfect. Biff, you sit right there.
Actually some proper radio TV personality. Like you've done this before.
I've done it before.
Ask them,
Yeah,
professionally.
thank you.
Ask them to put you like live in about 2 minutes.
Perfect. You just let us know when we're on. Burtis is putting a TK post out. You get all the games ready that we're going to preview.
I'm just going to sit in front, mate. Oh, I've gone for the citron. I don't need an English breakfast.
Live in 2 minutes. Live in 2 minutes. Live in 2 minutes.
I reckon it fits me alright. What do you reckon?
Live in 2 minutes.
Don't use the buckets.
I've already tried.
Maybe put like the channel 9 tune underneath.
Yeah. Oh, we're getting a little bit wet. Got to pick that up. Do we need to move forward a little bit?
Yeah, I reckon you can do so.
Yep. Yeah. Just sort
Or
of.
do we just Pep?
Oh, we
we
go
just-
under this way.
Just go that way.
Yeah.
And just angle the camera. What do you reckon?
Yeah, let's do that. I'll pick this up. You angle. Scotty, you got to be good here.
How do you want to angle it?
So just here.
So can you go the other side of the
Face
table?
it to me, basically where I am.
Oh my god.
Just grab the other side of the table. We're just going to move it over there, so there's a little
Yeah, so
more
we
so
don't
in
get
the,
wet.
well, less wet. Yeah, that's good. We want it stable. Yeah.
Do you want to move back onto that bit? Piercy. That
Yep.
bit there.
Yep.
Yeah, okay, so Stixie will come into the middle, we'll do a big intro, and then we're going to do live games with the Netherlands vice captain. We'll bring up some things about ribs and tosties and...
No, we need
Oh, you
more.
tell me when you want to go live.
and a couple, almost there.
30 seconds, I reckon. Just get her underway.
Sticks, if this isn't getting on your ground, Beers, look at me. Okay, sending a message to Tony Stahl. Tell him to get the HCC boys on because...
How does the camera angle look?
No, can you send one?
It's going to be quite tight. Sticks
Yeah, it's alright.
Yeah?
I'll zoom in a little bit.
Bij Frank gaan zitten of...
Right up.
Oh.
It's like a horrible weather to do it in.
Okay. Basically, yeah. How's the sound actually?
Yeah, sounds good.
Basically, yeah. That is good. All right. Let's get up to 50 viewers. That's our aim.
We're at 12.
You tell me when you're ready.
Yeah,
We're ready,
There's
mate.
30 people on the ground.
Wait, and we don't dip our tea until Scotty joins us.
Okay. Really keen to just have a cup.
She's a shocker. The more we do this, then we don't have to go out there.
Need you to go more your way then.
My
As
way.
far in that corner as you can.
Turning it up.
That's right.
See some VOC shirts printing onto the field.
Yeah.
Yeah, Scotty, you've done well here. You don't need too many hands. All right,
You're on.
we're on. Hello, everyone, and welcome to all you viewers around the world on YouTube and joining us live in Hazelweg at VOC. Welcome to the Westminster English Tea Party. I'm with my co-host and good friend Pierce Fletcher. Pierce, how are you?
I'm very good, Corey. How are you?
Yeah,
Lovely jacket.
Lovely jacket, my friend. Very good. And we have a special guest here today to bring you all the top class news, fixtures, and his thoughts on round 4 yesterday. Can we please welcome Scott Edwards?
Hey, Scotty.
COVID times.
No, we'll shake. Scotty, welcome. Join us in the Pickwick Tea Party.
here.
As we have the sideways rain hitting me hard, and it's quite yuck.
And we have a new microphone, which is good. So, boys, please dip your tea. It is raining cats and dogs. So, Scotty, welcome to the show.
My
Thanks for
phone
having
is soaking.
Basically, here today we want to bring you a little bit of top class news and information. There is a round 4 fixtures beginning, round 3 actually, round 3.
Corey.
And we thought we'd bring in the vice captain of the Netherlands here today to maybe give us what he thinks is going to happen if we'll play today and his general thoughts. So let's get started. And Pierce, you want to introduce the first game of the day?
Well, let's start with a game that we're hosting, meant to be hosting, and the VOC Rotterdam team versus Sparta, as we see an absolute deluge of rain coming down. And the covers are
The
being
going
brought
back on as
onto
we
the field.
speak.
But
Preview the 11s.
tough day. So we can't preview the 11s due to the toss having been not completed, and there's 12-man squads for both teams today.
There is.
So we can't actually divulge the team lists. But it's fair to say Sparta had a tough day at the office yesterday, Scotty. But are you expecting a bit more of a bounce back today?
Yeah, well, it's an interesting one. I think if we look out there onto the field at the moment, the conditions aren't sort of seducive. Is that the right word?
Nah,
No,
seducive.
it's conducive.
Conducive, that's the one.
Yeah.
So can we just clarify, what does seducive mean?
I'm not sure.
Look,
Seducive means when you're at a bar and you see a young Fraulein
Expect
and you
Nederlander.
make... okay.
So they're not really conducive to batting conditions, and obviously Sparta got rolled for 65, I believe,
65.
yesterday.
Very disappointing from Sparta.
So it'll be interesting to see how they bounce back on what could be a very dicey wicket if we do get on.
What I did see though, Scotty, was a lot of hoopla out of their changing room.
Good. We're getting. We're live right now.
Everybody only sees the background because it's too dark here.
Hold on, give us a moment. We're having technical issues that Pepine is meant to sort
Get some
out.
light or something.
Looks alright to me.
Nah, we can get away with that.
fine.
We can get away with that. Just the old scorers coming in. But anyway, continue. Sorry.
Our good friend Frank Van Lent just
Frank
trying
Van Lent,
to
mate.
do the best for us.
Frank, just stick to scoring, mate. Yeah, just stick to scoring, Frank. We're live right now. Anyway, continue, Stixie.
Sorry, that's thrown me a little bit. Yeah,
Yeah,
so
and what are your thoughts on the VOC Rotterdam side, Scott?
So obviously going in with, oh no, we can't say, but most likely the same 11, the same 12 as it currently stands. Again,
12 viewers, man.
Away, shush, go away, scorer.
yeah, so obviously I think the VOC batting lineup hasn't quite fired yet, but with the bowling yesterday, I think it's a good matchup with, the Sparta 11 struggling. Hopefully, I shouldn't say hopefully, we're an unbiased panel.
Well, you can be biased as you're our guest.
Okay, perfect. Well, I think
these jackets make you, straight down the middle. We're neutrals.
Perfect. So I think the VOC bowling lineup are going to look to skittle the Sparta 11 for not too many, and then hopefully chase that down. So I'm having VOC as the favourites going into
And
it.
some good news here at VOC, the rain that we just had coming inside has ceased. So we're thinking maybe we'll get a game away at 1, 2 o'clock later today, but it depends on, obviously, the weather conditions. But next game, Pierce.
I tell you what, we're already up to a massive 25 viewers, Corey.
We've hit 25.
25
a round of applause,
viewers,
guys.
yeah.
That's a quarter of a century. If we can get to 100 viewers, we will be sending out, Pierce?
Yes, we will be. This box of Westminster.
Ah.
Sorry. Yeah, English breakfast tea. Lovely. Let's put it right in front so all our viewers can see that we're sponsored today by Westminster.
The tea of the Netherlands, Westminster. Okay, and off to our second game of the day.
Excelsior Punjab. Now, I've heard late night phone call from the Excelsior side. They are going to the Zoma complex. The game was originally scheduled for to be at Excelsior, but being moved to the Zoma complex. Could we see that swing in Punjab's favour, Stixie? Even though Excelsior had a very strong victory yesterday.
Yeah, so I think it's an interesting one. I don't want to hand out any secrets to Excelsior. Obviously, they're one of the favourites going into this
The
year.
yellow steam train, I like to call them, Scotty. Excelsior favourites for the league.
I can confirm that Punjab take their catches and the ball doesn't fly as much as you think it will, Excelsior. So, Stubbsy, keep it on the ground, mate. You will be caught.
Interesting that we bring up Stubbs' name, and this is also why we wanted to bring you into the show.
Perfect.
Tristan Stubbs, we have heard, has a Dutch passport, making runs and a keeper.
Booming runs, yeah.
Threatened?
Slightly, yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely.
He took 4 for yesterday as well. The guy can do it
Oh,
all.
he does it all.
Sorry, what?
He took a 4 for yesterday.
So he took the gloves off, then took 4.
No, he doesn't keep. Rule Verhagen still keeping for Excelsior.
So maybe not threatened so much. No one's coming for that keeping spot.
Who knows, mate? But he is making a bucket load of runs. So, it'll be interesting to see how he goes with those short square boundaries. I have watched a bit of footage and can confirm he hits the ball a long way. So this ground at Punjab could play in his favour and we could see his first 100 of the year.
Interesting. I'm getting some messages come through. If you continue with the next game, Pierce.
Yep, well, we've gone through those first two. Did you have a winner in that one?
Sorry,
Sixie?
I think I'm going to have Punjab to bounce back. Their batting was pretty ordinary yesterday, and I think they will be keen to bounce back against this.
And who's your
lineup.
players to watch? Couple. Just give me 2 players, one from each team.
Okay, I'm going to go Remit Zulfikar. He was looking all right yesterday, sort of threw it away, but I think he's going to get a few. And obviously, what was his name? The seam bowler.
Who, for Excelsior?
For
Oh,
Punjab.
Mubasa Hassan.
Unbelievable. The man took 3 of the greatest wickets.
He got you out as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
He did. Caught it square leg, so all 3 of us. So I'm going to have him as my player of the match, taking 4 wickets.
Wow.
Interesting.
Wow.
Yeah, I think as well with that one, Pierce, I think Punjab would be disappointed they didn't get the runs yesterday, but it's a strong batting lineup. They won't fail twice.
Well, you'd hope not.
Oh, yeah. Next game, Piercy.
VRA VCC, and as we mentioned yesterday, Corey, this game was scheduled to be played at the Amsterdam Bos, but has been moved to West Vliet.
Why has it been moved?
The VRA ground, I've been told, is not yet ready to host games on their turf wicket.
And why is that? Just under preparedness, or?
I'm uncertain. I will have a word with my good friend Peter Boren later on today to track down the causes of that.
Peter Boren's probably watching, so Peter, if you are watching, please send us through why VRA isn't ready, because I'm quite curious about that. But anyway, VRA VCC, big game. Scotty as our guest. Who's winning that one?
VRA had a massive game yesterday as well. Marcus Andrew, apparently a Zami player, came into the side, bombed 11 sixes in a 44 ball ton.
Sorry, he played Zami previously.
He's played Zami previously.
He's out strong through the grades, VRA. So, no go.
No. It's who are you thinking? It's your prediction.
With VCC obviously rained out yesterday.
So VCC, they're 1-1, I believe.
Yep. VCC 1-1.
Okay, I'm gonna stick strong with VCC. I think I've been picking them every game so far, and I think they're gonna have the wood over VRA at home. Obviously, the VRA batting lineup hasn't fired so far this year.
Except for 24 hours ago.
Their big guns haven't quite gotten going yet. So that'll be interesting to see. I think when they do, they'll be a tough team to beat. But for me, VCC for the win.
I've got one for you boys. Bertus de Jong's watching, and we know great work he does with TK Cricket. Bertus and Rod Lyle, thank you and hello, and thank you for giving us a little promo on TK Cricket. Is that the quickest century in top class? 44 rocks.
I'm unsure.
Unsure or unsure?
Oh, both. I didn't look at I didn't look too much at the TK Cricket yesterday because I was so enthralled with our game of cricket.
I'd love to hear that. If any of our viewers know, please send any questions or comments on YouTube or to our VOC_Rotterdam_ECL page. Because I've been 5 years here. I haven't heard 100 even close to 44 balls.
Well, look, I have. It happened in Lamunga, and the guy's sitting right next to me.
So once we wrap this up, we might talk about that innings. But one more game to preview today?
Yeah, absolutely, and it's probably the biggest game of the round. It's the Dosti versus HCC game.
Interesting. Tony Styles HCC versus Dosti Scotty. Who did your winner in that one?
Yeah, interesting. So I've actually...
No, whoa. Sorry, I can't ignore this anymore.
This is incredible.
We're going to welcome in...
Maxwell O'Dowd. Maxwell, welcome to the show.
Hi, Max.
Yeah,
welcome.
We're live, Max.
Hi.
Have you brought some tosties for us?
Yes, I've got a ham and cheese toastie just as you requested, Pierce.
Thank you, Max.
Freshly made downstairs in our VOC toastie machine.
Now, would you say that it's COVID safe though down there?
Absolutely COVID safe. Everyone's got their masks on. We've all been tested, all negative, so hands are washed.
The toilet paper is a really nice touch.
Thank you very much.
So splitting that, or
yeah, you work on the splitting. I'll keep hosting. Okay, all right, I'll preview the last game. Maxwell, thank you. We might pull you into an interview after Scotty.
Okay.
Thanks, Max. What was the last game, Pierce?
Dosti HCC, Corey.
Well, I'd like to take this one, and you work on the ripping up of the toastie, which we are a big advocate. €3.50, but we have a toastie machine in the rooms now. Dosti HCC, thanks, Stixie. Interesting game. HCC, and this is a sore point for me. Did they actually win a championship yesterday? The answer is no. Last year, they did not win a championship, but I saw photos on Instagram. I saw them all over Tony Styles' pages of them holding a little trophy and flowers. What are they doing? There's an asterisk.
Well, there's a reason why it was a small lot of flowers.
Yeah, because I remember when VOC won it a few years ago.
Yeah, we all got one, and they were massive. They were huge.
So in saying that, last year they didn't win a championship, but I think this year they are looking pretty strong. You've got the opener, Musa Ahmed, just played in the Netherlands A squad with yourself, opening with Tony. Is Hitter Overdyke back in the side today?
Probably not, even though I called him in yesterday, but that's okay.
So do want to comment on this, and I am very happy for him. We have heard word Hitter Overdyke's found love.
Wow.
He's found love in the winter, and that is why he hasn't played a couple of games this year. So, Hitter, if you are watching, we're happy for you for finding love, and you will go down as the greatest Netherlands A player that has ever represented the Dutch. So, congratulations. But back to the cricket, I think...
So, before we go ahead on this, I have received some video footage from a Haas SA player. I'm not going to name his name. you know, obviously Tony's probably the one that everyone's but I have received footage of the Harsasea ground, and it looks underwater.
Underwater?
It looks horrific. So I'm not convinced they'll get a game. But if they do get a game, I am backing in the home favourites on that map with their attack. I think they'll get the job done.
So HCC's been given the win there, and we are starting to get very, very wet now. So we're going to have to take a pause on the show. We will be back after with a little bit more interview with Scotty Edwards. Thanks for joining us for the preview. Cheers. Oh, it's getting wet. Good start, boys. Not bad, Scotty.
And just move this stuff inside, please. Stixie, we need to grab all the frog box stuff inside.
You want to go back?
Leave that here or?
Yeah, that should be right.
Just pop it on the ground.
No, I don't want to put it on the... just can you drag the camera just here a little bit? Oh, there. I was thinking there was another door.
Yeah, comes through here. Just be mindful. Can you reach?
Yeah, just.
Lift those cords up a little bit.
Oh, jeez, chilly.
Yep. Yeah, gun. Good.
Nice tosty, thanks, Max.
Olive oil.
Yes. Saw that. Nana came up and goes, oh, we've got no butter, we'll just use
Why don't you just turn it off?
No, Frogbox I think now disconnect until we tell them. So Pep messages them and says, hey, we're going to go live for 15 minutes and introduce a game, so they put it on.
Alright. Yes.
on now. Is that decent? How do you get it right on it? Do you want to get YouTube? Stixie, say something.
Hello.
Testing.
Testing 1 2.
Yeah, I'm going to see if the volume's working. Yep. Go again.
Testing 1 2.
Yeah, not bad. Right, when Pep's ready, we'll have another school ready for another guest. Let me get the YouTube channel out. You got me to take?
Yeah, it's in the back.
Message Tony. Viewers, if we get that to 50, Rubes.
What was it up for?
25, and we're only on for 5 minutes. It'll start at 3. Biff, are you with me?
Okay.
No, you're in the middle.
Yeah, I was moving it. He is or is he?
Look. For those listening, we will be live in a couple of moments as my co-host grabs his jacket. My co-host grabs his jacket. Co-host grabs his jacket on the chair inside. My one actually, you want to swap? Do you want to re-go on the VOC? Say we're... Okay, yeah. Yeah, this is lovely. Okay. Yeah, I'm sort of watching. I've got the... Who's Kip Pock, who has asked how am I?
Very well, thank you. Thanks for asking.
Well, we're not live yet.
Kip Pock.
Come on, Biff. Kip Pock. Oh. You got to make more eye contact with this camera, I reckon.
Down the barrel.
Yeah.
Work on it.
And then you can have a little look and see how that's on silent. Shall I answer Biff? I need some hot topics and some hot questions. We're up to 18 and we've done nothing.
Ben Cooper.
Is he? In his 100th game?
Van Beek in his...
Oh, yeah, that's a hot one. If you're listening, we will be live any moment.
Here we go.
It's the only game underway.
If you want to count us in or you want to intro us?
And whichever you like, mate.
Hello, welcome back to the Westminster English Tea Party. I'm your host, Corey Ruckers, co-host Pierce Fletcher, and our special guest, Scotty Edwards. Scotty, thank you back.
Thanks for having me.
Pierce, let's
Scott.
dunk our teas.
What are we drinking today, gentlemen?
Westminster Tea of the Netherlands.
It looks like English
Available-
breakfast for me.
Available at any Albert Heijn around the country, I believe. So
Wonderful. Other supermarkets are available.
Well, I guess we should get to the pressing news early of what's happening at VOC here in Hasleweg. And if you can look at behind us in the beautiful thing, we've got our ground staff out there. The covers are off. The sky, the weather, it's not great. Scotty, are we going to get on today?
I'm hopeful for a late start. Hopefully 20 to 25 overs each is ideal, I think, for our batting lineup, as we don't often bat for more than that. So
We probably bat for an average of 35 overs, so a shortened game might help VOC. But yeah, the weather conditions here, it has stopped raining, but it looks like there might be another hour or two. And I believe Pierce Fletcher has some news around the grounds and a big dismissal early, Pierce.
A big dismissal early. VRA batting first at VCC, and Ben Cooper, Dutch international incumbent number 3, promoted to open the batting. It has not come off, Corey.
You're kidding me.
Out 3-ball duck, caught by Tom de Groof at first slip off Logan Van Beek.
Well, you know Ben Cooper quite well, Scotty. Has he thrown hands early?
I think he's just pushed at one outside the off stump. The thing, I think there was a little bit of extra pressure on today's game, if I believe. It may have been his 100th game for the club.
100th game for the club, and you get a duck. So I'm sure that's going to be a sleepless night for Ben Cooper. And what was the actual score there, Pierce?
It's 5 for 1, Corey, in the fourth over.
What about the other games? Is there any other games going on?
No other games underway, according to the KNCB Cricket Live app, which is unfortunate, but hopefully some delayed starts. And not any abandonments.
Interesting. So we're still waiting for some more starts around the grounds. But we're going to get on to, while we've got Scotty as our special guest, we're going to get on to some topics about Scotty and about his life. We're going to step away from Crickfield. You're watching live on YouTube, and you can send in your questions to the VOC Rotterdam ECL page. But Scotty, we've had some questions come through, and a little bit from Boris Gorley about golf. Now, you've got a contest going on with Max O'Dowd, Australia versus New Zealand. Follow the Kennel Open page on Instagram if you like. Scotty, how's your golf game? Are you confident you're going to beat Max? Talk to me.
Maxi, I'm extremely confident about. I think we both come from a background of playing golf in Australia and New Zealand, which is obviously extremely wide fairways, long holes, so it suits my play.
Yeah.
Obviously, coming into these Dutch conditions, you don't get much run on the fairways. You've got canals either side. So I'll be honest, I think I'll be a better golfer than Boris, but I'm concerned he may know the conditions better than I do.
Better golfer than Boris or a better
100%.
golfer than Max?
All of them. I'd be the best golfer in the Dutch squad. You can say something to that.
No, nothing needs to be said there, Scotty. I think you've talked yourself out of that one. Corey, I've had a question in from Mr. Tony Stahl, and it's a question for Scott.
Perfect.
Are you still nervous in front of the camera after that meltdown in Ireland?
Do you want to explain what happened in Ireland about the meltdown? Because we witnessed it as well through the TV screen.
Not particularly, no. I'd like to leave that one and move on from it. It obviously wasn't my best performance in front of the camera. I'm working on it, as you can see. Thanks for putting that through, Tony. If you would like to watch that, you can always go on YouTube and search up my pre-game chat.
Yeah.
It wasn't great.
Yeah, absolutely. So for those of you that don't know, Scotty is the Netherlands A captain. Well, was the Netherlands A captain for that series. He might have lost the captaincy after his media work, but is also the Dutch vice captain. Now, Scotty, 2 big fixtures next week. We've got our Dutch viewers versus the Scottish. How are you feeling? Are you going to get the W?
Yep, so I'm extremely confident in the team. I think we obviously showed glimpses last week in Ireland, but I think bringing in the likes of Max O'Dowd and Peter Saylor back into the squad.
There's a bit of loyalty there to the VOC. What about anyone else in the country?
Yeah, well, I think they're the 2 main batters that are probably coming back.
Yeah,
So,
red hot form as well, Peter Saylor and Max O'Dowd. I think in the last 3 games for VOC, averaging 8.
Yeah.
Yep.
Saving
Saving
the
their
runs
runs
for Scotland.
Yeah.
So I'm convinced that the team's going to find form in those series heading into the big Irish series coming up later this month.
Yeah, so Netherlands in the Super League. Biff, do you want to explain the Super League maybe a little bit for people that don't know?
Look, I believe you guys were both there when the qualification game happened in the UAE, and that qualified them 13th in the ODI League, and they will take on 10 other nations and ODIs throughout the next couple of years as they lead into the World Cup and World Cup qualifiers. So 3 massive games, and we hope that the boys can get at least 2, hopefully 3 Ws in that Kampong series.
Interesting. So we're going to take this opportunity to go into what Scotty thinks about top class this year and maybe best performers and worst performers on and off the field also. But we'll start with the positives. Who's going to be the leading batter, leading bowler in the league this year? From what club and why?
Okay, it's a big question. I haven't thought too much about it.
Well, that's a lie, because before we went on the air, you said, Corey, maybe you should ask me these questions.
Yeah, but I didn't think about it. I just thought I just brought up a potential topic.
I've got a question for Scott from Tony Starr. Are you still nervous in front of the camera after that meltdown on Ireland? Come on, mate. Like, you've got to be prepared. Like, this is a live broadcast. We're on the air right now, and you're not prepared. You've got to be better.
I will... That's thrown me a little bit. Okay.
All right.
We're coming at you.
Look, you have a think about it.
Thank
Have a think about it, and I'll just quickly turn our attention to Corey. I've got a question in here from Juco Risalada.
Juco.
Saying, why did you turn your back on your father?
I never met my dad. Juco. No, Juco's referring to when I lived in The Hague. He was my father for 2 years. He looked after us. He made us meals on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Juco.
What about Monday?
Remco. Nah, Monday's my day.
Right, once a week.
And Remco Harvin is now my official dad. But no, Pierce, let's get back to what we asked Scotty.
Look, I needed to give him some time to have a think about it. And what have you come with?
I want best batter in the league this year. Who's going to end top run scorer and possibly the best average as well?
Okay. Best average, I think it's going to be hard to look past Tristan Stubbs. Obviously 150 runs without the loss of a wicket. He's going to be averaging 60 plus this year.
Can we pause you there?
I'd prefer if we didn't, but go ahead.
Let's pause you there. Biff, Pierce, Tristan Stubbs. What is something interesting about him?
Look, I've heard he has a... Oh.
What's happening here?
We might have to take the covers off the field.
The white ones? 5 minutes.
We're going to have to end our broadcast, unfortunately, due to
The covers are coming off. We have been summoned. We will be back. Thank you. Bloody hell.
picture already on?
No.
Should be.
Nee, ik vond het net ook wel best. Dus. Ja.
Oh, you got me a two.
I don't know. No, I haven't even turned it on. I don't think. Do you want to turn it on?
Yeah, I think we can. We may as well get it on.
Are we live at Frogbox?
We are.
Volgens mij moet Frank vandaag even dat ze veld
Right, get your
maar dat gaat via
YouTube up. Get your YouTube up so we can see if the stream's up.
Yep.
Jij moet het bord doen.
And live.
Is the microphone on?
No, but we're going to go live.
I didn't hear. Is the microphone on?
No, but we're going to go live.
How do you get the comment section up again? And we are. You want to introduce us?
Well, good afternoon and welcome back to Hazelweg, where we have cricket, and it's a reduced format game. It looks like we're going to start a little bit earlier than the scheduled 2 o'clock start, but it's going to be 37 overs per side. VOC taking on Sparta, Rotterdam. My name's Piers Fletcher and I'm joined in co-commentary by Corey Rutkus this afternoon, and we have some special guests in the commentary box later on as Bakari gets us underway.
Yeah, thanks for introducing us, Pierce. And Stixie, aka Scott Edwards, has squirted that away behind backward point, and he'll turn tight for a second, but he'll make it pretty comfortably as the ball's thrown to the bowler's end. So good to get a game underway. A lot of rain earlier, but the ground staff and groundsmen have done a great job. And here we are for a 37 over a side, Pierce.
Yes, absolutely. Later in the day, we'll be joined by Pepe Katzberg and Boris Hose in the commentary box as they will take you through parts of the day.
I hear it's their debut in the commentary box, Pierce.
It absolutely is, as we see Bakari come in from the far end.
And Scotty drives that poorly to mid-off. Yeah, so good to have some other guest commentators. They're going to be doing most of the bowling innings because you'll be out there hopefully taking your first wicket for the year, Pierce.
Yeah, look, it's only taken 3 games to get to this 4th game, which is actually in round 3 though, Corey.
Sorry, what round's this?
It's round 3.
But this is our 4th game.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, no, thank you.
As Bakari comes in from the airport end.
And can I just say, Pierce, how do you like the new microphone? We've got a bit of a setup here. We're indoors now. No more shivering cold commentary.
No, and it's absolutely wonderful. And a big thanks to Pepe and Boris for getting it all sorted.
And Martin Van Earshot, can I say, for also giving us the green light to use €35 on a microphone.
Yeah, well, it's an absolute wind.
Wind?
Wind. I'm being told that the commentary is maybe a tad loud, so I'm just going to turn the microphone down just a
Yeah, we're used to yelling, aren't we, as Bookie bowls a nice, big, juicy outswinger outside off, and Scotty respectfully leaves that alone. Scotty Edwards, in a rich vein of form, hit 40-odd yesterday in a very low-scoring affair where we somehow got over the line against Punjab. And we've got live scores around the grounds as well. We've got Excelsior playing Punjab at the moment, and VRA VCC having a doozy, so plenty of live cricket action to bring you. Scott advances now and just pats that into the offside. So we're also live via YouTube with Frogbox. So if you get any questions in or on the VOC Rotterdam ECL page, please get your questions in and we're happy to answer anything you have for us today.
And Corey, for the first time ever, I've taken my jumper off during commentary and it feels absolutely wonderful.
We've got a couple of extra layers under that shirt anyway, Biff.
Bakari to finish us over from the far end.
Is it the far end? Oh, and that's actually trickled through Ali Raza, the Belgian keeper reserve. But I don't want to bring that up. So that'll be 4 byes, and Bookie isn't too happy about that after he bowled a pretty good first over.
End of the over, 6 off. And VOC will be pretty happy with that start, Corey.
Yeah, they'll be happy with that start. 37 over game, like we said. I'm not too sure what par would be. I mean, after our batting display yesterday and our batting this year, really, we haven't been firing on all cylinders. So I think VOC would be happy with anything north of 150. But Max O'Dowd now on strike for his first ball versus Max Hornweg. And can I mention this? Max Hornweg, male model on the side.
Wow.
Yeah. Does a part-time male model. He's a good-looking man, but he'll be bowling to Max O'Dowd. Maxie hasn't had the start to the year we would have hoped. You know Max quite well from his days in Auckland, Pierce. Is he due a big score today?
Well, if he's not due a big score today, he must be due a big score in the Scotland ODIs coming up this week. Also scheduled to take place here at Vorburg. Apologies, at Hazelweg. as we see, I tell you what, Corey, those clouds out the back, it does look slightly ominous.
It does look ominous.
There's Hornweg from the VOC Rotterdam Pavilion end.
Ooh, it's well bowled by Hornweg, and it's just gently blocked into a wide second slip's hands.
So for those viewers that are tuning in, we do expect more rain this afternoon, but they seem to be small skiffy showers and skiffy showers. And what I'm hearing from the ground staff and both playing units, both teams still very keen to get as much of a game in as possible.
Yeah, it's good news that we finally got underway, because that's a short ball and Max isn't going to miss out on that. He pulls that down to fine leg and he should get off the mark easily with a single. We've had our first question come through from Sebastian Van Lent. G'day, Sebas.
G'day, Sebas. One of my favourite Van Lents. Frank Van Lent doing the scoring today for VOC.
Yeah, his dad's here. Look, I've already given my answer for this, but he's asked what's the past score today, so let's get what you think, Pierce.
Oh, look, I think anything over 260 would be a winning score.
No
but
pass
probably a pass score, maybe 146. That's what WASP's predicting.
Very specific. 146, you heard it here first. Big dark clouds in the background though, so let's just hope that they'll miss us here at Hazelaweg. We don't want any more rain. We'd love to get a full 37 overs in each way. As Scott now facing his first ball from the clubhouse end.
I'd go pavilion end.
Yeah, pavilion's better. I'll take that back, pavilion end. As he faces up, does that little shuffle that he enjoys and just blocks that gently into the offside. So operating with a pretty standard field, 2 catches, a wide second slip, a gully, and then third man and fine leg, the 2 outer men, as we're in the power play to start. We've got scores around the ground as well. We've also got in our vision, we're watching Excelsior live versus Punjab. Excelsior have moved on to 3 for 88 off 25 overs. Rule Verhagen 57 off 81, joined by Stubbs, who's on 7. And Lorenzo Ingram was dismissed earlier, so a big wicket there for Punjab.
Yes, and some people may be seeing just to the left as we see Hornweg in.
Well defended there. I've just got a comment from Juko Rusalada, and I just need to answer this quickly because I know he'll get upset. Yeah, of course I enjoy the camera a little bit more than making runs, and Pierce is probably going to touch about 10 burgers tonight.
Yeah,
good to have you with us, Juko.
Yes, lovely to have you joining the coverage, and we welcome any questions in, cricket related or potentially non.
I can't wait for the questions to come to our other commentators later in the day.
Pitched up, and a lovely delivery there by Hornweg.
Yeah, the male model knows what he's doing. I mean, once the cricket career ends, you just focus on that, wouldn't you?
Yeah, absolutely. Now, looking at the live stream, as you'll be able to see in our pictures, just to the left of our pitch, you'll see a black cover over the top of one of the wickets. That is the international wicket that the Netherlands will take Scotland on. And that is the reason why there's that black sheet over the top of it, just to protect it a little bit.
There's Scott Edwards on strike, and it blocks that gently into the offside as well. So a good start here by Max Hornweg and Bukhari, the opening bowlers. And yeah, it'll be interesting to see how this game unfolds. Sparta probably haven't hit the straps they would have liked this season. They haven't had a win just yet, but hopefully they'll be looking to get their first win off the board today.
You would hope so, Corey. Look, that's what they would be hoping for, having won the toss and electing to bowl first. It looks like it's a little bit windy with our camera out there at the moment. I'm not really sure why, but regardless, they will be looking for their first victory. And rain-shortened games always bring the potentially the lesser-ranked side back into the fixture. Shortening the game down does allow more opportunity for those teams.
This will be a good contest, this Bukhari versus O'Dowd. So interesting to see how this unfolds. That's a full ball, and Max takes the first bit initially. Well fielded by Cooks, I believe that is, at backward point, because that was racing away for 4. So that's another single. Nice confident stroke from Maxwell early. That might get those juices flowing for him.
Oh, absolutely. And we're also live on the KNCB Match Centre, and very pleased to say that there's a few little streams up today, Corey. The VCC game also live streamed today, and I can tell you, if you haven't been keeping up to date with your cricket, VRA skittled for just 80. But I tell you what, it looked a lot worse earlier, Corey.
It could have been
Bukhari in.
Could have been worse, and that's well bowled as Scotty goes fishing outside the off stump. But yeah, Peterborough just giving a little resurgence at the end of that. But yeah, they could have been bowled out for 40 odd. But that lineup of VCC with Logan Van Beek and Vivian Kingma with the new ball it's so dangerous. I mean, Vivian Kingma today, again showing why he's probably the premier bowler in Dutch cricket right now. 10 overs, 2 maidens, 5 for 26.
And I'm hearing he bowled all 10 overs on the roll, Corey.
So his fitness is up, which is also a good sign for the Dutch as Scotty takes strike again. And he hits that a bit better to wide mid-off and he'll scamper through for a single. It's well backed up there by the square leg fitter. And aptly supported by Logan Van Beek, who also bowled 6 overs, 2 for 10. So with those two operating with the new ball at VCC, that's an international level attack, and yeah, they're going to skittle some teams this year.
You wouldn't disagree with that one, Corey. And we see O'Dowd back on strike to Bakari from the airport end.
Well played by Max. He just tucked in, and unfortunately, looks like those dark clouds are getting a little bit closer, Pierce, or is it going to skim over us?
I feel like it's skirting around us at the moment, Corey. The wind has changed direction from earlier in the day. It was coming over from the top right of your screen, and it's now coming from the top left of your screen as you're watching it at home. And it looks like it might just be missing us, but you never know.
That's gently defended to backward point, and a loud call of no from Scott. So Sparta look alive here. They've started pretty well in the field, keeping it quite tight.
Yes, as mentioned in the pre-game a lot earlier on, and as you will have potentially heard, there was a lot of hoopla coming out of there with a little bit of changing room cricket going on. So clearly spirits are high, despite being dismissed for just 67 and chase of 314 yesterday, Corey.
Yeah, a lot of teams got rolled yesterday, really. That's wide down the leg side as the umpire signals that to the scorers.
Now, Corey, I had some really positive news that the umpires that we have at the ground today, we have Adrian Van Dries is the third umpire, but we have Rizwan Akram and Nissan Bharti out there, and those three have been named as the 3 international umpires for the Scotland-Netherlands series, and they will also be the 3 international umpires working during the Ireland versus Netherlands ODIs, so a big day for them too.
Yeah, probably get used to the surroundings because it is a big week coming up for Dutch cricket, so good to have them here, and yeah, they'll probably just be getting used to both ends and getting their eyes ready. I know the umpires actually do a lot of work before an international series to make sure they're at the best standard, so it's good to have them here. So if you don't know but are just joining in, yeah, there will be 2 internationals this week on Wednesday and Friday, the Dutch taking on the Scottish, so an exciting time for Dutch cricket as they kickstart their 50 over campaign.
5 minutes or so.
We've had the inside word from the one and only Reinhard van Eerschot that we're expecting rain in 5 minutes. Now, looking from where I am, Corey, we might have skirted round some of it, but you never quite know, as our head groundsman, chairman, and all-round good guy Rene van Eerschot stands right in our way as that delivery was bowled, but Scotty's throwing his hands a little bit outside of stump from what I could see to a Max Hornby delivery and no run.
I do like that from Scott though, a bit of intent. It's only a 37 over game. Let's hope the rain, if it does come, it's not too severe. Fingers crossed, but yeah, there is some loud dark clouds right behind the batsman, as you can see. Scott Edwards on strike. Another ball on a length, and he's well in behind that. So as a batsman, you've got to wonder here, do you play with the rain a little bit in your head? It's always an awkward period when you think you might be coming off.
Yeah, absolutely, and I've just had a confirmation that the HCC versus Dosti game at Drieberg has been cancelled, and that's 3 games on the bounce for Haas to say that they have had abandoned.
Really? That's actually very, very really?
Yes.
Jeez. Tough.
As O'Dowd standing at the North Strikes end, looking on as Edwards faces and tickles away, pushing for 2. Won't be taking Cooks' arm on as he fires it back in.
So cautious start once again from the openers. Bowling's been pretty tight.
Two openers of decent quality as well, Corey. Max has spent some time in the Netherlands emerging players squad, and obviously Mudassar Bakari's resume doesn't need to be stated. Very much a legend of Dutch cricket. There's O'Dowd on strike.
Shot. That's actually very well fielded by, it looks like Garnet Tar at short cover, because that's taken off the actual spare wicket, and he's done well to stop that.
You wouldn't expect anything less from a first-class player, Corey.
How much first-class cricket's he played?
Well, clearly a little bit, because he told me he's a first-class player.
Did he? We'll be making sure we bring that up in the field later.
Absolutely. And Corey, I'm feeling like this rain's going round us. Or am I too presumptuous?
Presumptuous.
Okay.
I reckon it's absolutely going to pour down. Ooh, well left again, but has he got a little bit of bat on that?
I'm going to go with nicely played.
What do you call that shot?
That is the late dab.
Yeah, I like that. Max has gone to leave that. It's hit the face of the bat, fallen short of the keeper, and he scampered through for 2. So Max still trying to find his feet a little bit. I think he's just 1 or 2 nice drives away from being in that Max O'Dowd form. He's made a mountain of runs in the last 2 years.
He has. I don't know if this wicket's going to be the sort of wicket that you're going to be able to drive easily on. It will be a little bit slow. It has been a long time. It's been 2 weeks since this pitch has been played on, Corey.
I'll tell you what, if I go out there later, I'm driving everything. Oh, a bit of respect shown there from Max as well. Maybe the rain and the dark clouds is in the batsmen's minds. They don't want to get out before, but a nice start from Sparta.
Yes, we've got 13 after 3. Apologies, 4 overs done now.
It's cautious once again, isn't it?
Yes, but it's probably not the easiest wicket to take bowlers down on, Corey, I would suggest. Potentially Scotty looking to use that step down the wicket to take the bowlers off their length, but these 2 guys are quite experienced at this top class level now, especially Madassa, and he will just look to just bang away on that hard length.
Yeah, absolutely. They'll be looking to get through Bookie's 8 overs and not lose too many to him. Scotty steps away there, maybe a little bit of noise or wasn't ready in his guard. But yeah, if you want to get any questions in via YouTube, or I know Bertus de Jong will be listening, he always got an opinion that he likes to say, feel free to send them through for our round 3 clash, our 4th game of the year.
I hope you're not confused. We've got Duka Risalada chiming in once more, asking for candidates for the championship. Is Bakari in? Edwards driving into the covers, no run.
Well, I think I've said this a few times because we've played a lot of cricket recently.
I reckon sat in the commentary box a lot recently as well while it's been raining.
Do prefer the commentary box than outside, but I reckon Excelsior for the title, the Yellow Train. They don't lose, mate. They're a bloody good side.
Yeah, I think with the likes of Lorenzo Ingram, who is a proven campaigner, is Bakari in from the far end once more, and O'Dowd, Edwards drives through the covers.
Let's first look at the outfield and how the outfield will go today. Usually that would probably trickle away for 4, but a lot of rain earlier, so just the 2. Nice shot from Scotty there.
Was, absolutely. Looking at it, Lorenzo Ingram, quality performer, has been very consistent at top class level, and Tristan Stubbs has made a very good start to his top class campaign.
Well, he's yet to be dismissed in the competition.
Yes, it reminds me a lot of myself in my first year of top classer as well, Corey.
We don't want to go into that, but maybe it's a story for later in the day, as Scotty takes strike here, and it's a short ball. And at the moment, you do not bowl short to Scott Edwards. He has pulled that hard for 4. Hard. He is picking up the short ball with amazing ease at the moment. He's been in a rich vein of form as well. The recent Jack Ryder medalist home in Victoria. For those that don't know, what is the Jack Ryder medal, Pierce Fletcher?
And is the best player or the most valuable player, I believe the term is, in Melbourne grade cricket.
Yeah, Victoria, which is quite an honour. So I know he got a handsome little payday from that as well, and he said he might be buying the boys ribs tonight.
Oh, sounds wonderful.
And he takes a strike here. And it's full, and it's a loose one-handed drive which skews away to mid-wicket, and a little bit of a gate between bat and pad. I'd like to see Scotty tighten up a little bit more there.
Yeah, looking at it go, Corey, Bakari probably just testing out the short ball, just seeing how this wicket responded to it, and I don't think you'll be seeing any more of those from him.
No.
We've had another question in, though, Corey, on the KNCB YouTube.
Talk to me.
And it is, who is the better bowling duo? And it's come from Sebas van Lent, as we see Bakari from the far end.
Oh, that is an absolute C. That is pitched, nipped in and gone over leg stump. Well kept by Ali Raza as well. But that definitely could have been the first wicket of the day, just over the leg stump.
Looking at it, Corey, I believe that could have been a cutter. That nipped back a long way, and I can't see the KNCB approved doing that off this sort of service without assistance. So I believe he will have run his fingers across that. But going back to Sebas's question, who is the better bowling duo? And this is going to go to you, because I can't be impartial here, as Bakari comes in. as O'Dowd is cautious.
Mate,
Apologies,
Scotty.
Edwards is a cautious.
Jeez, you don't know your housemates too well.
No, they've both got long hair. Oh, no, they don't. Apologies. So the better bowling duo, ready? Klaasen and Fletcher, or Van Beek and Kingma? That's the question from Sebastian van Lent, and I'll leave you to ponder that. We have third umpire Adrian van Dries making his way downstairs in front of us.
Might be just preparing the covers just in case. I will answer that quickly. It's a good question actually, but until Van Beek and Kingma win a top class championship, yourself and Fred Klaasen were a duo, the dynamic that got us to the trophy that year. I still think they took the wrong bowler. Kent took Freddie. They should have taken you, Piff. Piers Fletcher should have been playing for Kent in his third year right now. Thoughts?
Look, I'm not going to say anything against the big red machine. He's doing great things over there.
Freddie is doing good. If you are listening, Fred, we hope you're very well.
Well, he might be, because unfortunately he didn't get selected this game for Kent, but I'm sure he'll be back in the mixer, as we seem to have a bit of a hold-up.
A little slight delay here. I think it is because of the weather. I mean, maybe the third umpire knows something we don't know, but really, while it's not raining, I'm not an advocate for coming off the field just before the rain hits. Let's get every ball we can in.
I'm not sure entirely why, Corey.
I think it's that. We've got a couple of our members at the covers. The third umpire is now running out to the standing umpire, and he's showing something to Max, and the ball or something is going on. Disinfectant, maybe. I don't know. We are in COVID times.
I think, Corey, what's happening is every 5 overs the ball is needing to be cleaned.
Wow.
Due to the COVID regulations, as per the KNCB starting this season with. So, absolutely fair enough and understandable in these COVID times.
And Pierce, we've just cracked 50 viewers.
Wow, 51 people.
Well done. As Max O'Dowd back on strike, Dutch international at the crease. And it's a full straight ball, and he's just blocked it straight back to the male model, Max Hornweg. We've got a nice message from Jonathan Du Pisani. I hope I've said that correctly. Team Cooks, Cooks from South Africa, playing for Sparta today. So great to have some viewers from around the world. If you're in the live chat, send in your flags and let us know where you're watching from.
Yeah, and any questions or anything, whether it be worldly or cricket related.
Absolutely.
We're more than happy to answer them. O'Dowd on strike once more. He tucks it round the corner and just, a sedate start, Corey. We've had one shot of absolute class from Scotty Edwards, but other than that, a lot of good bowling. Yeah, and I feel like it's being respected.
Yeah, good bowling, and I think these two at the crease obviously understand their games quite well, so they're taking their time. They like to get themselves in, because when they get themselves in, they know how to score big. And we have some big news. Tristan Stubbs has been dismissed for the first time this season. 17 he has made in the other game, as Scotty has been all ends up by an absolutely peach of delivery. But yeah, so that's a big wicket over at the Punjab Excelsior game, and Excelsior now are 4 for 103 after 28 overs, as there's a bit of movement from some of our local members here and ground staff and people around, and it looks like the covers are being called for right now. So disappointing. We've only been able to get 5.3 overs in. You can see Max O'Dowd walking off the field holding his bat. Scotty Edwards has jogged off, and the umpires pull out the stumps here. I'm not too sure if it's a long delay. I'm looking over my left for a little bit more information from anyone around. But yeah, unfortunately it's one of those days at the cricket where it might be a little stop start. It's good that we've been able to start though, so that means this match has a better chance of continuing. And I've just been informed it's looking like potentially a half hour of rain. As I mentioned, very frustrating, but we've got 3 international umpires here today, so we know they're going to make the correct decisions for the square and the wicket. And yeah, just disappointing. It's been a pretty good start from Sparta. They've bowled in the corridor. They haven't given much away besides the one short ball, which Scotty Edwards pounced on quickly. And interesting start to the game. None for 20, I think, off 5.3. And it looks like we are in for a little bit of a delay here. Not too sure exactly how long. People over my left are still indicating maybe 30, 40 minutes. So you would say that we will lose more overs from this game. It was already reduced to 37 overs. Maybe it's going to end up being a 25 over affair, or maybe even 27 overs. Who knows? It'll be interesting to see if the umpires actually call for an early lunch as well, and this commentator would be pretty happy if they did decide to go for an early lunch. Yeah, disappointing. Watching some Grahams around the ground. We've got Excelsior at the moment who are 4 for 104. As Sahale Butty is bowling there in operation, and Rulva Hagen's on 60 not out. And VCC earlier in the day bowled out VRA for 80. Peter Boren was the top scorer there, and it could have been a lot worse for the VRA faithful, but it wasn't in the end. So, as you see in our live footage, rain pouring down here in Hazelaweg, covers going on. We are in for a bit of a lengthy delay. Hi, if you're just joining us back here at VOC Hazeleweg, the rain has come down again after we were able to get 5 overs underway. Unfortunately, like I just mentioned, the rain has come, but I've also just been passed on some news that we are taking an early lunch. So early lunch has been called at VOC. Everyone's done a great job in the ground staff to get the covers on very quickly there. There's still some live cricket going around for the KNCB today in the top class. Excelsior playing Punjab. Excelsior 4 for 110. And VTC versus VRA as my little lunch bag is passed to me. My co-commentator coming in. Do you have any words to say? I've just heard it's an early lunch. Well done on the covers. Is there anything to say quickly before we go off the air?
Look, no, the rain's expected for about 30 odd minutes, so the umpires made a really smart call and taking lunch. I don't believe that will reduce the overs.
Does that take the overs away?
I don't believe so at this point, but we'll wait for umpires Akram and Barthi to inform us. But 30 minutes lunch now.
Yep.
And then looking to resume around the 2:30 mark if the ground, 1, there's no rain,
yep.
and 2, if the ground's fit for play.
Absolutely. So we're going to go off air now as we enjoy our lunch, and hopefully we'll have some live coverage for you in the next 30 minutes. Thank you. Hello and welcome back to VOC. We're live here in Hazelaweg, and if you can see the footage that is, sorry, my apologies, I'll turn my phone off in the background. If you can see the footage that is coming out off the stream right now, it is good news here at VOC. The covers are being pulled off and there is a beautiful ray of sunshine that is actually peeking through. So we've had an early lunch, as I just respond to a message from our good friend Bertus de Jong, and hopefully Bertus, you are listening. And you can see in our footage, like I just mentioned, the covers are coming off. So we did have a pretty heavy downpour, but it was a quick downpour. That only had to have lasted for about 20 minutes. And we did take an early lunch. And can I say, that lunch was fantastic. A little bit of pasta, a little bit of chicken with some mushrooms, some onion cut through it. There was a little banana on the side and a muesli bar. There is one satisfied commentator right here. So fingers crossed we will be able to get back to action very soon, as I bring you some scores around the grounds, and I'm also watching live via Frogbox and the KNCB app. Excelsior taking on Punjab down at the Zoma Complex, and we happened to play at the Zoma Complex yesterday in a low-scoring affair, but I can report Excelsior at the moment are 4 for 136. They lost the 2 big wickets of Lorenzo Ingram and Tristan Stubbs, but they are still motoring along because Rul Verhagen, the opener, the left-handed opener, is on 76 not out off 113. So he's looking to probably convert that into a big 100. And Punjab probably feeling a little bit nervous. I mean, if they end up making around that 200 mark, Punjab have a strong batting lineup, but yesterday they capitulated. So it'll be interesting to see if their confidence and swagger will be back, as I watch Rule smash one back down the ground on the live YouTube app via KNCB. So, like I mentioned, good news, and as I see the last cover being taken off, and fingers crossed the umpire's next job is to put the stumps back in and we get underway as soon as possible. The match had also been previously reduced down to 37 overs. I'm not too sure if we've actually lost any more because we did take the lunch break. So fingers crossed we haven't, because a bit of information's been passed through to me about how the system works at the KNCB now if it is a washout and the amount of points, but we'll get onto that a little bit later when my co-commentator's back in. Some news from around the grounds as well. So I've just brought you the Excelsior Punjab scores, 4 for 137, Excelsior batting. Other scores that we heard today were VCC versus VRA. Probably a few people thought this might be game of the round, potentially. I mean, 2 strong teams, and VCC with an absolutely stacked bowling lineup this year. They've got Dutch internationals Logan van Beek, Vivian Kingma, Buster Later, Aryan Dutt, Philip Bossevine. But unfortunately, it's been a lopsided contest. Vorberg, VCC bowling VRA are out for 80, and that could have been a lot worse. I think at one stage I had heard the scores were 7 for 25. So Vivian Kingma, unbelievably, another fifer. That man is in red hot form, and Logan van Beek also with a couple of wickets. And VCC have started that chase as well. The score I have here is 8 for none off 3, thanks to TK Cricket and Bertus de Jong and Rod Lyle giving us some of the updates there. So unfortunately, another game around that was held up in Dosti in Amsterdam was Dosti versus HCC, and some disappointing news once again for the HCC faithful. I imagine if you're a HCC player or staff member, supporter, or whatever it might be, you'd be very frustrated because I've been informed it's their 3rd washout in a row. And I do like to get stuck into the HCC boys, but I'll let this one slide for now. I feel for them. It's not an easy thing when you come to cricket and there's a little bit of rain around, the on-off feeling, but to have 3 abandonments in a row after a COVID year and delays and different rules, that is hard to take, and I do feel for the guys there. So a bit of bad luck, and hopefully the rest of their season they get to play every single game, because no one wants anybody to miss any cricket. And also this game, we do have the score. The score so far is none for 20 here. Scott Edwards, Dutch international keeper, bats all over the order for the Dutch as well, is opening here today. He's moved on to 10 not out. And Maxwell O'Dowd, his Dutch international opening partner, also opener for VOC Rotterdam, has moved on to 5 not out. So fingers crossed, like I mentioned, we seem to be getting closer and closer to getting back onto the field. You see Max O'Dowd in the picture there walking off. Hopefully he's going to go get the pads on. The umpires have put the stumps in at one end. Need 2 ends to play though. So fingers crossed they do the other end. And the Sparta boys are warming back out in the sunshine. So Beautiful Dutch weather here today. Rain, sun, rain, sun. It's a little bit hard to keep up with sometimes, but it does look promising for a good afternoon, and that's all we can ask for in the end. In the meantime, while we wait to get official word, as some of the ground staff come back inside, please keep us updated with any questions or queries you might have about top class cricket or the Dutch side, or just telling us a little bit about where you're from and where you're watching. Happy to answer any question you guys have. And also you can send your questions in via our Instagram page, which is VOC Rotterdam ECL. As it is honestly some beautiful sunshine coming through now. Really, really happy to see that. A few of our ground staff now coming in, so hopefully I'll get a little bit of a word and a little bit of an update, and will give me a better idea of where we go from here. Some of the ground staff pointing to the stumps, which is also a good sign. So the stumps have been put in at both ends, and that usually tells me that we're not that far away. And so Reinhout Van Eerschot comes in. Reinhout, if you want to come join me quickly and maybe give our viewers just a quick update on the ground situation.
Umpires are checking. There's a few wet patches, but overall I think it is rather dry when we took the sheets off. So it's not... I think it's looking promising.
And what's the forecast for the rest of the day, Ryan? Is that our last sort of big... I'll put you on the spot there as you pull your mobile phone out, but is that sort of our last big shower? Because it's been a very stop-start, truncated sort of day.
Yeah, you never really know, but I think it looks like most of the showers are going south of Rotterdam, so they should miss us in the next couple of hours. So fingers crossed, and we get a bit of a game in. We will probably lose a few overs, of course. So,
you think we've lost? We did take lunch then, but does that affect what we...
That's probably... You got a 10-minute break between innings, and they already took 10 minutes off, so I think it saved 20 minutes, but still we've been off for more than half an hour, so... Likely another 3, 4, maybe 5 overs off from the 37.
Interesting. So it almost gets into that T20 sort of mode soon, because we've already batted 5 overs.
Yes, and we haven't lost a wicket, so probably that helps a little bit in the DLS, but that's a bit of a... I'm not sure what that will lead to, but let's see.
I don't think anyone understands DLS after 40 years of it being around. How tough is it being a ground staff member on a day like this? Do you want to tell our viewers how it feels?
It feels tough being here at 7:30, taking it off, and then it looks all right, and then there's a lot of rain coming. But I think we're doing it for a good cause.
Absolutely,
we're together. There's quite a few people around, so that always helps.
All COVID safe as well. All the protocols were followed this morning, and everyone's had their tests, and it's good.
So that works well. And but of course, I enjoy sun and a day where you don't have to cover the wicket all the time, where you just enjoy the cricket. So hopefully from now on it will stay dry and we can watch and for you guys play some cricket.
Yeah, and you're more Dutch than me. Can you explain the Dutch weather at the moment? Because I don't remember it being like this in May. Usually most seasons we don't have many washouts or rain-infected games. So far this year everything's rain.
Yeah, there's been a lot of rain on the days that we play, so but also during the week. So it's I think they talked about, because a few years ago it was so dry. It was even bad for agriculture and also nature here. So, but I think we're back to water levels that they require. So, in that sense, a lot of rain has fallen, has been absorbed, and it's been pretty chilly as well. So, not a lot of water damped as well. So, if it's hot, of course, you see that more. And I think looking at the umpires, they are still worried about a few patches. Yeah. So we might have to put either some clay or whatever on it.
Yeah, so there's lots of different elements that go into making sure the whole field, the pitch, the outfield stays dry. And I guess with the international fixtures, Scotland playing here on Wednesday and Friday, they're maybe a little bit more cautious as well?
Well, I think we're trying to get this game in as much as possible. And I think they are... I don't know whether they're cautious because of that. I don't really think so. There's a few bit wet patches also in the run-up, but I think it might need a few minutes to dry out. Yeah. But, you know, of course we want to have Wednesday and Friday. We like to have a good wicket as well. And of course, with all the rain around, it does limit your preparations a bit, which, is a bit unfortunate. But, you know, hopefully, fingers crossed, next few days, We got a few dry spells. We can roll the wicket a few times and have a good wicket for the ODI games, and then hopefully dry weather as well.
Yeah, fingers crossed, fingers crossed. And just for all of our viewers who are following all the other games, big wicket over at Punjab at the Zoma Complex. Rul Verhagen has just been dismissed by Sikander Zulfikar for a well-made 81. So he was the set batsman, but with him gone, Lorenzo Ingram gone, and Tristan Stubbs gone, that game's pretty evenly poised now. Excelsior 5 for 146, 10 overs to go. One feels that Crozen is the key here. If he can accelerate after he's on his 18 not out and turn that into maybe a 220 plus score, might be difficult for the Punjab side to chase down. And like we mentioned earlier, VRA bowled out for 80. VCC have started their chase and they haven't lost a wicket just yet. And Dosti versus HCC, unfortunately, the match was abandoned due to poor conditions, weather conditions. So fingers crossed, as you can see through our camera now, the sun is shining and it does look like we will be getting underway hopefully soon. The 3 international umpires walking out in the square there, as you can see, they are actually all the international umpires that will work on Wednesday and Friday at Hazelaweg at the international matches versus Scotland, which should be an enthralling series. I know the Dutch haven't played 50 over cricket in quite a long time and they'll be hungry to get back out there. Pierce Fletcher, my co-commentator and groundsman, and all-round good guy, slowly walking back this way, so hopefully he'll have a little bit more news for us and I can give you a precise time of when we get back out there. The score is none for 20, Scott Edwards 10, Max O'Dowd 5, and Sparta continue their warm-up, and hopefully some good news in a moment. Hello and welcome back to Hazelaweg. We have good news. Very, very good news. As you can see on the screen in your picture, Sparta walking back out there. We are going to be back and we are going to finish this game no matter what. I've got Pierce Fletcher with me. Pierce, you've been out there. It's now reduced to a 30-over game. We restart in 3 minutes. How happy are you?
Look, Corey, absolutely ecstatic that we're back out there. A lot of hard work has gone in by the ground staff, and I'm just pleased we're going to be able to get this important round 3 top class fixture back underway.
Yeah, very exciting. So we're going to resume with the score at none for 20. Scotty Edwards will operate on 10 not out. Max O'Dowd on 5 not out. Max Hornweg, the male model from Sparta. Bit of male modelling on the side for Maxi, as I've been told from his teammates, will take the ball. And yeah, great work by the ground staff today and all the VOC volunteers to get this game underway. And here we go for some live action. Finally.
Yeah, no, absolutely. The score is in position. The 2 umpires, Mr. Baffy and Akram, back out in the middle. And we're all underway. Edwards on strike.
Well left outside the off stump. So that ball's still fairly new with a lush outfield today. You think there'd be a little swing still for the bowlers. And I'll go through the permutations of the game, Pierce, because obviously with the overs being reduced, there's a bit of a difference now. The amount of overs per bowler is 6. The power play is only 6 overs. So these are our last few balls of the power play, which I always think comes quite interesting with DRS. Then the second power play is DLS. And then the second power play is 18 overs, then followed by 6 at the end, as Scott on strike here and gets a wide ball outside off and signalled wide by the umpire. So that restarts the scoring after the lengthy delay. But I can say, a pretty appetising lunch, Pierce.
Yes, no, been very lucky. The VOC faithful have pulled together and provided absolutely stupendous lunch, Corey, and both sides had very kind words to say about the quality of it.
I'm not going to lie, I had 2 pasta dishes.
You did. You had half of mine, Corey.
I was pretty happy. That's short outside off, and don't tell me that's been put down by the keeper. And the reaction from mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, cover point, third man, all of them, hands on heads, and the keeper has it. That might be an absolute, what's the word for it? Clanger. That's a clanger. I think Scotty's got a feather edge on that, and the keeper's put down an absolute sitter.
Now, Corey, I don't want to bring this up right now, but I'm going to have to. I believe that is Ali Raza, the Belgium reserve wicketkeeper. As we see Hornweg in.
Short wide, and that hurts. How many times in the cricket field do you get a dropped catch and then hit for 4, as Scott Edwards cuts that very hard for 4, and that's the first boundary after the break. I think in cricket that might be one of the great anomalies. How many times is there a drop catch followed by a 4 the next ball?
Yeah, I can completely tell you I have no idea of that stat, Corey, but looking at it, Max Hornweg was not happy.
Well, you've just almost got probably the informed batsman in the country out. Well, you should have him out, and then he's cut you away for 4, so very frustrating. As Sebastian Van Lent, who's joining us live again, Sebastian, we hope you're well, has sent in a funny comment. I have to bring this up. He said, relatable drop. Sebastian was our keeper last time he was playing here 2 years ago and accidentally dropped a couple of sitters, you could say. But glad to have you watching, Sebas.
You might have seen in the background of that photo, umpire Rizwan Akram signalling for the second power play, as Corey mentioned earlier. 18 overs of this, so 4 players outside the 30-yard ring. And I believe we're going to see some spin, Corey. Bit of Garnet Tar into the attack.
So obviously, Bakari wanting to save a few of his overs for later in the innings. And Max O'Dowd on a patient 5 right now, but I expect to see Max maybe put the hand down a little bit and go a little bit harder, as it is a shortened game now. It looks like right arm off spin from around the wicket. They've got a deep backward square, deep mid-wicket, deep mid-on, and they're bringing in their deep point for now. So it'll only be the 3 outside the ring to start. Maybe try fire it into those pads. That's a short ball. Max has pulled that beautifully through deep square, and that's 4 runs. So a bit of a long hop from Garnet Tar, and Max O'Dowd isn't going to miss that, is he, Pierce?
No, that is the definition of loosener, Corey. That was one hell of a drag down by the overseas player for Sparta, and Max O'Dowd taking almost full toll.
Yeah, absolutely. I can understand a bit soreness when you're actually sitting around watching the rain. It's hard to get the body up, down, up, down. I know I'm My back and legs are gone right now. Gone.
So working with just the 3 men out on the boundary as we see a second delivery.
Yeah, good call through from Scotty. It's a quick single to 45 and that's good running. So nice proactive cricket from these two.
So the field is operating on the rope as the deep backwards square, deep mid-wicket and long on. And O'Dowd and Edwards having a brief conversation about what Tar is offering, and so far I don't know what Max could really tell him other than he bowled me a half tracker, then he bowled me one on my legs and I nipped it for one. But let's see what Scotty Edwards does with this. I wouldn't be surprised if he goes to the sweep early, Corey.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me either. That's a short ball and Scotty's pulled that hard, and if I look up, stand on my chair, Max Hornweg does the sweeping up at deep backward square, so another loosener. VOC will be pretty happy with this start after the interruption.
No, absolutely, Corey. And just for those that haven't been following a lot of the games around the traps, we've had a rain out between Dosty and HCC, and we will come back to that, Corey.
A rain out or a washout?
A washout, where they did not even get on the Parkers. O'Dowd, wow, that is quality batting. Drops onto the back foot and carves away through the tightly packed offside field and through to the boundary for 4.
I said to you earlier, Pierce, it hasn't been Max's year so far, but he was only 1 or 2 strokes away from being back to the max, I know, and that pull shot and cut shot's pretty good signs.
Yep, as we see a change from Tar, he's going to go over the wicket. Again, another change of angle, and the deep point now in play. So all 4 fielders they're allowed out are out, and the final ball of the over is defended, I believe. No, apologies, we have one more delivery to go. So we'll come back to that washout, Corey, in a sec, but VRA, as we mentioned earlier on the commentary, were bowled out for just 80 against Vorberg at Westfleet.
Short
as
ball
the last
again.
ball of the over is politely knocked to mid-on by Max O'Dowd, and that will bring an end to Garnet Tar's first over.
I'd be surprised if he gets a second.
As I give an update, wow, of the VCC game. Corey, just tell us what you really think next time.
Sorry. I'm sorry. Just with the new ball, the ball swinging around a bit, overhead conditions, I'm not sure I go to the part-time right arm off spin there. That's just my coach's point of view. Might sound a little bit harsh sometimes, but keep the ball with the seamers.
Yeah, no, look, I prefer to keep my thoughts to myself on that one, Corey. But we can tell you that Vorberg comfortably chased that 80 runs down, Corey, for just a loss of 1 wicket.
Big win.
Tom de Groot leading the way with 40 off just 35 balls.
Yeah,
so
big win for VCC, that one.
Yeah, look, they'll be very pleased to get back-to-back victories.
Yeah, absolutely.
As we see O'Dowd on strike to Hornig, who's continuing into his 4th over.
Well bowled again. He's actually bowled quite an economical spell and very good lengths and lines. Next match, Pierce?
Yes, well, we're also looking at the Excelsior versus Punjab game, and we've seen a little bit of a wobble by Excelsior, but it's a lot more than what the VOC
wobble yesterday.
VOC wobble was yesterday. Rul Verhagen making a very classy 82. We were watching it on the live stream throughout the afternoon, and very, very well batted to that young man. But 185, and I believe they're still 9 down with just 7 balls to go as O'Dowd defends politely. Back off Hornwick. And I don't know, Corey, do you believe at the Zoma complex that 185 is competitive, or can you see a Punjab rearguard fighting action to pull off a victory this afternoon?
I think Punjab won't collapse twice in a row. Yesterday was a little bit different, but I think Punjab will chase that down actually.
Yeah, no, I believe Saqib Zulfikar will probably lead the way, batting at 4. Take it quite deep and win that for them, as we see Hornberg continuing. O'Dowd on strike, the long head thing, bat well above his head.
Oh, and that's well bowled from Max. He's really testing these 2 international players out with some lovely outswing at the moment.
Yeah, he's very rhythmical action, Corey. Gets to the crease very nicely and presenting the ball on a really good line length. And as you mentioned, Garnet Tar from the other end, I'm not sure was the right decision at this point of the game.
Yeah, interesting decision, but yeah, they might move back to pace from both ends with the new ball moving around corners at the moment.
But yeah, you were mentioning earlier about the Dosty HCC game, and unfortunately, that's 3 games on the bounce now as we see Hornweg In.
Oh, that
drops
is a
in.
shot from Max O'Dowd. Well, Steve's great fielding, but I think that might be
That's
Cooks.
Cooks.
He's a good fielder, the South African, out there at deep square leg, and he saved 2 runs for his side there.
I believe he was going for the football slide tackle there, and it's hit him in the chest. But I tell you what, any way to be effective is better than letting it go past you.
Huge fan of that.
But getting back to my point, Corey, HCC now 3 games on the bounce, washed out, or matches been abandoned. And only the 1 point per game being taken from that, as we see Hornweg continue from the VOC pavilion end and on the pads and tucked away to fine leg.
Max looking good here, isn't he?
As we touch some wood after that comment, Corey. But
yes,
give me your thoughts here, Corey. 1 point only for an abandoned game, 4 points for a victory. It seems like a lot to make up, especially
and if
at
it's a
this
tie,
point.
and if it's a tie, 2.
Ties 2 points.
Well,
give me your thoughts, because
I'm
unsure of this, but I know that you have quite an opinion on this, and I know that you've spoken to a few people around the traps.
I'll bring you into this ball, and I'll get straight into it. As Scotty's back on strike now, and Scotty also gets a bit of glove on that down the fine leg and scampers through, but it should just be 1 and bring an end to the over. Glad you brought it up, Pierce. I'm not one to sit on the fence. I'm one to say what I think and my opinions, and to know that you only get 1 point for a washout this year, and HCC having 3 washouts in a row, which is unfortunate, they can't control that, is probably the most garbage decision I've ever heard made by the KNCB. So you're telling me the team last year that theoretically were the best team, won the championship, rocked up to 3 games in a row, it's wet, they can't play, so they only get 1 point. They don't get a fair split of 2. So right now, HCC is sitting there, they've lost a possible 9 points from their last 3 games, and if they had won 1 of them, they would have got 4. They would have been Dosty today, we know it. So pretty disappointing to hear that the KNCB's made that rule, to be completely honest. And I think it's very, very, very harsh on HCC, who must be at home on Sunday afternoon, logged into our match and going, we agree, Mr. Rutgers.
Yeah, look, I don't think what you're saying is wrong, Corey. It sounds just like 2 little points. I mean, no one's turning up for a rain day.
So they're not even getting 2 points. They're getting given 1.
I mean, they're not even turning up.
They have 1 more washout this year. They might not even make the top 2, and that's unfair because of rain. I mean, yeah, I'm not too sure who made that decision, but I actually feel for the HCC boys. That's not very fair in my opinion. As Scotty Edwards is on strike here, and a slinging sort of action, and that'll be given wide outside off. So I think Scotty right now will be feeling like a cat with 9 lives after being dropped by the keeper. This is almost like a free hit now.
Yeah, look. Has been a change of bowling, Corey. Clearly that Wanoa from Garnet Tar didn't do enough for Madassa Bakari to keep him in the attack. And we've seen a change of bowling for the far end. But yeah, and 4 points for a victory, Corey. That just seems the disparity. The disparity seems too large.
Yeah, it is a huge disparity.
It's a great word, disparity, as well.
Scotty he miscues that to backward point. They'll scan for a single. What do you think? Do you think that it should just be 2 points for a washout? I mean, if you give them 2 points for a washout, it's theoretically the same as a tie. I mean, we live in the Netherlands. We're playing cricket in the Netherlands. This isn't Australia where you're going to guarantee 95% of games are in sunshine. So there's going to be washouts. You can't then penalise a team and only give them 1 point. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, you're giving them 25% of a win.
Yeah, and to have that back to back to back, that could almost derail most club seasons.
Yeah, you would believe so. As I'm going to try his name, Corey, and I apologise if I butcher it. Ibrahim Kill.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Ibrahim Kill.
No, it's Ibrahim Kill, mate. I can read it there.
And Ibrahim Kill.
Yep. I'm gonna run with that. Slightly slingy action, pretty bustly character getting to the crease, and might not be the easiest sort of player for Max O'Dowd to find his timing against, as we see him charge away.
Well played. And Cooks has looked lively in the field, and he's picked that up. Not great, but he's cut off the angle well. Interesting, I've just had Taco Rusalada from HBS send a message through to me. Spot on about the 4 points rule. Who made the decision? I don't know, Taco, and I don't want to go too much further with who would have made these decisions, but just very unfair it feels like for washed out cricket. It needs to be 2 points to keep teams in with a fair play. At the end of the day, it's taken a lot to get this season to start, so let's just make the rules fair for everybody. Scotty Edwards is on strike and short, outside off. miscue to backward point. Cooks has done well there again. He might have fumbled it, but he's cutting off the angle well there at backward point. He's a bit of a live wire in the field.
Yeah, he's an energizer bunny, that kid at backward point. And it's just what you want. Always have your most energetic player at backward point. Don't have to be the necessarily best fielder, but if you can cut those angles down, Corey, as you mentioned, could save quite a few runs. He's already done that today.
Where would you put the best fielder on the field if you had to choose a position in the middle overs?
Or probably your extra cover mid-wicket zones, Corey, that very, they call them hot spots.
Hot spot positions in the field,
As
cover and mid-wicket.
We see Ibrahim Gill from the far end, the airport end, as Edwards is taken on the pad, I believe, and that will be a leg bye to the total. We'll see umpire Rizwan Akram in the top of your picture there, as Edwards is looking for some...
Oh, he's taken the jumper out. He's been in the gym lately, Sticks.
Well, unfortunately, gyms aren't open, but the home gym
the
kennel.
The home gym. He has been in the home gym, and he did say to me earlier, I'm going to get that vest off and get these big arms out. So, good decision.
There's the long-haired Max O'Dowd. Bat above his head once more. As he chops away through the offside, he'll look to push the fielder on the boundary for 2.
I tell you what, the noise off Max's bat at the moment, he's starting to find that form we know that he can produce. In the last 2 years, he's made more hundreds than anyone I know. As Arnav Jane, some say, walking on to go get Scotty's vest. So a nice start, partnership of 45, 30 over game, 21 overs to go, and a big platform here for the VOCers.
Absolutely great. Now, it looks like Max Hornweg's going to bowl his 5th over here. Slightly intrigued by this decision, but he has bowled very well, and Bakari, knowing he needs a wicket early, or knowing he needs a wicket now, is going to stick with the young man.
Yeah, I like that. That's good captaincy. Sometimes we get stuck in that mode of, someone's bowled 4 overs in a row, let's take him off. But if you're bowling well, keep the man on. They need the breakthrough. He should have had Scott out already. So I'm a big fan of that. Give the ball to your good bowlers, and if they've got some rhythm, keep it in their hand.
So, Hornweg from the pavilion end into O'Dowd, who a ball rising off that back of a length area. Tar does the clean-up work in the covers. Sparta operating with the 4 men on the boundary. 3rd man fine leg, deep square leg, and a deep cover point. The 4 men there allowed. The fielders inside the ring, a backward point, an extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, and a mid-wicket.
I got one for you. Do you think Max is going to run at 1 in a moment and try to put it over mid-off and mid-on? So it is one of his favourite shots.
I'm not sure, but I like that you're thinking that way.
Yeah, I think Maxie's brewing here. He's going to go big today, hopefully, for the VOC team. Question from Sebastian Van Lent: what happens if the ball gets past the bowlers and hits the sweater behind the umpires? Because it is COVID and we can't pass things to the umpires, it's just deemed a dead ball.
Yes, correct.
No penalty runs.
There's no penalty runs at all. So, very handy. And we've had a conclusion at the Excelsior innings, 191 for 9.
Evenly poised.
50 overs.
Evenly poised, that match.
I tell you, it's late in the afternoon. It's already 4 o'clock and their 50 overs are done as Hornweg drops in again and Cooks on the boundary, comes around, uses the barrier and does the clean-up work very nicely.
I'll tell you right now, Cooks might be the only fielder for Sparta. The ball's following him everywhere.
Yeah, I'm all about that. You always put your fielders where you think the ball's going to go.
And we've hit 55 viewers, Pierce. We're starting to get up to congratulations, mate. We're starting to get some
COVID times, so we'll go for the elbows.
Yeah, we're starting to get some big numbers around the traps. Everyone tuning in who's not playing today.
Hornweg continuing from the pavilion end, in on the hip.
Well, Maxie pushing hard, that's good. To run hard like that, you never know. If there's a little bit of a fumble, you want to exhaust every single run that you can. So, must be a little bit daunting here for Sparta. You've got 2 international players who have both gotten themselves in a shortened fixture. So, a really, really big moment in this game. And it is great to get this game ahead. We've been here for hours. The ground staff did an amazing effort today. Amazing job, just to get us out on the field and out on the park to possibly play for 4 points. Well played by Scott Edwards into the leg side as Bookie does the mopping up. So another single.
Got a question here, Corey, from David Mullet, a housemate of ours.
Hello, David.
Asking if VOC get the victory tonight, will ribs be on the cards? As Hornweg, Corey, continues.
Well played by Max into the offside. Now, yes, look, we had a win yesterday and we didn't purchase the ribs because we said one more win and we deserve those succulent Smoky Joe's barbecue sauce, 650 gram or a kg of ribs. So with another win potentially today, I dare say it might be rib night at the house.
Hornweg completes his over. 49 without loss. VOC, as you'll see at the bottom of your screen. Edwards, 18 of 31 deliveries, striking at 58%.
58%.
And O'Dowd, 23 of 29 both with 2 boundaries, striking at 80. And we'll see Ibrahim Kill continue from the far end as we have a bit of background noise with Reinhard Van Aerschot looking at the rain radar as we see some off potentially in the distance, and that will be a wide down the leg side.
And that wide will bring up the 50 partnership pace.
Yeah, and it's been a good partnership. Definitely shown a bit more intent since coming back after the break, Corey, and this slightly shortened fixture now. VOC particularly spin heavy today, Corey.
We are spin heavy.
4 front line spinners selected. As we see Ibrahim Kill from the Rotterdam The Hague Airport end, nipping one back at Edwards into the covers and no run taken.
Bit of a slinging action, but seems to bowl it on a good length.
Yes, a bustly character, as I mentioned earlier, and I'm all about that sort of stuff.
And just on the side note, if David, while he is watching, could confirm of the cleaner coming today, that would be also nice. Thank you, David. A spliced sort of drive into cover, but these two seem to be running well in between the wickets. They do have a good understanding together. Their rooms are about 2 metres apart at the house, so you'd hope they'd understand each other quite well. And a partnership of 51, and really there is a big base for one of these two to go big today and set a pretty daunting target to Sparta. Sparta being rolled yesterday, and the batting lineup might be a little bit nervous at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm just getting confirmation that the cleaner did a great job, which is always handy as O'Dowd on strike.
Mispewed cut almost. Straight to cover. It's Reinhard Van Aerschot, if you can hear us in the background, a man of
many words
and lots of
loud
skill.
words.
Loud words they are.
Sorry, guys.
Pitch looking a tad slow, Corey.
No, you'd expect that with the amount of rain we've had around, but
absolutely
it still looks pretty conducive to batting. Well, that's a short ball on the hip and respected. Max is pushing hard for 2. I'm not too sure if it's there, and they'll settle on a single. So while we are live around the traps and we've given you the scores, we are on YouTube and you can comment on Frogbox and send in your questions. A few dark clouds in the background, but I think we should be able to squeeze this game in today. So if you want to ask any questions, feel free. We'll answer them best. Maybe you don't want to ask a cricket-related question and we'll still answer it anyway.
Yeah, just come and say hello.
Hello.
Oh, hi. As you see, Ibrahim Kill. In. Slower ball. And Edwards knocks it into the covers, and that'll just be the one.
A little story about Scott Edwards. He's using my bat again, and he got out yesterday. He's walked off. He's played a sweep shock, straight to the fielder, and he's come off and said, "Right, this bat's garbage." And then I'm sitting in the change rooms this morning, comes up with his puppy dog eyes. "Right, can I use your bat?" Explain that to me.
Look, as an international cricketer, it can't be the player, it has to be the equipment. And that's sort of where he was at, I would believe, as Ibrahim Kilda finishes over from the far end. And O'Dowd respectfully leaves that one alone. And it'll be the end of the 11th over. 53 without loss.
Yeah, it's a little bit village when you're borrowing gear and you're meant to be an international cricketer. Look, that's just my thoughts, but maybe not for everyone.
Yeah, and it looks like Max Hornweg is going to complete his 6 overs up front, Corey.
Do you have his figures there?
I can pull them up for you.
Yes,
absolutely.
Please. Absolutely.
5 overs, none for 18 with just the solitary wide.
Yeah, should have had the wicket of Scott Edwards. The opportunity dropped by Ali Raza, an absolute clanger as we call it.
And speaking of Ali Raza, he is part of your Belgium 22-man squad, I believe, Corey.
Yes.
And I believe there's a couple of them out on the field today for the Sparta team.
Yeah, Ali Raza and Latif Mamoun, both in the Belgium 22-man squad as Max Hornweg charges in and definitely played to backward point. A loud shout of no from Max. So yeah, a couple of Belgian representatives in the Sparta lineup. No Sherry Butt today, who's also there. He's carrying a bit of a back strain, so he misses out. I think there's a few other injuries for Sparta. I think Yost is the captain. He's not here today. I heard there's an injury pick up there, and so Bukhari is also captain. And yeah, a couple of twos players may be given an opportunity in this no relegation season now for Sparta.
Absolutely. Hornweg in his last over.
Bowled very well, Hornweg. Oh, and that's lovely cut from through backward point. There could be two. There probably should be two. It's a long boundary up there and a easy touch and turn for Scotty. And I'll give Scotty some credit. He's picked up some pace, the boy. He was a bit slower in the old days.
Yeah, look, just seems to have a bit more power on those legs. I know he's been doing a lot of work with David Mullett on his power game in terms of his bodybuilding strength work.
I know what he was actually doing for 18 months back in Australia. That's got him a bit more strength work. Can't bring that up on air, but after 9 p.m. you can join the late show and maybe we tell you what Scott Edwards was really up to in Australia.
Yes, as Hornweg 3 balls into his final over, runs away from us to Edwards, who's on strike, and yeah, he's consistently hit a really good length and only missed out on a couple of occasions, Corey, and I wouldn't expect anything silly from Hornweg in these final couple of deliveries. Well, you don't expect anything silly from a male model. Have you seen the movie Zoolander? So, if you're just joining us, Max Hornweg's a male model, and for me, that you're touching greatness when you're doing that and also playing top class cricket as he charges in once more and a nice steady ball again. A really, really good spell. He actually deserves a wicket. But yeah, to be a male model and a top class cricketer, I mean, you're the whole package there, aren't you, Pierce? It's what I aspire to be. I might be in the plus size range though, unfortunately.
Well, plus size models are coming in this day.
Yeah, look, absolutely no offence against that at all.
No, absolutely. Some would say bigger the better.
Same field as before, square leg, deep point, third man and fine leg out as that one hits Edwards on the pad. Very stifled appeal.
He's probably
potentially hopeful.
Are they his own pads or is he borrowing those as well?
No, I believe those are his.
Okay. So he does own his own equipment.
Yes, he does. But for those that are wondering,
where is his stuff?
Scott Edwards' gear is still in Ireland. I believe it is actually now in the country of the Netherlands. Due to some Chinese travellers coming to the Netherlands, they were unable to get all the cricket bags back on the plane because it was too heavy, which I find absolutely astonishing as Edwards knocks that one to fine leg.
Lovely wrists there from Scotty.
And that will bring an end to Max Hornweg's spell, and it was very impressive, if not slightly unlucky in the fact that he did not pick up the wicket, but well bowled all the same to Mr. Hornweg.
I would actually, while we do have a few viewers online and everyone's tuning, I would be curious if anyone has any other opinion about the 1 point washout rule. I'd like to know how it got sorted and how it was chosen and how it was deemed fair, because yeah, that really is a noodle scratcher. So anyone watching that wants to give us a few comments or has an idea would be interesting. Also on Twitter, feel free to get a hold of PJ_Fletch or Corey Rutgers.
As we see Ibrahim Kul from the Rotterdam The Hague Airport end continuing to Edwards, who is on 23.
And that's a wide and well picked up by Ali Raza, atoning for his mistake earlier. Atoning?
Atoning.
Atoning.
Yes.
That's pretty good from me.
Yeah, it's a good word.
Good Jules.
The third man, same field as Hornweg, third man deep cover point. Backward square leg, forward square leg now, and fine leg in play, mid on, mid off in the ring as Ibrahim Kul in, and Edwards knocks that straight to Cooks at point. That came off the bat very nicely.
Well, I've just had a message in while we're still on that topic from Tony Stahl, the captain of HCC, and you can imagine he's seeing red at the moment. He must be seeing absolutely red with the KNCB about it. It's 3 points from 3 games. So, I'm not happy about it at all. I'm blowing up. We need Ruts hour of blow-ups.
Look, I am hearing a noise from the square number, and that's been given wide after the appeal. So clearly, Mr. Akram, international umpire he is, not interested at all.
No, that would have been a little strangled down the leg side, but given a reprieve maybe and a wide signalled. So VOC is ticking along comfortably here at the moment, as that's a short ball. You don't bowl short to Scott Edwards at the moment, and he has hooked that hard in between deep backward square and fine leg for another boundary. I don't think Scotty's missed a pull shot all year, but I don't think he played a straight drive all year either. You can't bowl short to this man.
Yeah, saw it from Bakari before the rain delay, Corey, but yeah, no, don't bowl there, please.
Well, maybe Scotty's got a point to prove as well, with Tristan Stubbs making so many runs for Excelsior, Dutch passport holder, also a keeper batsman. Scotty might be fighting for his life a little bit.
Look, competition for places is always good, and as I've spoken to Ryan Campbell before, and I know you know Ryan very well also.
WA boy. And
as we see that one down, stay down, and where's one accurate? With the arms wide open, signalling wide to the scorers. As our co-commentator, Heavy Katzenberg, pulls over a little Coke for me just to get me energy levels up.
I hope that's a Coke Zero.
It is absolutely not a Coke Zero. I need every bit of sugar I can to fire me up for this bowl later on.
Yeah, you are due your first wicket.
Ibrahim Kill looking to dry the ball from the far end, or dry his hand, one of the two.
He's lost his lines this over. Maybe a bit wet out there, and that's better. That's full, that's straight, and that's where you want to be to Scott. Don't want to be the bearer of bad news, Pierce. You've got more groundsman history than I. That looks like a big dark cloud possibly coming this way.
Look, I've looked at the Bowen radar, but we've been looking at the Bowen radar all day, and I can tell you it has been 100% incorrect all afternoon. But yeah, that is a big cloud, but it could be skirting past us. As we see, Edwards advancing straight into the covers and no run. I will just make mention again of the ground staff here. Renee Van Eerschot and Meinelt Van Eerschot, along with Lau van Everding, leading the way this afternoon. They were here at bright and early at 8:30 this morning, or actually 8 o'clock I believe.
Yeah, credit to all the volunteers, and that short outside off and cut forward of point, and Scott scampering maybe for a second, but no, it'll just be a single, and the Sparta outfielders are doing a good job at the moment.
Yeah, very good angles. Captain Madassa Bakari knows this ground well. He's played a bit of international cricket here, probably many club games also, and you'd expect from a seasoned campaigner like himself to make sure his fielders are right where he wants them. As Ibrahim Kill into O'Dowd now.
Oh, slower ball off cutter. Yeah, you're saying that name beautifully. Give it to me again.
Ibrahim Kill.
Say it to me softer.
Ibrahim Kill.
And now say it to me harder.
Ibrahim Kill.
Very good, Pierce Fletcher, my co-commentator, an all-round good guy, on fire in the commentary box today. So, Pierce, there was some big news from the VOC change rooms today. Tosti Maker made it to the rooms. How do you feel?
Oh, look, I think it's been an absolutely stupendous addition. We've seen the boys get right around it today. There's been plenty of Tosties made. We're going to see a change of bowling. Max Hornbeck has completed his 6 overs. That was 6 overs, none for 21, Corey. And you know, against 2 international players, I'd say that's pretty good figures. And Corey, am I right in saying that's Mamoon Latif?
Well,
bowling?
Interesting decision here. Mamoon, I love him to death, but there's no way he'll ever bowl a ball for Belgium again. He's not in our bowling brigade, but maybe for Sparta he is. So you've got a little bit
clearly
of...
he is.
Well, yeah, definitely is. He's taking the ball. Hasn't bowled a ball for me. I've got 5 quicks and 4 spinners down there that I'm happy with. He's actually one of my number 3, number 4 batsmen. So we've got a little bit of Belgium versus Holland international cricket here at Hazelaweg. Yeah. I can't tell you what side I'm on, but get up the BCF.
And we're going to see Ali Raza, his Belgium counterpart.
I'm just seeing international cricketers real close, and that is what is exciting about this. And I'm looking to my left, there's an international coach of the under-19s. Look down, and I'm an international coach. Just international is the word of the day.
64 without loss.
Scotty wouldn't want to get out to this, though. I tell you, Mamoon is a part-timer. A little bit nippy, maybe. Yeah. Oh, that is cut really hard to deep extra cover. Mopped up neatly. So the partnership's motored along now to 65. Both batsmen set. And, yeah, you'd be expecting a pretty healthy total now from VOC. But we did feel this yesterday, and then we had a huge batting collapse. So you can never say too much about Dutch cricket. It's a topsy-turvy world.
And Mamoon. looks like a bit of a slippery customer with that slightly slingy action as O'Dowd
Well, I remember
finds the deep cover fielder.
I remember last year when we played Sparta, I went out to bat and I had to face him. So I was actually facing one of my players, and I've never had more on the line than in that moment. Thank God I smashed him.
Edwards on strike and be looking to make use of Mamoon's over, but very good line and length there. Hitting the top of the stumps, and as soon as you bring the stumps into play, Corey, a lot more at risk. When they were a bit short and wide, whilst it's not a bad result in going for one, and in the top of those stumps, just that's bringing all dismissals into play.
Yeah, that's where you want to be on this pitch. That's pretty well bowled. Anything short seems to be sitting up quite easily for both batsmen, so it looks like you want to keep it full and attacking those stumps, and that's just a little bit too straight and worked neatly down to quite a fine leg. So another single, and yeah, an interesting part of this game. Both batsmen are set, and one of them will be looking to go quite big for VOC here, and if one of them does go big, then you're looking at a pretty healthy score on the board.
Couldn't agree more, Corey. We've seen some very good batting so far, and let's see if we'll be looking to clean up his over here as he goes in for his final delivery.
Oh, and there's the first big launch of the day. Max O'Dowd set himself deep in the box, and he's hit that for 6, almost onto the football field, Pierce. Maximo! No, won't be doing any of those, Vinny Sandhu. No Maximos here. Good shot.
Great shot from O'Dowd. Overpitched by Latif, and O'Dowd just a nice small step hit length shot there. Released his hands fully through the ball, and he'll be very happy to be able to get that first bomb off the mark for him this season.
Great to see him back in form here, as that's wide outside off, and he's cut that through backward points hands, and that might trickle away. No, it's been good mopped up again from the outfielders. So an easy 2. Maxi Hornweg with the slight fumble, but that was hit extremely hard from Max, who looks in a rich vein of form all of a sudden.
Yeah, and that will bring the over to completion. 75 now the total after 14 overs.
So yeah, VOC with a huge platform here. 17 overs to go. They're none for 75, and if I get my mathematics hat out, 17 times 7. Go.
I have no idea, Corey.
I'm going to say 17 times 7 is roughly 68. 117. Our co-commentators on the side, maybe 119. So you put 119 on top of that total, 194. So let's say VOC maybe even looking at 200 off 30.
That is highly presumptuous. You're expecting a lot from these two, and for that sort of score to get on the board, these two are going to have to bat quite deep, I suspect.
Well, for that sort of score
to be on the... We're going to see a change of bowling as well, Corey.
Yeah, we are. It's another off-spinner operating, but just before we go, if we are going to see 200, I need to go further down the order as well.
Look,
I can't be at 5.
We will have to wait and see, and you are meant to be the glue in that middle order, but we will find out as spin reintroduced. So the 4 players out, we'll be seeing 5. We have a deep backward square, very, very deep backward square.
Now I'm interested to see
deep mid wicket.
If the ball isn't turning much, Scotty's been working going over mid off, and mid off is in the ring. So it'll be interesting to see if he tries to do that very early in his facing of the off spin. He's one of the best sweepers we've ever seen, but he has really worked hard on hitting the ball quite straight. So will be interesting to see if he uses his feet and tries to clear mid-off. Mid-on is very, very, very wide as well. That's almost deep mid-wicket. So there's a big hole right over the bowler's head. Oh, and that has turned and gripped Pierce.
Yeah, very slow turn, as you'd expect off this sort of slightly slower surface.
I'm sure the young fella Seeb at VOC, who took 3 for 4 yesterday, man of the match for VOC, going over the line, must be licking his lips seeing the pitch spin like that.
Absolutely. As Sadha, this is a bowler, operating with a deep point.
Pretty relaxed run up, really, not too much in it, but a little bit of revs, and landed the ball quite nicely. It's worked acutely down to 45, so just the single.
So the field may change here for O'Dowd, I'm unsure, but operating with a deep point. Mid-on coming a lot straighter now, Corey, for the more orthodox O'Dowd. Deep backward square, also coming slightly straighter with deep mid-wicket remaining where he was, as this drops in.
Well, and that is pulled into the gap, but Latif will do pick up at deep backward square, and it'll just be another single. So the platform is set now. We might be on for some entertainment stations here. You'd think both batsmen are looking to explode here and try and find as many boundaries as possible. bit of dark cloud cover over the top, but hopefully that was the last bit of rain we saw earlier today and we get this full match in now.
Sartada finishes over to Edwards, who cuts away in front of point.
I tell you what,
he's timed it very, very nicely as Cooks does the clean-up work, but it won't stop the 2 being taken.
I tell you what, that bat sounding good in his hand. He might be making a change to the SS soon, and see you later TNF, because that looks beautiful.
And I tell you what, my counting is absolutely horrific as we still have 1 ball remaining, Corey.
That's okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in an over, Pierce.
Absolutely, we're not playing the 100 ball stuff yet, as that has knocked him on, and
that's a good
O'Dowd
topic.
Looking very, very lackadaisical in his running, and 1 taken, and that will be the completion of the over, Corey. And what point were you trying to make there?
What do you think of the 100? So we've got T20 franchise cricket, you've got T10 cricket that goes around the world now, which VOC are the current champions of. And then you've got the 100 starting in the UK this year. And for viewers that don't know, it's 100 balls versus 100 balls. There's not called overs. The wickets are called outs, not wickets. They're trying to baseball it sounds to me. What's your thoughts on it? Does it take away from the tradition of cricket a little bit too much for your liking, Pierce Fletcher?
Is it trying to take away from the cricket game too much? Potentially, Corey. As we click over the 70 viewer mark.
70 viewers, honestly, we're booming here. Could we crack 100? If we crack 100, I'll eat my shirt.
I will happily video that.
Anyway, continue. What do you think about the 100, Pierce?
Yeah, I like the idea. In the UK, it's a very traditional market, Corey, and I think they're trying to push into new sort of territories.
Don't you think that's going to ruffle a few feathers, making it the 100, calling wickets outs? It is a traditional market there, so I don't know.
It has definitely ruffled feathers, and I know as a Surrey supporter, and that might infuriate some, that I'm a Surrey supporter. But
you're a Surrey supporter?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Have been for about 14 years now, Corey, as we see change in the bowling. Ibrahim Kul, I believe, has changed it around.
I tell you what, and Scott Edwards has missed a long hop on his knee, full toss. He'll be very disappointed. He might have a corky here. Yeah, look, if we look at little Stixie here, those little legs can't take a hit like that. So a little bit of a hovel. He'll be disappointed that he's missed that. But yeah, is a change of ends for
Ibrahim.
Thank you.
Kul.
That's the one. It's a better ball, but it's cut nicely. That bat is making some good noises. Latif picks it up at deep cover and fires it into his compatriot, Ali Raza, who's made the error. I don't think that is a bad throw, actually. The keeper should take a step forward and take that on the full. So 2 runs to Scott, gets him back on strike. He's moved on to 36. Max O'Dowd on 34. Scott has, I think, in every game this year got himself in as well. So, but has he converted? He made 150 so far?
Yeah, look, having spoken to Scotty over a light beverage last night, he was pleased to have shown his ability to get in, but very, very well played delivery.
The old frog shot, we call that.
Yeah, stayed a little bit low, but covered very nicely by the Dutch international wicketkeeper. But yeah, he has told me that he would love nothing more than to go into this week against Scotland with a big score under his belt. As you see, Ibrahim Kul, who's switched around to the VOC pavilion end, in and straight again, and it is a really nice tight line and length, and the old boot out to stop it, and O'Dowd does the fielding for the Sparta side. Dark clouds definitely off in the distance, Corey, but
I think we're going to be okay.
I think we should be okay. The bow and rod are showing absolutely no rain, but as mentioned,
nice full face of the bat from Scotty. Hasn't been able to get too many drives away, but he's been cutting and pulling beautifully so far in this innings. So
I think that fuller length is the order of the day,
yeah,
Corey.
Yeah, it's a good insight sometimes when you bat first. You can sort of suss out a little bit more about the pitch and then be more effective in the second innings with the ball. I'm a big advocate of runs on the board, and then defending those runs is the right way to go about it most of the time.
Edwards advancing.
Shot.
Ibrahim Kul drops in.
He's unlucky there. He's picked out fine leg pretty perfectly with that pull shot. So that's a bit of a favourite of Scotty as well, walking down the wicket to disrupt the bowler's length.
Absolutely, and that's 83 without loss after 16 overs. Edwards moving on to 37 and O'Dowd on to 34. And O'Dowd striking at 92 runs per 100 balls, Corey. And
What's Scotty's strike rate?
Scotty pushing up to that 63 mark.
That's probably as big as you're going to get from Scotty. He's a nerdler deep down.
Sadha will continue with his slow, lackadaisical off spin.
So did Harvey S play this weekend?
No games this weekend due to Dosty's ground being unavailable on the Saturday.
Okay.
So that game's been rescheduled for the 30th of May. Stewie Women mentioned that to me yesterday.
Okay,
as
Scotty
Edwards knocks into mid-wicket.
Yeah, and that could
Looking
be for two. He's put that in the gap, and that should be two, and that's good running. They've made the outfielder fumble the ball there, but it would have been two even if he picked that up cleanly.
Yeah, never easy to finish your over and then be shunted onto the boundary and have to get straight into your work again, as we see.
I haven't seen a sweep shot from Scotty just yet.
No, we
surprising.
haven't. And we've seen Ali Raza with no helmet on and sitting about half a foot behind him. Hopefully he doesn't miss the ball as
that's
Edwards
a great
cuts away
shot.
in front of point.
That's a great shot. Cooks is one of the quicker outfielders, picks up, but that's another two. And you feel like Scotty at the moment is putting the ball where he pleases. It's a little bit slow, this off spin. Maybe he can get through his action a bit quicker, just to make it a bit more difficult, because Scott seems to be able to place the ball quite easily at the moment. He's in a rich vein of form. VOC moving on to 87 for none. There's a big shot, but he might have picked out the man. Is it the first wicket? No, it's over his head for 6. So a great shot from Scotty, and that's the second 6 of the innings. Pearce, we said he's been hitting the home gym. What do you think? He's actually cleared the rope.
Yeah, he's had a little bit of a wink and nod up to us here in the commentary box, having a look at that stick, and yeah, great shot.
What do you reckon that 6 was? 52 metres?
Look, I'm going to give him benefit of the doubt. Probably 57 metres. Great shot. No, we have got the full international size boundaries today, Corey. So I can tell you, it's a great shot. It's gone at least about 75 metres.
That's a long hot. Oh my word! Take me out the commentary box.
Yeah, that is the moon ball, Corey, and that is one of the great deliveries. A good man used to bowl those. Jeremy Snape from Leicestershire back in the day.
I am a huge fan of the moon ball. Bring back the moon ball. That almost got him out.
It absolutely did. As we see him finishes over.
Oh, he's gone from moon ball to dart, and that is clever bowling as Scotty miscues that to backward point for a single. So another big over brewing here for VOC. Almost the 100-run stand from these two international players. Scotty's moved to 48. Max O'Dowd on 34. I was going to say sedate 34, but no, Max is actually striking at a quicker rate.
He's looking to go.
Oh, that's short, and that's pulled, and no, he's picked out the man at deep backward square, so maybe a little disappointed he didn't hit the gap there, and that's another single. So VOC have the platform now, and they'll be looking for something big. And while this partnership goes on, I think it's safe to say I might be moving further down the order.
95 the total now after 17 overs.
13 overs to go.
And I've had another viewer question, Corey, and it's coming from David Mallet once more, and he's sent me a photo via the WhatsApp, and he's got a very poorly looking biscuit there. I'm a big fan of the chocolate digestive. It has to be the dark chocolate for a chocky digestive, and this one is a oat biscuit from the same company with no chocolate on it. David, if you are listening, I don't want anything to do with that, and if that is remaining in the kennel when I get back this evening, it will be thrown out the door hurriedly.
More onto cricket matters. Belgium versus Holland here. Latif getting a second over versus Maxi here, and that is full and blocked to backward point. Taka Rusalala's come in with a pretty good comment about the 100, which we were just discussing, and saying that maybe we should not be too against it just yet, because I mean, when T20 came around, people were against it. When T10 started, people were against it, and they've both blossomed. So maybe it is a different way to get different viewers from maybe countries that don't have as many traditions into the game. As that's hit beautifully through wide extra cover. That is a shot of a man in form and a man of class. That's a great cover drive by Max O'Dowd as he moves to 39. And he's asked our opinion, and you gave yours. My opinion, personally, coming from Australia, which is a steep cricket traditional country, is I don't like the 100. I think it changes too much of the traditions. I don't like that you call wickets outs. I don't like that you can bowl theoretically a 10-ball over. I think it's changing the sport too much for my comfort as the partnership moves to 99.
And a slight change of field. That mid-off fielder going
wider. Shot for one.
That will bring up the 100 partnership and the 100 for VOC, Corey.
Yeah, and no. And there is no bias in this commentary box. That was clapping from all the people around the mic. That wasn't from us two.
I believe I can see a couple of droplets of rain potentially, Corey, or maybe that's just my eyesight. I have been seeing a lot of rain today. So
20 overs each way constitutes a 50 over game.
Yes, correct. So we need to get to 20 overs for, and if there was to be some rain, that there'd still be about 40-45 minutes of time to be able to get. If we had rain for 45 minutes, Corey, we'd be able to get a second 20 overs in. But we do need to push through. But the people on the balcony in front of us here don't seem to have too many issues. No rain hoods on, so maybe it was just my eyesight.
Maybe it's just a little passing sprinkle. It is sprinkling out there, but maybe it's just a small one.
It has been a long weekend of rainy fixtures.
It's been a long weekend of cricket, really.
Yeah, it has. As Edwards on strike to Mamoon Latif, and he plays that fine of the fine leg. My apologies, and they will scamper back for 2.
Yeah, so that is a good 2 for Scotty, and that's 50 for Scotty.
Raises his SS bat in style as he crosses the landmark.
So does that count as a 50 for me because he's using my bat?
Look, whatever you want to claim, Corey, you can have.
I think I'm taking that. Well batted.
It'll be 50 off 66 balls with 3 4s and a 6.
As he's beaten outside off there by the slingy Latif.
And that'll be the over. 102 without loss now.
So in a situation like this, Pierce, with 12 overs remaining, is this where you sort of get your lower order big hitters padded up, strapped up and say, let's go for it, let's change it up a little bit?
I don't think there'll be any change to the VOC top 4, Corey, absolutely. I think the guys like Tim de Kock are going to come out there with a positive attitude, and Peter Salar's class is undoubted. But potentially the likes of Zachary Dirk, Alexander Van Baren could consider being pushed up the order along with a Yelter Schoenheim. Does know how to biff a big ball.
He can hit a big ball.
Biff potentially as well.
Yeah, you hit a big ball as well, so maybe a few changes.
I wouldn't say I've gone particularly well on that front this year, with only the 1 run so far in 3 bats, averaging 0.3 recurring. So maybe not my day today, as we see potentially a change in the bowling here, Corey.
It might be the leg spin.
I'm unsure of the bowler's name, but I can confirm that within 1 ball I will be able to tell you exactly who it is bowling. And we've seen a change in the field, slightly odd, but I believe Bakari is bringing them out. No mid-wicket now. Oh no.
Well, it depends if he's bowling leg spin or off spin, because you usually want 4 and 5 field or a 5 and 4 field, but you want the extra man on the way the ball's turning. So because he's moved him to that side, I would assume now that this may be off spin, but his action looks like it's built for a leggy, and I have absolutely no idea. But Max O'Dowd has sit deep in the crease, and he is bombed that, and that's a biggie. I'm going to say 82 metres. Your call?
Oh, probably 96. That has basically hit the wall on the full, and that has carried a long way. That a horrific drag down first up, and we've seen that. Garnett did the same thing earlier in the innings, but that was dragged well down. And
do you think the wet conditions and the ball just a bit slippery is a bit difficult for the spinners?
I have no doubt that it's not ideal conditions for cricket, Corey, but you can't be dragging down like that regardless if it's your first ball or your last. That is just not good enough at this top class level. So we'll see the comeback as I believe it's Maminder Singh.
Maminder Singh, don't want to drop it down short again. He has, and Max has missed it. So unfortunately, the rain is a little bit heavier, but there doesn't seem to be movement from the ground staff or the umpires at all. So we might be all right here, as the leg spinner seems to just struggling for his length a little bit at the moment, and he comes in once more, and that's a bit better, that's a bit fuller, but that's a lovely shot from Max. He's cut that in between the big gap at point and out for a single to the sweeper. So Max nearing his first 50 of the top class season. The partnership blossoming to none for 109, as the rain, no, it doesn't look good. Umpires converging. This wasn't on the radar either, which makes it even more frustrating. You imagine Sparta will want to be getting off this field as quickly as possible, and it looks like we're going. Yeah, it just is one of those days. The spots of rain keep coming, even though it's not on the radar, and even more frustrating because VOC have gotten off to an absolute fly here. Scotty Edwards is on 50 not out, Max O'Dowd on 47 are out. The score is none for 109, and I can't tell you enough about how frustrating this is, not only for the players and the umpires, but the ground staff here, the volunteers, the club people that just want to watch a game of cricket, all the viewers. Yeah, it's just one of those days, and it's been one of those weekends, unfortunately. May hasn't been good for the weather, and yeah, in a situation like this, yeah, you have to come off. Let's hope it's not a long delay. I'm looking over my right and left, and there doesn't seem to be anyone looking at the radar for me. But yeah, I've just been whispered that there is nothing on the radar. We're not meant to have this. So if you give me a moment, just checking on my phone myself, and yeah, it doesn't say much is around. So let's hope this is a very short delay. It looks like pretty steady light rain at the moment. A repeat of the score, none for 109. Scott Edwards keeping his form up, making another 50. And Max O'Dowd hitting some form today, 47 odd out. The score's none for 109 off 18 overs. And for you, those of you that don't know, in 50 over cricket, you need to play a minimum of 20 overs for one side and 20 overs for the other side. So that will constitute a game. And if they don't get 20 overs for our team and 20 overs for the other team, without being bowled out, they say that, then it is actually called an abandoned match. And unfortunately, an abandoned match will mean only 1 point each when there is meant to be 4 points up for grabs. So the frustration is real. You can probably hear it in the inflection in my voice. Good word, inflection. But yeah, very disappointed at the moment. I thought we weren't going to have any more rain for the rest of the day. As the covers are now being pulled over each side. What is a good sign usually is when the umpires stay out there. And the umpires haven't walked off the field just yet. They're still there because this isn't meant to come, this little downpour. We were not expecting this. While we wait though, and hopefully on a brighter side, I'll bring you some scores from around the grounds. And one washout already. HCC had their third washout in a row versing Dosty today, so I can imagine the frustration they had. And yeah, it is disappointing that washouts do happen. And in the other game, VRA versus VCC, VRA bowled out for 80, chased easily 1 wicket for VCC. And just as I talk about other results, there's a pause on putting the covers on. The rain has stopped. Figure. And I'm starting to think how much more I can talk until we go back on, because it is tiring talking all day. You'd think I could do it all day, but no, it is tiring. But it is a good sign. Okay, so I'm just going to take a stab. It looks like the rain's all of a sudden stopped, and the covers are being stopped from put on, and they're being pulled off. It's a miracle. It's a Christmas miracle. I knew it. I was a good boy this year. Santa said, Corey, what would you like for Christmas? And I said, you know what, Santa? I want some cricket. And he's delivering for me. So thank you, Santa. I'm very, very, very happy with this. There's a comment from Boris Gorley. We agree, Mr. Rutgers, how frustrating it is with the 1 point for a rained out match. Looks like we're going to get this match ahead no matter what, because we don't want to take just 1 point. But yeah, I do feel for you HCC boys. 1 point for rain is ridiculous. Whoever at the KNCB decide that deserves to be fired immediately. Wouldn't happen in Belgium cricket, I tell you that. But yeah, on a more positive note, the covers are coming off. So that is the thing with cricket. It's a hardball sport. If there is a little bit of rain, it's usually deemed pretty dangerous for the fielders, for the batters. And usually you have to get off, but it can be stop, start, and it looks like we're just going to have maybe had a 5-minute delay. I don't know if we'll lose an over or two from that. I guess we will, because I don't think there's much time left in the day to get this match in. So maybe it's been shortened from 30 overs to 29 or 28. But while we wait, I'll keep going around the grounds and give you some scores. But also, if you've got some questions on our YouTube channel or on the VOC Rotterdam ECL Instagram page, please get your questions in. Happy to answer anything, and doesn't even have to be cricket related. Happy to just have a chat and a hot topic. We've talked about the 100, we've talked about tosties and ribs and various other items. Talked about, as Meryl Farson comes over my right shoulder and rudely interrupts, her brother owns the art gallery, AAA 123 Fresh, a great sponsor. We'll probably be there on Friday night from 6 till 6, so hopefully that'll be a good Friday for everyone. Meryl does a great job, by the way. She is the manager of the VOC first teams. And Meryl, I can say thank you for the lunch today. The pasta was delicious. Absolutely delicious. But good signs here. Good signs at VOC. John Beaver, probably giving us a little bit worse commentators in Netherlands. Changed my mind. Sorry,
It's like
John.
no overs lost.
No overs lost is the word passed on. Beautiful. That's a great result. That is a really great result. So it'll stay the same. It'll be a 30-over match, which is really, really good news. Juco Rusalata jumping in on the chat. Corey, when are you getting married? It's a good question. I turned 32 in 2 weeks. So if we're going to talk about my social life, you need to have a committed relationship to one day get married. Who knows? Who knows? Maybe there's a lucky floor line out there, Misha. Who knows? One day, fingers crossed, I can trick somebody into marrying me. And I welcome back my co-commentator who's just run out to the grounds, Pierce Fletcher. We haven't lost any overs, just a sprinkling. Are you happy?
Yeah, look, I believe the umpires have to be a little bit braver than that. Ideally.
As the umpires walk past and cop an earful.
But look, I'm pleased. Like you say, no overs lost. But I tell you, groundsman Renee Van Aerschot, a little bit frustrated, but understandably back out there and no rain to speak of. And like I said, the bell and radar saying absolutely none on the forecast as we.
Why don't you go catch a
recommence.
breath? Why don't you catch a breath, Pierce? You've got to, but you've been moving around, so a little bit tired in your breath there. Scotty Edwards will resume on 50 not out. Max O'Dowd on 47 not out. The 2 Dutch internationals, also the openers for VOC, 109 for none off 18. It's a 30-over game. We've got 12 overs of carnage. You would imagine now. You would think most of the order will open their shoulders, and maybe VOC off those last 12. If they go at 8s, we'll be looking at 200 as a total. As in comes the leg spinner once more to Scotty, who's just had a bit of a delay, and he's patted that back to him. So thanks for sticking around with us during that rain delay. I hope we didn't lose too many of our viewers, and hopefully that will be the last rain of the day. Scotty takes strike here, and it's a bit shorter outside off, and he's cut that hard, and it's well fielded. And Bookie had Max actually run out at the non-strikers, and then it was hit hard to him. And in one motion, he's thrown at the non-strikes, and Max O'Dowd's gone down like a heap and dived back into the crease. And yeah, he's lucky to survive that. That would have been a disastrous way to be out after the rain delay. As that is outside off, and Scotty does find the gap this time, and that should just be a single, you would imagine, and it is just a single. So Pierce coming back, just grab your breath, Pierce. There was a run-out opportunity you've just missed from Bakari. Would have been a good bit of work. And my question to you, Pierce, now that you're back, with 11 overs to go, no wickets down, score at 110, what's your predictions for VOC?
Well, the question is, what sort of runs per over is probably where you're looking at. What runs per over do you expect or hope for in these sort of circumstances? And looking at it, I reckon nines. Nines are probably quite attainable.
9 times 11, 99, add 10, 209 total, possibly.
And I think that's what VOC will be looking for. But wickets can change things, and with Mamoon Latif, they do have someone who could be potentially classed as a potential wicket breaker or golden arm. I'm not quite sure I would go down that route, but I know some would, as Edwards takes strike from Mamoon Latif's bowling and hard into the wicket and chopped to backward point for no run.
Chopped to backward point, no run. There's been an offer of some tosties around at the moment as well. It is a bit cold here, but I'll have to say no to a tostie actually. I'm on a diet at the moment, so I'm going to stay away from the tostie. But thank you.
That didn't stop you going through 2 pasta bakes at lunchtime though.
Let's not talk about that. As Scott back on strike, and that's a well bowled ball actually, quite straight over the stumps, a bit of back of a length, and just after the delay, there's only been a single. So that is another thing on rain-delayed matches where you keep coming on and off. It's actually very, very tricky as a batsman. I'm sure it's tricky for bowlers as well that have to restart. But I always feel like it's harder for a batsman to then just get back into that mojo.
I think in that sort of circumstance, in the brief break we had there, I don't think it's going to affect both teams particularly, as Edwards finds the fielder for the 3rd consecutive delivery, and you feel like there's a little bit of something building, Corey.
I'll tell you what, one thing about Scotty's technique, when he gets to that cut shot, he chops down on it. What I'd like to see is him hit it with a flat bat and go a little bit more aerial with it. You've got backward point in and short third man. I reckon he could get it over those two.
Yep, and that short third man inside the ring. Long on now in play for Mamoon Latif, who over pitches.
Oh, that's a lovely shot through wide extra cover. They should turn and tap and go for 2, and Max does. And Yeah, Maxi also has been in the gym a lot lately, and I saw him doing a beep test out the front of our house the other day, so very serious about his running and his fitness. Turned easily for 2 then.
Yeah, a lovely little shot there, and maybe just eases the pressure slightly on Edwards, but he will be looking to take full toll of these final 2 deliveries from Latif.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's a fuller ball and driven to wide extra cover. Oh no, there's a misfield by the mid-off fieldsman. He's got a finger on it though, so it's going to slow in the outfield, but it's right in the gap, and if Scotty's quick, he'll touch and go for 3, and he does touch and go for 3. So Scotty Edwards gets a 2, gets a 3, and gets the scoring going in a more fluent motion now, and that puts Max O'Dowd back on strike. Max O'Dowd on 47. He'd had a tough start to the year by his standards. He'd be looking to bring up his first top class 50 here, you would imagine.
Yeah, for the 2021 season, absolutely. Corey is...
yeah, he didn't make it back last year due to COVID, so it'll be his first 50 in almost 2 years in Holland.
Absolutely. Corey, as Latif will look to finish this over. There's a slight conversation between Bakari and Latif.
Maybe a fielding change.
Seeing a slight change with mid-off dropping off onto the boundary and finding into the ring. So you'd expect a foolish delivery, and I believe it's a smarter field set if Latif can stick to that off-stump, middle and off-stump line.
You definitely have mid-off back for Max. That is good captaincy as that is bowled wide, and Max hits that extremely hard through square point. No 2 this time. Well picked up there by the outfielder, and just a 1 as Max trickles his way to 50, and that brings an end to the over so that he will keep his strike. Pierce, you want to get your phone out and give us some more scores around the ground while you're there? You're very good at that. And VOC motoring along now, none for 116. Scott Edwards 56, Max O'Dowd 48. And like we've mentioned a few times, if you want to get questions in, please do. We're happy to talk about any topic, and it also makes it a little bit more fun for us.
Well, we can get you straight back into the live scores, and
talk to me.
Punjab versus Excelsior going on at the Zoma Complex, one of my favourite venues in Rotterdam to play cricket, and Stefan Myberg's off to a bit of a flyer, 29 off 17 deliveries with 5 4s and a 6. Remit Zulfikar at the other end, and they're 30 without loss in the 5th over.
Interesting, as that's bowled pretty well straight, and not too much turn there, but just a hit to cover. So Stefan Myberg sounds like he's off to a flyer, and Excelsior will need to get him out early to defend that total.
They will, absolutely. Neil Setman going the distance, 25 off his 2 overs, and Stubbs taking the new ball today and has only gone for the 1 run from his 2.
Interesting, as Max gets a fly to delivery, and he's hit that straight to cover, and Maxi just a couple of dot balls before he tries to reach another 50 for himself in his esteemed career. He likes to remind us a lot that he has the highest ODI average in the world.
And we're looking to make full toll of that next week against Scotland.
Oh, that's hit beautifully through mid-off, and that will be his first 50, and that brings a round of applause. So a fly to delivery on middle and off stump. He gave himself a little bit of room and hit that through mid-off, with mid-off operating in the ring, and that takes both batsmen on 50. And a comment in the YouTube section, Virat Kohli. Hi guys, Virat Kohli here. So thanks for joining us, Virat. Hope you enjoy the commentary and the game.
Hope everything in India is going okay. We know that the COVID crisis is extremely at an extremely poorly state there, and that's O'Dowd's 50 off just 48 deliveries with 4 4s and 2 6s, with mid-off coming a lot straighter now, Corey.
Oh, and that's down the leg side, and it's hit his pad, and that'll trickle through for a leg bye. I think he'd be disappointed he didn't get the sweep shot away there. So this takes me back to Lamunga time, when these two batted for 10 overs and put on none for 222, and I actually think that will stay as a world record forever. 22.2 and over. It's almost like a video game. Well, right now, these two have 10 overs to bat, and they're none for 121, so anything could happen here. You imagine both batsmen are really going to open their shoulders. Interesting to see what Scotty does here. Mid-off's in, and like I mentioned before, he has been working on going down the ground, so I wouldn't be surprised if he uses his feet and tries to clear mid-off. No, back to the favoured sweep shot for a single. Took the easy option, Scotty. We'll talk about that later when you review your footage at our house tonight. So 10 overs to go, both batsmen on 50, and a really, really good setup now for them. And Sparta still applying themselves quite well in the outfield and being as plucky as they can.
Great word, plucky.
Plucky team Sparta, always a bit tricky. As that is flighted, and Max does hit that on the other side of mid-off, and it's skidded off the turf. It's beaten the left-handed... Well, he's tried to pluck it with his left hand, and it's beaten him, and it's gone for another 4. So Max showing his skill there. He's hit a 4 straight of mid-off, They've moved mid-off straighter, and then he's hit one to the left of mid-off. So good batting.
Yeah, classy batting. The old double teapot given there by the bowler post that attempted fielding. But regardless, very nice shot. Was originally pushed past wide, well, was placed wide of that mid-off fielder, and unfortunately couldn't quite get the fielding done. As we see, I think another change in the bowling here.
Might be the off-spin of Garnet Tar.
It could be.
Potentially.
It's a bit of Garnet Tar.
Garnet Tar, good name.
Yeah.
Real good name. GT.
I tell you what,
G&T.
I tell you what, I would also wouldn't mind a bit of garniture as well.
Yeah, good from you, Pierce. But you are going to be bowling today, so stick away from the food for the next little bit.
No castingles for me.
Don't you worry. I would have been smashing tosties, but I'm really focused on this diet at the moment, just making sure I get that rig a little bit better. If you are going outside, could you please check with Peter Saylor if I'm still at number 5 or if I'm shuffling down?
I can confirm you're still at number 5 at this point, Corey.
Ooh, that's a worry. And another comment from Tony Stull. He's asked again, when will the legendary Mully return? David Mullett. But David Mullett has retired, Tony. An average of 7.5 in top class we mentioned yesterday, and an average of 10.5 on the circuit. So it was good to have David Mullett for a few seasons. As Garnet Tar now will operate around the wicket, bowling is off spin. I'll tell you what, I'm put my house on Scotty's either playing a switch hit reverse sweep or a sweep.
Yeah, we have the same thought, Corey, but
no,
not to that sort of delivery.
No, it's well bowled, really. You don't want to go too full, I guess, to Scotty, and he's just hit that straight to mid-off for a single. So you imagine around the wicket he's going to bowl darts here. He's not going to be going too flighted as he comes into Max O'Dowd. And, well, I've got that wrong. He's flighted it, and he might have picked out the deep mid-wicket fielder. Oh, he looked behind the scoreboard. No, it's 6. That's a big shot from Max. So he's gone, what I call this, as a bowler, is shopping. He's gone shopping. The only reason he's flighted a ball there is because he wants a wicket. You don't go shopping in this circus. Just bowl your darts on the hip, get the one. He's gone shopping, and Max has made him pay the ultimate price.
Yeah, like you say, not the right time, I believe, to have a look for a little wicket. But, hey, I'm all for that. As O'Dowd takes strike once more off Tar.
Ooh, a little bit of turn there.
And a lovely length. And again, Tony Stahl piping up on the YouTube chat. And thank you, Tony. Best off-field player I've ever seen in a while.
No. Best off-field player I've seen in a while. I think what he's...
Is he referring to David Mullett there?
He is there, as that's a thin edge by Max, and he'll turn for 2. And while we're talking about off-field players and what they get up to on the night, how about we talk about our off-field 11?
Look,
who would you take in your off-field 11 on the circuit for a night? We'll go name for name. I'll start with my first name, Peter Saylor. He's going for me, and he's probably one of my favourites, maybe captain of my...
He is 100% the captain of my off-field 11. Corey.
No, actually... Oh, that's a huge shot. No.
Apologies. No, it's a sweep from O'Dowd. What a shot.
That's a big slog sweepers. That's gone about 900 metres. That's actually hit the airport. Unbelievable. Not many planes going around because of coronavirus at the moment. He's just brought another one down.
Tell them to send that back from Vorberg. I don't know if Boren's still there, but...
How about I take this one? I'm going to give you the best off-field 11.
Look,
I'm going to go real quickly.
I'll keep you in the game as we'll watch this ball first, because I feel like O'Dowd ain't going to stop there as he cuts away through backward point and...
All right.
3 for 1.
So let me go through.
Saylor is your captain.
No, he's not my captain, but Peter Saylor is in my best off-field 11.
Okay.
Tobias VOC is in my best off-field 11. And for people that know best off-field 11, I'm talking about probably a night having a few drinks at a bar. Tobias VOC.
As we see a plane flying over the top on its way to collect that ball.
So I'm going Tobias VOC, Peter Saylor. Here's my captain, Birant Westdyke.
Yeah, very underrated character.
One of the greats that was on the off-field circuit. So there's my 3. I think I'm then going to throw in a smoky. I will say Tony Stahl is in my 4. Let me think of my 5, 6, 7.
You ever think of that, as I mentioned, that Mudasa Bakari returning into the attack. He only bowled us 2 overs up front, so you'd expect him to bowl us 4 straight here for Sparta to close out from the Rotterdam The Hague Airport end. And currently, no, here we go. Backward point going to play. That might have been Tad Road. Corey, continue.
I'd like to say hitter Overdyke as well as another HSC member, but he found love.
Yeah, Yeah.
He's found love hitter, so I'm not too sure anymore, but he would have been up there as well as one of the best off the circuit. Let me think. Julian DeMay, maybe. 30 Vink, maybe.
Look, I feel like you're naming ex-teammates a lot here, Corey. I need you to think a bit further afield. Like, you're a well-travelled cricketer from the Netherlands. You've been around. You've played a few games here now, as we see Bakari charging in.
Ooh, well bowled.
Slips past O'Dowd, but surely there's some players. I'm thinking there's some Dosty players potentially.
No, I'm not too sure they drink too much.
Wow, they love a Barco. I can tell you that for free.
I've got one. Tarawa Kohli.
Yeah.
When he was here, he was good on the circuit.
He was very good on the circuit as Bakari in from the far end, and O'Dowd struggles to find his timing.
So what am I at there? 6. Add David Mullett. You've got to be there 7. I'd like to throw my own name in the hat. I'm pretty decent on the circuit. There's 8.
You're throwing yourself into your own off-field 11.
Yeah, I am.
That just sums you up.
Thank you very much, Piers. 8. And to give me 3 more spots, I'm just trying to think of the bit of fun. Ruler van der Merwe. There you go. There's a smoky.
As Bakari in. O'Dowd off the thigh pad and only the one, and very quiet over so far. Two players left. Ruler van der Merwe. Yeah, I've heard many a story, and I'm all for that sort of chat.
2 positions left in the off the circuit 11.
Would Scotty Edwards be in there?
Absolutely no chance. Scotty's garbage on the night out.
Yeah, no, he is.
Absolute garbage. I'm just trying to think outside the box of other teams. I'm thinking Excelsior, but Excelsior are a bit prudish, so I don't think they really go out hard.
Tell us what you really think.
Sorry about that.
Bakari from Rotterdam, the Hague Airport in. It's a lot of words.
Tell you what, you could almost
down the league side, Corey.
Sorry, I'm a little bit excited about this topic, but you could almost name everybody from HBS because that club was a little bit crazy when I was there, I will admit. But I'm trying to think 2 more spots. Okay, so name me some teams. Help me here. Quick. I remember Quick. Tice from Quick, the left arm offie.
Tice van Selven.
Yeah, he is in my top 11 for a night. Yeah, he is a good man.
Yeah, he is one of the greats.
Take me to Barata in the Hague again.
Bakari.
I'll tell you what, he's showing some class here with this bowling.
Yeah, definitely of legend status, and would go close into a Netherlands all-time 11, I believe, but we're not going to open that can of worms today, Corey.
Keep
we're
going.
Going to leave that.
Name me another few teams.
Look, I'm trying to think of who else we've got.
Oh, Buster Later. Not bad. Vivian Kingma.
Vivian Kingma. He is one of the greats.
Yeah.
And I'm sure he's having a couple of beers tonight to celebrate that 5-wicket bag that he took earlier. And I'm led to believe from national coach Ryan Campbell that he did bowl with extreme menace.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. But yeah, that's probably wrapping up my off-the-circuit 11. I'd like to revisit that maybe next week when we're commentating. And
look, I think we'll have a bit of a think about it, and we'll come back next week with a few more topics. And
we'll
be back here. We'll be back here next Saturday, Corey.
We will?
Taking on ACC at home as Bakari.
Oh, shot from Max out to deep backward square for a single. Max, who's now surpassed Scotty on 72, might be looking at his first 100 for the year. He has hit a lot of hundreds in the last few years in various forms in various teams.
Yep, and that's the end of the over. 146 without loss, VOC, and I knew it would not take long. It's only taken the 4 games for VOC.
So we get some great comments coming through from various people around
Holland. I believe
Holland.
I saw that one from Taka Risalata, and that, my friend, is Shane Dietz.
Yeah, I know he's talking to Shane Dietz. He would have been good in the off-circuit 11. I think even Dutch coach Ryan Campbell.
I've heard he was a bit of a rooster back in the day. That necklace.
If there's many men that enjoy looking at themselves in the mirror, Ryan Campbell is one of them. I mean, how many ads does that man have on TV already? He can't get enough of himself.
Yes, I believe we're going to see Ibrahim Kilt back into the attack from the VOC Rotterdam pavilion end. 7 overs remaining, Corey. 146 without loss.
Well, you'd be
210s on.
Yeah, maybe it's even gone up to maybe 215 now. You'd be expecting to go at 10s at least for the last 7, which would mean 70 more runs on the board. But funnier things have happened. I mean, yesterday there was a lot of collapses along the grounds. I'm starting to get some pad rash up here, so I might be taking the pads off soon. As in he comes again, Max O'Dowd on 72 not outs. He tries to turn that into a low full toss and yorked himself in the end. So a dot ball.
Now, talking of Sparta, Corey, I don't think that they've been, outplayed entirely. I feel like their effort and energy's there. I think you're playing against two international cricketers, but I think for the most part the bowling has been of decent quality, just probably that fifth bowler option lacking a touch.
Yeah, maybe that's lacking a touch, but I think they've applied themselves quite well. Sometimes you come into players that are just a class above, and that's well kept from Ali after there's an under edge from Max. But look, in cricket, sometimes you come up against guys that are in form or just a little bit of a class above. And Scotty and Maxi, when they're on, they're on. They're quality players, and they're both having a day at the moment. But this is a good start to the over. 2 dot balls. I wonder if something big's going to happen here. Maybe the wicket now comes for Sparta, as that is there, and he's hit that hard, and that is a serious shot from Max O'Dowd. He's come down the wicket, he's seen him come down, he's dragged it down a bit, and he's just swatted that past mid-off.
Lovely shot there from O'Dowd. Advancing, Ibrahim Kul missing his length and offering some width, and that has been scythed through the gap between extra cover and mid-off.
You can only call that a swat. He has swatted that.
Yeah. Umpire Nitin Bharti.
And that brings up the 150-run partnership.
It has, Corey, and that's come up in no time. Nitin Bharti signalling the for that. Fine leg now up and mid-off going back. Should have probably been there from the start, but it's played a missed outside of stump as another dot is played out.
Yeah, so a big total looks like brewing here at VOC Hazelaweg. After a lot of rain earlier in the day, we finally have been able to get underway. It's a long day. It's already 5 p.m, Pierce. I don't think we're finishing till potentially 7:30.
Look, I would expect a 7:30 off the park if all overs go to play. As Ibrahim Kul drops in and O'Dowd nudges away for one, and that could be smart batting. I believe there's 1 or 2 balls left in the over.
I think Max O'Dowd, now that he's really accelerated, might be thinking 3 figures.
Look, there's plenty of time, and we will be going into the final power play next over, so an extra player for the Sparta Rotterdam side will go out as mid-off comes back up and fine leg drops off for Scotty Edwards, who, as we all know, and as you will have seen by the 12 million views of his innings in La Manga, loves to sweep as he misses out outside off stump. And I'd say, in the context of the game, Corey, that was a pretty decent over. Only the 6 off.
Yeah, well bowled from the young man. He'd be happy with that. Only 6 off when you've got 2 guys well set. It's a pretty big achievement. So Sparta still being quite plucky here. They're not just dropping their heads. They're keeping up. They're keeping positive as we move into the last power play. 6 overs to go in this innings.
As we see Rizwan Ackland at the far end.
How many's Bookie bowled so far, Pierce?
He has got 3 remaining, Corey, and he'll bowl the 3 remaining from the Rotterdam The Hague Airport.
Has he got 3 or 2 remaining?
I believe he bowled only 2 up front, Corey. But
okay.
I could well be wrong as I check in on the Excelsior vs Punjab game to see that Myberg has moved on to 44 of just 35 deliveries, adding an extra 6 and 2 more 4s to that total as Bakari runs towards us. And O'Dowd into the covers, and it'll just be the 1 run.
So I wonder when Scotty's going to get a little bit funky here and maybe get down on 1 knee to the pace and maybe a ramp or a slog sweepers or maybe a reverse ramp. We know he's got the ability to do it, and that's probably his go-to shot when he's looking to clear the rope. So it'll be interesting to see if he tries now.
Look, Corey, you are actually right. This is actually, we're going to have to find an over from that end. This is Bakari's 5th over as he charges in towards us and over pitches, and that's whipped away through mid-wicket. Garnet Tar after it at deep, long on,
is there
runs
3
round.
On his arm? No. Well fielded. He's made some good ground there. Scotty was maybe thinking about 3rd, but will settle for 2.
154 now the total. Where am I?
Yeah, no, you're correct. It's none for 154. So Bookie only 1 over left after this one that he completes. That's a full ball and just blocked into the offside for an easy single. So most of the players in the ring now are fielding on the ring. So you imagine there should be minimum of a single each ball.
Absolutely. So Sparta operating with just the 4 men inside the ring at a wideish mid-off. An extra cover who's now just coming in a few steps.
Yeah.
Backward point and a mid-wicket just hanging on the ring. So the field is out a long on, deep square leg, fine leg, 3rd man and deep cover point as Bakari in once more. No doubt. Off the pad.
A little bit of an appeal from Bakari, but that's sliding down. That should be signalled a leg by, which it is. So still a little bit showing the respect to Bookie, who is a clever class bowler, been to a couple of World Cups and not really attacking him too hard or too aggressively. But VOC on their way to a more than competitive total, one would feel. Cricket's a funny game though, you never know. Scott also blocks that into backward point, and that is a dot ball. So well bowled from Bookie, and a lot of respect being shown to the bowler here, considering there's only 5 overs left and 10 wickets in hand. If it was me, I think they should be almost attacking every ball.
Yeah, absolutely. The field is really tight in there for that delivery, so wouldn't be surprised if Edwards looks to invent here in some way, shape or form, whether he looks to give himself room and look to go over the offside or get across the stumps and look to access that leg side via the sweep as he over pitches, and that's just bunted to mid-off, and he'll take one, and that will be the over bowled. 157 now, the total for VOC, Corey, and 5 overs remaining. 10s from here gets them to 207.
Yeah, and I think at the start of the day, with all the rain around, you would definitely take 207 off 30 overs. But yeah, it's already 5:05. I'm just sort of thinking what time this game's going to end. This is a long day. This feels like a long day. I've had my pads on for 4 hours.
You have, Corey, and it's going to remain that way for the remainder of the innings, I would believe, in some way, shape or form. Now, just checking the bowling figures, this will be Ibrahim Kill's final over. He's gone none for 24 from his 5. It's been a very solid performance from the young man, wearing 77 on his back.
Yeah, he's bowled quite well.
As we see Edwards taking strike once more. Nitin Bharti just settling himself, the umpire at the VOC pavilion end. And it's a Yorker and dug out by Edwards, who has sitting on a wonderful total of 63 of just 84 deliveries, and he has batted exceptionally well, but you feel like now's the time to really push the envelope, and I wouldn't be surprised, Corey, if we see the switch hit coming with that third man and backward point up.
I am ready for a bit of inventiveness. Let's put the normal correct textbook away and show me something funky, Scotty, and that is hit hard through wide mid-wicket. Probably should be just a single, maybe 2. No, it's well fielded by Max Hornweg, the male model. So another single to Scotty, but yeah, I'm here for a bit of fun now. Look, there's not many balls to go in this innings. Would love to see a bit of inventiveness?
Yeah,
could you say that?
Yeah, look, we'll run it. We'll run it. Edwards getting off strike there, and O'Dowd back on strike on 78, and just been a little bit slow in these last couple of overs, and I'm sure he'll look to make something of this as...
Oh, has he got enough of that, or is he going to be caught at mid-wicket?
No, the mid-wicket's been pushed round, and I think that's gone all the way.
I tell you what, he's got that for 6, and I don't think he's got much of that, and Max is really eyeing up 3 figures now. That accelerates him to 84, and after a slow start to the season, a couple of failures, he was out to Big Suleiman yesterday, who blew his board off. He's on 84, and he must be feeling better about himself. This is the form that Max has been in for 2 years.
Yeah, and that is a big part of the ground, Corey. That's probably the longest part of the ground, and that to plink it for 6 is a great shot, and I don't see him looking to relent in these final couple of deliveries of Ibrahim Kill's over as he goes onto the pads and unfortunately finds the fielder, only one.
Yeah, he's unlucky there. He's whipped that quite well, but he's hit it straight to the fielder at fine leg, and yeah, a serious partnership now. None for 165, and VOC motoring away with the initiative. Sparta need to be careful it doesn't blow out even more in these last few overs, because it's still... you can't judge a pitch till both teams bat on it. Scott Edwards on strike, and yeah, Scotty, where's his zone here? What's he going to do? He just pats it into the leg side, and a little bit disappointed actually from Scotty in the last 2 overs. He's gone into his shell, if anything.
Yeah, a bit interesting, but that was a very good delivery, hitting the top of the stumps. Not a lot you can do with those sort of deliveries, and I know Scotty is...
I've got one for you.
Okay, go.
Is he playing for the not out? He's an average player. He wants to get the average up.
Look, knowing that Tristan Stubbs and the like have got big averages on the board, now Edwards will be looking for a little not out to boost that average as Edwards pops it into the offside, and he's looking for 2, and he's going to come.
Oh, it's a good throw through to the keeper, but he'll get a 2 simply. Yeah, so maybe Scotty's thinking a little 80 not out, which will boost the average up and make the selectors look at him in a bigger light.
Look, I think he's absolutely nailed on for these Scotland ODIs, but you never know. Ryan Campbell, if you're listening, I'm sure you'll flick me through a message and say Scotty is absolutely 100% on the side for these 2 critical ODIs against Scotland. I mean, it's not often you get associate cricket in COVID conditions, Corey, and to be able to get 2 ODIs against Scotland as a precursor to those Super League ODIs later in the month, at the end of next month, at the start of June.
Absolutely. No, it's an exciting week coming up for all of Dutch cricket.
Bakari to bowl out here, and he's looking to get a wicket and try and find some respite for Sparta as...
Oh, that's hit hard through cover. That's an amazing shot, but it will be cut off by the deep sweeper, but it'll be an easy 2. And O'Dowd showing the long handle. Does he move? I'm not going to say it. 87. So, for people that don't know, in Australia...
I wear that on my back, just by the way, but carry on.
In Australia, 87 is highly known as a bad luck number. And in Australian cricket traditions, you actually never say the number. You can't talk about it because it's 13 off 100. And I've almost put the mocker right on him. Yeah, so they say in Australian cricket, when you're 13 away from 100 and you're an 87, the scorers actually should never put it on the board. None of the teammates should talk about it, and you shouldn't think about it. It's just a weird cricket faux pas.
I'm not sure I would go that far, but it's okay as Bakari in and O'Dowd
playing for 100. I tell you right now, these 2, if this is a T10 and there's 3 overs left and we've got 10 wickets in hand, you're slogging every ball. But because it's a 30-over game, it's a different mindset in a weird way, and you're near 100, you're showing a bit more technique, aren't you, Piercy?
Yeah, absolutely, and just a little update from the Punjab Excelsior game. Stefan Myberg has made his way to 50.
Well done,
just
Steph.
41 deliveries, and potentially earning himself a recall into these Scotland ODIs as...
Oh, the 87 hoodoo almost got him, I tell ya. But luckily Max is from New Zealand and that isn't Australia, so almost got him though. So he moves to 88. Scotty on 66 pickup sticks.
And we'll see.
Oh, my back.
131 required over there and 37
Yeah,
overs. They should cruise that Punjab, but we saw yesterday 137 was more than enough to defeat them.
It's going to be a close game over there at the Zoma complex.
As we see Bakari in from the Rotterdam, the Hague Airport end, and Edwards in defence.
I'm sorry, we need to go back and review overs 23 to 26 of Scotty Edwards' batting, because he's batting as if he's got 80 overs to play. Hit a shot, Stixie. Open the long handle.
Look, I will say one thing, is that Madassa Bakari, he is a canny operator. And let's see what this last ball of his spell brings.
Yeah, just a tuck straight to mid-wicket. Yeah.
I believe that's the final ball of his over.
I'll tell you
again, I have been wrong. No, I got this one right, Corey. And that will be the end of the over. And probably brought quite a good spell to an end, I'd say. Probably quite unlucky at points.
Okay, so I'm going to...
It's gone for 6 overs, none for 23.
Now, I'm going to do something, and I wonder if our viewers will hear this as I lift my leg to the microphone. Please listen. That is the sound of my pads coming off. I am backing in that I am not batting today, and I can finally take my pads off. Oh, that's a nice feeling, I tell you. Please don't be a wicket.
Mamoon Latif back into the attack now. Ibrahim Kul bowling exceptionally well in his 6 overs, going for just the 34. It was a little bit of a damaging final over, but Mamoon Latif will be looking to get under the bat of Edwards, I believe. No.
Oh, he's hit that hard. That's going to go for... Will that go for 4, you reckon, Pierce? No, that's going to be cut off well by the sweeper outside. Deep extra cover, and another 2 to Scotty. So, geez, it sounded good off that bat, isn't it? When he does play that shot, it sounds beautiful. Using the SS today and not using the TNF due to his equipment not arriving back from Ireland. Pierce, we've moved on to 77 viewers, by the way. We're at our highest number ever. Well done.
Congratulations, mate. As Latif in from the VOC Rotterdam.
Oh, he swept it. No way. Has he picked him out? And he's dropped him. Oh, no.
That's gone all the way as well. That is insult to injury, I believe.
Oh, no, the umpire signalled 4, but... Scott's got down on one knee, decided to go the big slob sweep, which we know he can play, and he couldn't have hit it to the man any better. And unfortunately, it's burst through his hands. He's put it down, and it's trickled over the rope for 4. So, a life for Scotty, But another boundary to VOC. I just took my pads off, so that would have been an absolute debacle if that was caught.
But you can see now, I was about to mention that Edwards hasn't shown a lot of invention, but maybe now is the time he's going to start.
I think he's going to go do it again. If you look at his grip here, he's going to get low. Oh, he went to, but it was outside off. Very well bowled, but he absolutely went to go and sweep that, and then the ball was outside off stump, so he adjusted his shot.
I would say that is very canny bowling by the Moon Latif. That is an experienced cricketer that knows what he's doing in these sort of circumstances, Corey.
That's...
Maybe someone that you've underestimated in the bowling department, as we see O'Dowd on to strike on 88.
2 shots away from 100. Will he try go bang bang here, Max?
I think if anything is pitched up full in his half, you will see him play some big shots as we see.
Fine leg being brought in and mid-wicket going back. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I think Max isn't the type of player to get on one knee and sweep, but definitely will be hitting that mid-wicket zone a little bit more often, you would imagine. So, yeah, a good change of the field there from Latif. Will it be effective?
Corey, I'm going to point out that the mid-wicket is slightly off the boundary. Don't let it go over you.
Oh, he's hit that hard over
mid. That has
gone
all the way!
Gone for 6! Max O'Dowd moves to 94. I just said, is he going to try and do this in 2 shots? There's one of them.
Yeah, and that is a great shot. That is full extension of the arms.
What do we do if he hits
I'm going to say it's slightly poor bowling. That is length at the
he
death.
Doesn't have much experience bowling Latif.
Look, maybe I gave him a little bit too much kudos.
Anyway, Biff, he's moved to 94. Friend, family, all-round good guy. Max O'Dowd, will he go again to bring up 100? He has gone again. Does he have enough? Does he have enough? Get up. Yeah!
And that is a century for Maxwell Patrick O'Dowd. It's been a slow start to the summer.
No,
100 coming off exactly 74 deliveries, Corey. 6 4s, 7 6s, and just the welcome back to form before the Scotland series at the venue that the Scotland series is going to be played at.
He's going to go again. Sorry to interrupt. He's going at this as well. And he's hit that hard, and that could go for 4, and it will go for 4. This is some class batting from Maxwell O'Dowd. 104 not out. No bias in this commentary box. What an innings, Pierce.
Look, Corey, he is just bided his time the whole way along, and he's got to that 3-figure mark, and he will be absolutely chuffed with himself. It's been, like we've mentioned, a slow start in those first 3 rounds, but wow, to go back-to-back 6s to get there, that is showing your absolute quality. And I tell you what, Scotty Edwards will look to take every bit of this last over from the Rotterdam the Hague end, the second to last over of the innings, down as much as he can. As we see another change in the bowling, Corey, and not sure if this bowler is actually bowled today. It could be Mominder Singh. I might be wrong. No, it definitely isn't. It's a new bowler being given the 1 over spell.
What a time to come on for a spell. Okay, I've got one for you. With 12 balls left in the innings, Scotty's on 74 not out. Does he have a sniff, Scotty, to get himself to 100 as well?
Look, he has every chance because I've seen him do it before.
Yeah.
But this is a bigger size ground, and with the sort of field set, where is he going to go? Is he going to look for the reverse? As we see the first ball from this unknown bowler.
He's hit that hard straight to the fielder.
And I'll tell you what, if that had been any other fielder, I believe that may well have gone through them. But it's the best fielder in their team, best player in their team, Madassa Bakari, who has comfortably... And this is P. Balwant Singer.
Yeah, Balwant Singer. Good young fast bowler. Trains down at Sparta quite a lot. Now bowling to a set Scotty Edwards. And Scotty hits that hard.
Chops away,
he
and
might
he's
be
going to
looking
push for 2.
I don't think he should take it. Leave Max there. No, they do turn for 2. No one's
backing up.
Ooh, well, you and I have both spotted that. You've got to back up your throws, but just another 2 for Scotty. So there's 10 balls left in the innings. Scott Edwards is on 76 not out.
And we've seen our first wicket fall at Punjab. Corey, Remit Zulfikar falls off the bowling of Geese Krosen for 18. So
focusing back here,
but we can bring it back here, and Edwards on strike, advancing. and gets it straight to point. And
there's going to be
you're
extras.
Going to be looking for a little overthrow, and
No.
very good backing up from the mid-wicket fielder. So only the one, and probably the player to have on strike right now, is the in-form O'Dowd.
Yeah, good option to get a single there and get Max O'Dowd back on strike. Max O'Dowd's moved on to 104 not out at a very, very good strike rate. And you imagine here, all he's thinking is, can I clear the rope? Can I hit one more 6? So interesting to see how he goes about it here. It's bowled on leg stump. It's hit the pad. It's well bowled by the young man. They should scamper through for a leg bye, which they do. So 8 balls left in the innings. VOC Rotterdam have really had an absolute blinder here. 30 over game as my co-commentator starts to do some stretching. He'll be taking the new ball later, probably with Arnav Jan or Bobby Hanif, who knows. But VOC with a large total on the board. Scott Edwards on 77 not out. 8 balls left in the innings. Can he still possibly get to 100? This ball depends a lot. And he's... Wow!
That has gone a long way,
No.
and he's held the pose too.
No, that's...
When you're watching back later on, ladies and gentlemen, just have a look at how Scotty Edwards held the pose with his SS in hand.
I tell you
that
what,
has gone many a mile.
he's using the best bat of his life. He's finally got a good bat because he's hit a 6 that might have been about 80 metres. Well done, Scotty.
And that will bring the 200-run partnership up for the VOC side.
Tell you what, that 100's a chance now, especially if this ball goes for a boundary. Oh, and he's pulled that as well. The man's getting around. It's a 4. Okay, it's on. We're on 100 watts.
He's got to the ill-fated number, Corey, which we will not mention.
No,
but
don't say it because he is Australian. We aren't allowed to say the number that he's on because it's bad luck. Now,
it's going to be Mamoon Latif to bowl the final over of the innings. And I tell you what, if you're O'Dowd...
Take a single, O'Dowd. Get Scotty on strike. Come on.
It's been an absolutely class innings by the VOC side. The one mischanced earlier behind the stumps by Ali Raza
has hurt them.
Potentially costing them quite a few runs here, but we'll have to wait and see. It's amazing what happens when two guys put a partnership together despite being 12 off 3 overs and Corey banging on about how they're going so. Thanks, Ryan. That's Ryan Campbell there posting in. So thank you, Ryan, for your expertise as O'Dowd takes strike and defends it back to the bowler.
All right, Ryan Campbell, if you're listening, do you do the team game and try hit a 6, or do you just block it like that and get Scott on strike? What are you teaching these Dutch boys, Ryan Campbell? Because that is garbage cricket.
As O'Dowd faces up for the second delivery and he taps it in. Inside halves it.
Okay, so let's get back onto the positive.
We've got 4 balls.
4 balls.
13
runs. Required. We won't say the number that Scotty's on, though, because if Scotty is saying that as an Aussie, it's bad luck as you keep doing your stretching. Scotty's got 4 balls to light up the rest of the day and make a second 100 here for VOC. Can he do it? He's looking at that final... Okay, Biff, they've brought mid-off up. Now, I know, I've mentioned it a few times, Scotty has been practicing going over mid-off. Here's his opportunity to show us how much he's developed in the 2 years he was away. He hasn't, because it's a sweep shot. And has it hit the gap? Go. And it is 4.
It's
okay.
4 runs. So that's been swept behind
100
square.
watts, 91 knot. He cuts off the unfavoured 87.
And it was a lovely shot by Edwards. Just stepping across the crease and forcing the bowler to make a decision. Do you go wide and offer up the field on the offside with only the one man out?
He needs 9 off 3, Biff.
And now we're seeing Ali Raza marshalling the troops. Deep square leg now going behind square, Corey, and deep mid wicket quite straight. So there's a lot of acres, and Mamoon Latif making the decision to go round the wicket, Corey, with only 2 balls remaining in the innings. Am I right in saying?
Yeah, he's getting on a knee. Oh, don't run it. Don't run. Run back. Take it, Max. Oh, it's over. Is there 2 balls left?
That is a leg bye.
No.
And even if there was 2 balls remaining, which there is, it won't be enough unless we see an overstepping no ball.
Yeah, so a little bit disappointing, but I'm pretty sure Scotty will be happy with the not out anyway if he can get that. Max O'Dowd, 106 not. He'll be trying to clear the pickets one more time here. And VOC, wow, what a total this has turned out to be as Max faces up and It is a half volley, and it's a wide half volley. Ooh, it could have got the wide single. No, it's a wide, so still 2 balls remaining. And yeah, just a little bit about these two. We do joke around a lot, but they are class batsmen, and they've shown once again how good they can be.
So, as we watch these last 2 deliveries, Latif in.
Oh, that what a shot that is!
Wow, that is the biggest of the day.
Oh, that's the biggest of the day.
That is...
Okay,
it's gone a good 90 something meters.
That's almost hit us in the commentary box. That's 90, 95 metres. That is a huge hit from Max O'Dowd. 112 not out. There was a few people that were getting in about his scores lately and a few whispers just after 2 innings, and he's just put everyone back to bed. This man has hit the most hundreds of any Dutch cricketer in any league in the last 2 years. He's in form. You don't lose form. Class is permanent.
Form is
temporary.
All right, now as we come up to the final delivery, you will be not hearing the dulcet tones of Corey Rutgers and myself as we see Latif in for the final ball of the innings, and O'Dowd skies it, and I don't think that's going to be caught.
No, it should
will be 2
though.
runs, and O'Dowd's going to have to scamper, but there's a poor throw, and the score will finish on 2-2-3 for none, and that will beat their 2-2-2 that they put on together at the ECL. But you'll be hearing the departing voices of Corey Rutgers and Piers Fletcher, and we'll hand over to the more than capable hands of Pepe Katzenberg and Boris Hose for the second innings.
Yeah, absolutely unbelievable from the VOC faithful. Scott Edwards and Max O'Dowd showing their class. A partnership of 223 for none. Sparta should still hold their heads up high as they fielded as hard as they could and bowled as well as they could, but that is a daunting total. Thank you all for joining us. We will be back in 10 minutes. Different commentators will be out there in the field, and hopefully we get this game completed. Thank you very much.
hele goede middag. Welkom terug bij Sportpark Hazelaarweg. We gaan zo meteen beginnen met de tweede innings. Jullie commentatoren van dit moment zijn Boris Hoes en Peppi, a.k.a. Pepijn, a.k.a. Mr. Golden Arm Katsburg.
Nou, dankjewel.
We beginnen de bowling met Piers Fletcher. Doet alvast zijn eerste oefenrun-up. Ja, ziet er goed uit. Vrij intimiderend, solide. We gaan zien of het hem wat brengt.
Ja. Piers begint vanaf de airport end. Het veld staat redelijk aanvallend. 2 slips. Alles lekker dichtbij.
Maxwell duwt de Scott in de slips. Die hebben genoeg gelopen, vonden ze zelf.
Vandaar dat Tim mag keepen.
Die dachten, wij gaan even lekker uit de neus vreten. Komt de eerste bal.
Ja, mooi begin.
Well left, zou ik zeggen. Goed begin. Bang it into the pitch. Niks meer aan doen.
Ja, Sparta moet er 238 maken van 30 overs. We zijn helaas wat overtjes verloren tijdens de dag door de regen die is gevallen. Dus we hopen dat de regen ons de rest van de dag gaat missen en dat we gewoon lekker die 30 overs kunnen afmaken.
Ze hebben net uitgebreid zitten rekenen. Terwijl we kijken naar de tweede bal.
En dat is wel een erg mooi balletje.
Net zitten rekenen. VOC heeft echt, zeg ik uit mijn hoofd, 223 gemaakt. Voor 0 wickets. Door de DL kwamen daar nog 14 of 15 runs bij. Vandaar een target van 238. Hey Peppi, als jij kijkt, Sparta, zijn die in staat om 238 te maken, denk je?
Ja, het wordt lastig. Zeker aangezien, volgens mij dit seizoen hebben ze nog niet al te gek veel runs gemaakt. Maar ja, cricket is een raar spelletje, alles kan gebeuren.
En terwijl we dit zien, spelers van Sparta die de bubbel verlaten, meteen teruggestuurd. Wegwezen. Nou, ze luisteren, dat is heel mooi. Peers derde bal, weer een dotball als ik het goed zeg. Ja.
Ja, Boris, ik zie hier een vraagje in de YouTube comments. Gaat Corey een paar overs bowlen vandaag, denk je?
Ik hoop het niet. Ik denk dat het voor iedereen beter is als we dat niet hoeven te zien.
Ja, als we dat vermijden.
Ja.
Ik sprak hem zelf vandaag en ik heb hem deze vraag ook eerder vandaag gesteld. En hij zei zelf dat zijn bowling days are over.
Vanochtend zei hij letterlijk tegen mij: why do you want to be a bowler if you can be a batsman? Vervolgens heb ik hem een hele innings lang horen piepen dat hij van 5 naar lower order wilde. Dus ik ben niet helemaal zeker wat Peppi's wat Corey's functie nu nog is. Anders dan trash talker en commentator. 4 ballen onderweg, 4 dots. 5e bal. Peppi als ervaren zomi-speler.
Ja.
Wat zou jij doen op deze ballen?
Ja, proberen de bed tegenaan te krijgen, maar het wil niet echt lukken zover we zien. Ondertussen heeft Piet, die is zelf in de positie van derde slip, erbij gaan staan.
Die vond ook dat hij wel genoeg gedaan had. Ja, mijn move bij deze ballen zou zijn: lichaam uit de weg, ogen dicht en bed zwaaien.
Ja.
Meer,
is het altijd voor de slok over kou?
Het is het ook niet tijd voor een slok over kou.
Daar heb je ook wel weer een punt.
Nou, eerst over, mooie medelen van Peers.
Ondertussen worden wij op het balkon uitgelachen door Ralf Banning.
Een goede start voor VOC. Legt de druk bij de batsmen. De batsmen zijn, nou, dat zien jullie natuurlijk ook, Oemar en Latif. Jelte is gewoon weer in beweging. Zoals ze in Engeland zeggen, his father still plays.
En vanaf de pavilion end krijgen we Arnav Jane. Bolt uit mijn hoofd, right on off-break. Nou, off-break op mijn lefty is altijd een goede optie.
Is dat zo, ja?
Ja.
Fijn. Nou, dat lijkt me de goede keuze. Zou je toch denken dat onze captain er wat verstand van heeft? En ik zie nog wel wat grijze wolken, maar ook wel weer wat blauwe lucht. Dus ik ben hoopvol gestemd. Eerste bal.
Wat een balletje. Hé.
Daar zat hij niet in de buurt, onze vriend. Latief. Zeven dots op rij, Pep. Wanneer heb jij dat voor het laatst meegemaakt bij de Zomies?
Nooit.
Ik maak bij de Zamis ook niet vaak mee.
Nee.
Tweede bal. Nog een dot.
Oh, we hebben een verandering in het veld. Siebe van Wingerden die gaat naar mid-off en Piet Sela die gaat in tweede slips gaat hij erbij.
Dus 9 dots op rij. Nog niet veel spannende actie om u verslag van te doen, maar wie weet gaat het nog komen. Bijna een run, maar nee.
Mooi opgepakt door Scott Edwards. Mooi ingegooid. Eigenlijk alles wat je wil.
Oh, kijk aan, daar gaan ze. Niet al te best ingegooid van Max O'Dowd. Moet nog, als het Max O'Dowd was.
Nee, dat was
Piers Fletcher.
Ja.
Excuus. Mijn ledige excuses aan Max O'Dowd, die dit ongetwijfeld nooit zal horen.
Ja, dat was de tweede over alweer. Score is 1 voor 0 na 2 overs. En vanaf de airport end krijgen we wederom Piers Fletcher.
We zijn niet echt snel tussen de overs. Dat is een wide ball. Volgens mij hoorde ik een Angry Man shout. Ik weet het niet helemaal zeker, maar volgens mij hoorde ik hem tussendoor. Dus Piers heeft al wat frustratie in het lijf zitten. Wat gek is na een eerste maiden over. Maar
Ja, hij zal ongetwijfeld er gefrustreerd over zijn dat hij er eentje gelijk down leg gooit.
ja.
Dan kennen wij als recreatiecricketers kennen wij dat gevoel maar al te goed.
Extra kans. Geef je alleen maar een extra kans.
Extra balletje, extra kans.
Late shout, maar we hebben alle tijd. En zijn op tijd binnen.
Maar wat denk jij, Boris? Gaan we dit jaar nog Zomi cricket zien op de Nederlandse cricketvelden?
Ja, wij wel waarschijnlijk. Ik hoop dat voor de mensen die deze stream volgen, dat die niet toeschouwer daarvan hoeven te zijn. Maar ik verwacht dat we ergens in juli, dat er ook wel weer het recreatieve cricket, voor zover dit niet dat ook is, op gang gaat komen. Tussen een derde bal aan de over.
Die bleef ietsjes lager.
Kijk, Piers doorlopen. Intimiderend hoor. Komt er toch 110 kilo scheulende haak op je afgestormd.
Maar om even terug te komen op de recreatief cricket. Mark Rutte, als je luistert, we willen heel graag weer. Hugo, dat mag ook. Als jij luistert, heel graag.
Jij dat nog even gaat duren?
Helaas wel. Ondertussen kijk je schuin naar beneden, zie ik onze voorzitter mooie foto's maken.
En wat ik ook zie, als ik rechts vooruit kijk, Pep, is toch een paar druppeltjes die naar beneden komen. Nou hebben de mannen vandaag flink geoefend met het erop doen van de covers en er weer afhalen en er weer opdoen en er weer afhalen. We zijn bijna door de zakken klei heen. Ja, ik zie de mannen van de groundstaff die doen het handje omhoog hoor. Voel ik daar druppels? Ja, daar voelen jullie druppels, mannen.
En ik zie mensen in beweging komen, dus dat is eigenlijk nooit een goed teken. De handjes gaan hier omhoog. Van wat is dit nou?
Handjes omhoog, kopjes omlaag. Mooie bal. Mooie bal. Wordt opgepakt. Arnaf in backward point. Nog steeds 3 slips. Scotty, Max en Pieter. De internationals. Die hier woensdag en vrijdag, zeg ik dat goed?
Ja.
Potjes gaan spelen tegen Schotland. Belangrijke wedstrijden.
Appeal voor LBW. Ik denk dat hij down leg ging.
Oncollegiale appeal zou ik het willen noemen. Dat zag ik van een 4. Dat niet goed ging komen.
Ja, het was een balletje op ongeveer de 6e stump.
Ja.
Helaas in het cricket hebben we er maar 3. Nou, het ziet er nou uit dat de regen niet volhoudt, dat het maar echt een paar druppeltjes waren.
Nee, de rust is wedergekeerd bij de groundstaff. Laatste bal van
de handjes zijn naar beneden, de kopjes zijn weer omhoog.
Bal.
En ze gaan weer lekker genieten van een potje cricket.
Single van de laatste bal. Mooi cricket all around.
En dat is het einde van de derde over en de score is 5-0 naar 3.
Ik zie dat Tim de Kok zijn helm opzet, dus dan, ja, dat zal Arno wel aanblijven. Kijk. Tim de Kok achter de palen in plaats van Scott Edwards.
Waarom? We hebben geen flauw idee.
Nee, we hebben nog wat flauwe opmerkingen gemaakt, maar we kwamen niet verder dan dat Tim de Kok zei, je moet altijd de beste keeper laten keepen. Nou, dat is dan blijkbaar zo.
Ja, dat hebben we maar voor lief genomen. En inderdaad Arnav Jane vanaf de pavilion end. Wederom 2 slips, alles lekker dichtbij, heel aanvallend, houden we van.
Oef, was bovenop het bed alweer.
Gevaarlijk singeltje.
Heel slecht ingegooid van Piers Fletcher.
Volgens mij wou Piers gelijk zorgen dat de bal zo snel mogelijk terugkomt bij de bowler.
Die lopt hem onderhands over de keeper heen naar point. Maar het kost geen runs. Het zag alleen wat amateuristisch uit. Arno van right arm over de wicket. Eén man op de boundary.
Ja. Deep square leg. En voor de rest dat
dat
spin de langste batsman. Max out en de achtervolging.
Nog niet genoeg gerend vandaag.
En dat is 2 wides, zou ik denken.
Ja, ik heb hem volgens mij een wide zien.
Ja, 2 wides. Of 3 wides. Sorry, 3 wides.
Kun jij het schelen, Pep? 4 wides, 5 wides.
Oh, wat een balletje. Miste de stumps maar net. Miste alles. Stumps, keeper.
Deze was er niet voor deze klap, maar hij probeerde het toch. Zat er volledig naast.
Ja, goed. Ja, goede backup van Dirk van Baren en Bobby Hanif. Appeal, maar not out.
Een beetje een lamlendige appeal. Als alleen de bowler scheelt, dan weet je het vaak wel.
Ja, ik ben van de theorie, nee heb je, ja kun je krijgen.
Dat is zeker waar.
Nou, zoals we kunnen zien in de derde over, de bal die, er zit best wel wat grip in de pitch.
4e over geloof ik, Pep.
4e over zelfs. Nou, het is een lange dag geweest.
Ja, VOC. Dat kan je wel stellen. Dat kan je wel stellen. Keurig cricket. Ik zou toch denken dat Sparta wat moet gaan denken om toch die runrate vroeg op gang te krijgen. Wat denk jij?
Ik denk het ook. Zeker aangezien je hebt natuurlijk 11 batsmen. Natuurlijk wil je niet zorgen dat zo snel mogelijk je bowlers aan de beurt zijn. Snap ik. Maar ja, die runrate die kruipt wel langzaam maar zeker omhoog.
Ja, 11 naar 4 overs zeg ik uit mijn hoofd.
Ja.
Ik zeg dat ik het uit mijn hoofd zeg, maar in feite heb ik 2 scoreboards voor mijn neus, dus kan ik het gewoon oplezen. 11 uit 4 overs. Oh, echt? Ja.
Ja.
Nummer 1 heeft 0 runs, nummer 2 heeft 4 runs. Nou, als je dat allemaal weet, ja, hou ik allemaal bij.
En vanaf de pavilion end, Piers is er nog niet klaar mee, dus die gaat lekker door.
Ik ben benieuwd of hij ook deze over weer gaat schreeuwen tijdens het bowlen. Tussen wordt Peppy even gebeld door het wandelend archief van VOC. Die hebben we al gelijk even ingeschakeld vandaag.
Ja, ik zie hem.
Wij vroegen ons af of de opening partnership van Max en Scott misschien een record was. Het eerste van VOC. Dat bleek niet zo te zijn. Peppy heeft de precieze cijfers, maar is nu nog aan de telefoon.
2,38 is de target.
Ja.
Dus dat is het belangrijke.
Ja.
Het staat in het scherm 2,27 als het goed is.
Oh, wij krijgen...
2,38 zijn, maar kunnen we niet aanpassen. Dus dat is dat iedereen weet.
Ik krijg van de redactie door dat het target is dus 2,38 vanwege de Duckworth Lewis. En in het scherm zien wij 2,27 staan. Dus dat iedereen weet dat Sparta er 2,38 moet maken en niet 2,27. Ondertussen alweer 2 ballen geweest deze over.
Nee, we zeggen gewoon wat er gebeurt. Met een beetje grappen en rollen we door. Eerst wordt het ijsbreken.
Weer voor de derde bal.
Ik zie hier een vraag van Bertus de Jong. Ja, klopt. VOC die heeft 227 gemaakt. Alleen door de Duckworth Lewis het target is 238 geworden.
Pep, je bent fijn dat je terug bent. Dat heb ik net aan iedereen verteld.
Alsjeblieft.
Maar je kunt het niet vaak genoeg horen, zou ik
Nee,
zeggen.
daarom. Kijk, die vraag zal vast nog wel een keer komen.
Ja.
Als we moeten jou niet gehoord hebben,
dus.
dan zeg ik het nog een keer.
Hey, ik had het over het record hè, van de openingsbatsman. Dat heb jij volgens mij op de telefoon staan.
Ja, en ik werd net gebeld door onze historicus Louis Reiniersen.
A.k.a. het wandelend archief.
Ja, en het record stamt van 16 juli 1992. En het record is 246 voor het eerste wicket. En toen had Rob Vos die had de 147 en de heer B. Harris had de 103.
Matige scores.
Helaas kwamen ze er vandaag in de buurt, maar gingen ze er niet overheen.
Nee, helaas. Maar had de innings 50 overs geduurd, dan had ze het zomaar kunnen halen, denk ik. Wat denk jij?
Sorry?
Had de innings 50 overs geduurd, dan hadden ze het zomaar kunnen halen, denk ik.
Ja.
Ze zagen er nog niet echt shaky uit.
Ik zie hier nog een opmerking van Bertus de Jong. Ja, dan heb ik eerlijk gezegd ook geen idee waar die 227 vandaan komt. Ik weet alleen wel dat door de Duckworth Lewis, die heeft daarna de target is bijgesteld naar 238. En we hebben zelfs nu een vierde slip hebben we erbij. Bobby Anief is er ook gezellig bij komen staan. How is that? En LBW.
Ja, die zat al een tijdje aan te komen dit weekend.
Ja, hier zaten ze wel een beetje op de lonken,
ja. Hij zag ze nog niet.
Nee.
Ik denk dat we dat zelf met een skippiebal hadden kunnen rooien. Dat het dan nog ingewikkeld was geworden. Eerste wicket valt. LBW. Oemar verlaat het veld. Goeie start voor VOC. En nu komt nummer 98 in. Ik zie nog niet op het scherm wie dat is. En ik weet het ook niet uit mijn hoofd. Misschien kunnen we dat hier gewoon even zien. Het lijkt op Mr. Tar. Coming to the crease.
Ja, we hebben nu 5 overs gehad. De score is 12 voor 1 na 5.
Dat is denk ik een opening waar VOC voor had getekend tijdens de lunch, wat geen lunch was.
Nou, het zonnetje begint lekker te schijnen hier op de Hazelaarweg.
Ja, de grijze wolken breken open.
Ja, en als ik hier in de verte kijk, zie je ook verder geen echt grijze wolken meer. Dus ja, hopen dat dit zo aanblijft.
Wie weet krijgen we toch nog een potje cricket. Batsman op de backfoot. 2 dotballs van Arnaf. Jane. de volgende over. Identieke bal, identiek schot. Weer een dotbal.
Oh, wat een balletje.
Ik zag niet precies wat er gebeurde, maar blijkbaar op zijn leggerd, want er was een appeal.
Ja,
Ik dacht dat ik ook bed hoorde, als ik eerlijk ben.
Ik dacht eigenlijk dat hij hem gewoon vol op zijn bed kreeg.
Ja, ik hoorde iets, of hij heeft houten leggerds aan, dat kan ook nog.
En ik kon opeens niks meer zien.
Ook hier niet helemaal duidelijk wat er gebeurde, maar een dotball, goede over, beden van Jane. Ik denk dat Pearce er nog eentje krijgt, zeker nog. Ik zie hem zijn petje afdoen. Ik zie hem naar zijn run-up marker lopen. Pearce krijgt er nog eentje.
Ja, het petje gaat neer. Het truitje gaat uit.
Het pensje gaat uit. Ja.
Dan krijgen we de eerste blik op de heer Tar. Hoe die doet.
Oh, ja. Kijk, even professioneel met het voetje in streep zetten. Dat zie ik in de Zami cricket ook wel eens. Dan denk ik toch altijd alsof die 1 centimeter bij jou het verschil gaat maken.
Ja. Ja, maar dat is mooi aan de sport.
Een kortere bal van Pearce. Ja. Goed gevield door Arnold. En wederom een dotball.
Oh, mooi balletje.
Misschien de laat buiten weg van de batsman. Die zat er...
Beetje back of a length.
Ik durf toch wel te zeggen dat hij er een centimeter of 2 naast zat met zijn bed. Ja. Er zat genoeg daglicht tussen.
Nou, hier begint Pearce aan de aanloop van zijn volgende bal. Dus even kijken wat hij ermee gaat doen.
Ik zie,
op het lichaam. Mooie de legside ingewerkt.
Het lijkt wel testcricket waar ik naar zit te kijken, Pep.
Ja. Nee, dat heet je zelf inspelen.
Oh ja. Ja, dat doe ik nooit. Dat doe ik nooit.
Nee.
Inside edge, ik weet niet hoe ik het moet noemen, maar in ieder geval niet het midden van het bed. Kleine...
Batsmen dachten eraan hier een single te stelen. Uiteindelijk, waarschijnlijk omdat...
Sieber gooide volgens mij via het wicket.
Ja.
Uiteindelijk, ja, het verbaast en je ziet het zelden, maar toch weer een dotball.
Ja. Ik heb het gevoel dat er een slower ball aan gaat komen.
Nou, we gaan het nu zien, Pep. 3, 2, 1. Gevoel laat je in de steek.
Ja.
Desalniettemin.
Daarom speel ik zo niet.
Desalniettemin een dotball.
Oeh, wat voller. Dirk van Baren erachteraan.
Iets te lang, mooi recht bed.
Ja.
Gaat Dirk het halen? Ik denk dat... Ja.
Jazeker.
Mooie
Heel
duik
mooi
op
gestopt
de-
door
op-
Dirk.
op de
Met de
touwen.
duik.
En dat zijn er...
Nu hopen dat Dirk hier nog wel omhoog komt.
Dat zijn 3 runs. Oh jee, Pep, heb je spullen bij je, vriend? Dirk blijft iets langer liggen dan me lief is. Maar komt overeind.
Hij staat gelukkig weer. Grijpt
Last
wel
van
naar
de
zijn arm.
schouder. Ziet er toch uit alsof hij wel even last van heeft.
Hopelijk is hij in orde, onze Dirk.
Dan gaat je ook niet in de koude kleren zitten natuurlijk. 6 uur lang stilzitten. Covers sjouwen. Pieter Seler loopt even bij hem langs, vraagt hoe het gaat. Maar ik denk dat dit goed gaat komen.
Ja, Dirk schudt even zijn arm los.
Er gebeurt van alles in het veld. Die had de scholen nu naar mid-off. Bobby in de covers.
En we krijgen Arnav weer vanaf de pavilion end.
Die wordt
Mooi de
geflikt.
legside ingeflikt.
Daar staat Scotty Edwards denk ik. Oeh.
Ja.
Eenhandige pick-up. Prima gefield van Scott. 2 runs, zag ik dat goed? Dat zag ik denk ik
Ja,
goed.
2 runs.
Arnav heeft dus dat handdoekje zelf bij zijn...
Zo, catch it.
Oef. Niet helemaal schot wat hij in gedachten had denk ik. Maar Arnav heeft zelf dat handdoekje. Dat lijkt me... Ja, ik ben geen spinbowler, dus ik kom niet zo aangehuppeld. Maar dat lijkt me irritant om je dat handdoekje te hebben.
Ja
aan
en
jezelf.
nee. Het is wel als spinner zijnde is het wel erg lekker als je droge handen hebt en een droge bal. Want je
Ja,
wil wel
dat is
natuurlijk de
waar.
bal gewoon kunnen grippen.
Bal weer de deep square leg richting
Scott Edwards.
Scotty Edwards.
En een singeltje. Zoals je kan zien, Arnav maakt de bal even droog voordat hij weer begint met zijn volgende bal.
Nu verandert het veld.
Bobby Anief gaat naar achteren, het deep mid-on. Weer een mooi dotje.
Wij krijgen speciaal voor Bertus van de redactie weer wat door. Het programma van Frogbox heeft zelf de DLS berekend. Maar is daar blijkbaar nog niet zo goed in. En heeft het fout gedaan, maar we kunnen het dus niet aanpassen. Dus daar komt de 2.27 vandaan. Oeh, die had ik denk ik laten gaan voor een white. Die hengelde die van boven de kunstgraspitch weg.
Dit is een gekochte dot.
Ja, daar had ik denk ik geprobeerd niks mee te doen.
Ja. Als bowler zijnde, ja, moet je eigenlijk dankjewel op zeggen.
Dat lijkt me wel.
Gaan we nog een overtje van Piers zien? Het ziet er nou uit van wel.
Ja, bowlers hebben dus 6 overs. En dit is Piers' 4e. Ik kan me niet voorstellen dat hij... 5 wel?
Ja, 5 wel. Piers is begonnen.
Nou ja.
Dan denk ik dat we...
Gaat hij ze vol bowlen?
Ja.
Dat zal dan wel, hè?
Die verwachting heb ik ook.
Nou, moet niet, hè. De score blijft achter, dus dan de druk erop zetten. Oh. Dat was de midstump van Tar. Prachtige bal van Peers. Tar was aan de late kant met zijn schot.
En zoals de heer Rutgers eerder vandaag zei, het is de eerste wicket van het jaar.
Eerste wicket van het jaar. Nou, dan moet even ingetogen applausje.
Hopelijk
Eerste wicket pas?
Eerste wicket pas dit jaar.
Hoe overs heeft hij gebold dan?
Te veel. Ja, te veel zonder wicket, dus het is goed om...
Nou, is je dan vooruit Nieuw-Zeeland, hè?
Ja. Dus het is goed om zijn eerste wicket te zien pakken en hopelijk kunnen we dit jaar nog een hoop wickets zien pakken.
Mensen die 0 wickets bowlen, daar hebben we er genoeg van op de club, denk ik.
Ja.
Maar mooi begin.
Ja. Je hebt er 2 hier zitten.
Ja. Hey, het is... Is het zijn eerste wicket? Nee, het is het tweede wicket op, hè? Hij heeft het eerste wicket ook gepakt natuurlijk. We zijn niet scherp.
Oh nee, we zijn niet scherp. Het is het tweede wicketje al.
Het is het tweede wicket.
Ja, we zijn maar part-time commentators, hè.
Ja. Zegt het wel, we zijn ook natuurlijk net zoals alle andere luisteraars en kijkers een beetje lam geslagen door dat eindeloze, oeverloze gelul van Corey Rutgers. We weten gewoon niet meer zo goed wat we nog moeten zeggen.
Ja, gelijk helemaal van ons apropos af. De volgende batsman die inkomt is Mudassar Bukhari.
Captain.
De captain.
De captain.
Oud international.
Ja, ik denk dat Sparta een captain's innings wel kan gebruiken.
Ja. Ja, die gaan ze wel nodig hebben. Nu moet ik eerlijk bekennen dat ik niet weet hoe verder de betting van Sparta is.
Ik ook niet, maar we will find out, zou ik zeggen.
We gaan het meemaken.
Ook op de nieuwe batsman nog steeds 3 slips. De internationals. De eerste bal voor Bukhari. Die laat hij lekker aan zich voorbij gaan. Outside off. Hoef je niks mee. Hij oefent wel even het schot wat hij had gespeeld. Als hij een schot had gespeeld.
Oh.
Daar komt Bukhari heel goed weg. Ik denk dat het een inside edge was.
Ja, via het bed.
Inside edge. 4 runs. Er was geen wicketkeeper op de wereld die had gehad, denk ik. 4 runs voor Bukhari. Op de mark. Is dit de eerste boundary van de inningspit?
Denk het wel. Ik durf het niet met zekerheid te zeggen, maar ik denk het wel.
Ik durf ook niks meer met zekerheid te zeggen, maar ik denk de eerste boundary van deze innings. Peers balen. Peers Fletcher met de 4e bal van deze over.
Mooi van de benen afgespeeld. Tim de Kok erachteraan.
Het is toch, het weer is veranderd op. Het is praktisch windstil lijkt het te zijn. De zon, blauwe lucht. Het is gewoon cricket weer aan het worden. En dat om kwart over 6.
Het duurt even, maar dan heb je ook wat. Piers Fletcher voor de 5e bal. Mooie lange bal, appeal.
Ik denk dat hij deze ook weer eerst op zijn bed raakte, denk je niet?
Ja. Ja, ik dacht 2 geluiden te horen. En dat is vaak als je appealt is dat geen goed teken.
Zelden. Nou goed, jij bent de voorstander van niet geschoten is altijd mis. Of nee heb je, ja kun je krijgen. Of op Sami of Somi niveau, nee heb je, nee kun je krijgen. Ik zie er ook de ontspanning in de lijven van de groundstaff terugkomen. Nu het weer zo openbreekt. De mannen gaan steeds relaxed zitten, de beetjes zijn omhoog. Armpjes over elkaar. Weer een appeal. Ik hoorde weer 2 geluiden, maar misschien ligt het aan mij. Maar ik dacht toch weer een bed te horen. En iemand plat op zijn buik op de international.
Ja, dat is onze grote vriend Corey Rutgers.
Die is er klaar mee. Die gaat erbij liggen.
Ja. Over 2 weken wordt hij al 32, zoals hij het zelf zei.
32. Ook Arnold krijgt nog een overtje. Ik denk dat ze gewoon de spels vol gaan maken.
Ja, zo ziet het er wel naar uit.
Wie zou je first change zetten, Pep? Wie zou de volgende bode zijn als jij je aanvoerder was?
Ik denk good old Bobby Hanif.
Good old Bobby Hanif. Oud aanvoerder van VOC.
Ja.
Een jaartje vroeg gestopt als aanvoerder. Voor het kampioenschap geloof ik. Een jaartje voor het kampioenschap.
Ja, zoiets.
Pieter Seelaar had van hem over. Die schijnt ook wel een beetje te kunnen captainen.
Ja, ik zou of voor Bobby Hanif gaan of voor jonge Siebe van Willingen.
Ja, dat is toch Kou Corner, Pep.
Ja, niet helemaal de slok zoals we hem willen hebben, maar...
Kou Corner is Kou Corner.
Kou Corner is Kou Corner.
Iets wat lange bal van Arnaf en mooi weggewerkt naar Kou Corner. Meteen je veld aanpassen, altijd je veld aanpassen op een slechte bal.
Ja.
Dat is een betere bal. Oh, kleine fumble in de run-up.
Overkomt de beste.
Ja. Twee goede ballen na een wat mindere bal van Arnold. 2 dotballs. Maar goed, good old Bobby Hanif dus, Pep. Van de ene kant. Welke kant? Airport kant? Pavilion kant?
Ja. Ik zou hem lekker van de airport kant. En dan vanaf de pavilion en de Siebe van Wingeren.
Oké, dus je blijft met pace spin combinatie.
Ja.
Siebe natuurlijk gisteren man of the match. Met 3 wickets geloof ik.
Ja, 3 wickets.
Voor 4 runs.
Zoiets. Catch it.
Dat leek een flik van de bed richting
leg
slip. Waar staat Peers? De bal was net niet lang genoeg. Ja, mooie prestatie van Siebe. 18 jaar, 17 jaar, wat is het inmiddels?
17.
17 jaar.
Catch
deze
it.
gaat recht omhoog. Max
Out, maakt geen fout en dat is het einde van Mudassar Boukari.
Dat is het einde van Mudassar Boukari.
Ook al is het jammer dat hij op een schot als dit uitgaat, hij had wel het juiste idee. Je moet er 238 maken in 30 overs, er zijn 9 overs geweest.
Je moet je runs maken, ja.
Dan moet je ervoor gaan.
Hij ging voor de sweep, het is niet helemaal gelukt.
Ja. Het idee was goed, de uitvoering was helaas wat minder.
Ja, dat gevoel kennen we allemaal.
Ja.
Mudassar Boukari verlaat het veld met 8 runs. Waarschijnlijk minder dan hij op gehoopt had, dat weet ik eigenlijk wel zeker.
Ja. En de volgende batsman is Ali Raza.
Is dat een van de Belgische internationals?
Ik zou het niet weten.
Ik dacht dat wel. Was dat niet de wicketkeeper?
Ja, dat was de wicketkeeper.
Ja, dat is een Belgisch international, als ik Corey moet geloven. Die belangrijke bal heeft laten vallen. Scott Edwards. Een edge. Had misschien...
was wel een moeilijke van, eerlijk is eerlijk. Bottom edge.
Verschillen wij dan over van mening. Maar dat kan. Volgens mij gaan we Peers de laatste overzien.
Oeh.
Hard richting de offside. Daar gaat Siebe achteraan. Die pakt hem net door de boundary op.
Ik denk als Corey die had tegengehouden dat we even een ritje naar San Francisco's moesten doen. Aangezien die man heeft de meest poreuze vingers die ik ooit heb gezien.
Ik zag hem net ook bij de pleister zitten, weet jij daar het verhaal achter?
Ja, dat was vanochtend, toen was hij de sidescreens in elkaar aan het zetten. En toen kreeg hij het voor elkaar zichzelf open te halen.
Dat wil zeggen, met als een cricketervaring dat hij dat wel zou moeten kunnen.
Ja. Dat was een hele goede appeal. Het enige wat ik denk dat er mis mee was hoogte.
Dat denk ik ook. Ik denk dat het iets dat volgens mij kreeg hij een bovenkantje leggerd. denk dat dat niet helemaal, dat dat inderdaad het...
Ja, ik denk bovenkantje lekker. Daarna sprong hij natuurlijk al een klein beetje omhoog. Of hij stond op zijn tenen. Dus ik denk dat het hoog is.
Ja, nou, zo niet, dan hebben we hem nog niet gekregen. Maar ik zie weinig boze gezichten. Oh! Inside edge of onderkant bed.
Ja, ik denk dat het bed tegen de mat aan was.
Oef, dan vond ik ik vond het een harde tik, maar dus de pitch schijnt hard te zijn, dus misschien vergis ik me. Peers bezig met een goede laatste over, goede cijfers, 2 voor 12 naar 5.3, 12 voor 2, 10 voor 2 voor 12, 5.3, 12 voor 2, 12 voor 5.3.
Oké.
Ja, cijfers kan ik helemaal niks mee. Voor een grote klap, gemist, appeal. Ik denk dat het een goede beslissing is van de umpire dat hij hier geen wicket voor geeft. Kunnen wij al een beetje zien wie er de armpjes aan het warm draaien zijn, Pep? Ik zie nog weinig gebeuren. Ik dacht heel even dat ik Dirk Alexander van Baren een beetje met zijn armen zag zwaaien, maar misschien is dat nog een restant van die blessure die net opliep bij die duik over de touwen.
Ja, heel vaak is een hele goede indicatie wie er op fine leg staat. Alleen dat kunnen wij jammer genoeg hier kunnen wij dat niet zien.
Maar we kunnen wel zien wie er allemaal niet op fine leg staat. Bobby staat in ieder geval niet op fine leg.
Misschien krijgen we Jelte.
Maar staat Rowan op fine leg of niet?
Nou, de laatste bal van Pierce's spel.
Tijd voor een wicket. Finish strong. Die wordt...
ik denk dat dat een 4'tje wordt.
Dat wordt een 4 denk ik achter schiet.
Ja.
Ja. Een inside edge voor 4 richting third man.
Dat waren Pierce's overs en hij finished met 2 voor 16 naar 6.
Zou ik voor tekenen?
Ik teken er ook voor.
Ook Arnold Giant krijgt meteen zijn laatste over. Begint met een dotball. Simpel opgepikt door Pieter Selaar. Oeh, die zie ik toch met een bolende beweging. Gaat het dan gebeuren dat Piet de eerste first change is? Van de leggerd af richting leg slip. Arne had er nog een klein beetje interesse in met een ingetogen pieltje, maar umpire moest er niks van weten. Derde bal. Meteen voor de klap. Goed gevield door Arnold. Beetje imposant teruggooien. Wanneer? Eindstand. Dotball. Derde dotball op rij. Ook mooie cijfers voor Arnold.
Oh, wat een balletje.
Was een beetje een dart. Groot appeal. Niet gegeven. Ik dacht dat ik de umpire zag seinen dat het down-off, dat hij een off-step miste.
Impact outside off. Ja.
Balletje naar square leg geprikt. Die staat diep. Daarom single voor Sparta. En dat betekent dat Raza op de mark is.
En Latif weer aan strike.
Voor de laatste bal van de over. Althans, dat hoop je dan. In ieder geval een zesde. Kan Arnold zijn spel op een mooie manier eindigen? Hij doet even een hupje en een droogje. Batsman is nog niet klaar. Wordt weer fly deze bal.
Wordt mooi geflight.
Ging echt voor het wicket.
En ook Arnaf eindigt met hele mooie cijfers. Voor 1 voor 13.
Na 6. Ja, meer kan je denk ik als aanvoerder niet vragen van je 2 openingsbowlers. 3 wickets en 12 overs. Lage runrate.
Ik denk dat wij als volgende bowler Pieter Sela krijgen.
Ja, jij was net heel even op een bio-break. Toen zei ik het al. Ik zag Pieter. Die was een beetje met de armen aan het zwaaien. Die gaat inderdaad bowlen.
Op een wicket als dit, ik denk dat hij het wel naar zijn zin gaat hebben.
Ik hoop het voor hem. Het is toch vervelend van zijn zondagmiddag als hij niet eens zijn zin heeft.
Daar heb je een heel goed punt.
Het truitje gaat neer, hè. We weten het allemaal. COVID-regels, er mogen geen
spullen aan de
umpires worden gegeven.
Even een paar keer warm gooien.
Wat aan de korte kant. Wordt redelijk gemakkelijk richting het wicket gewerkt. Simpele single, easy single voor Sparta. Het hele veld weer op zijn kop voor de lefty. Gaza. Pep, jij bent natuurlijk een lefty, hè?
Ja.
Voel je je nou wel eens bezwaard als je staat te betten?
Totaal niet.
Dat zou wel moeten. Spreek als ervaringsdeskundige van iemand die nog de hele tijd van plek moet wisselen.
Nou ja, ik sta ook wel eens in het veld. En het is inderdaad wel irritant als je een left-hand, right-hand combination hebt. Dus dat je ook eens elke bal moet wisselen. Maar als ik aan het betten ben, geen last van.
Nee, precies. Nou ja, ik geef het je even mee, hè. Weet je, Pieter inmiddels gewisseld naar left arm.
Nou moet ik ook eerlijk bekennen dat ik op een niveau speel dat het heel vaak niet eens wordt veranderd.
Dat is ook waar. Dat is ook waar, ja. Dat gaat voor de richting Kou Corner en die haalt het niet. Ik zie daar Dirkie pakken bij de boundary.
Weer een mooie redding van Dirkie van Baren.
Mooie samenwerking met Scott Edwards. 2 runs. Ik dacht heel even dat we de eerste intentional boundary van de wedstrijd gingen zien.
Mooi de long barrier van Jelte Schoonheim.
Jelte Schoonheim. Ervaring.
Wiens vader nog steeds speelt.
His father still plays. Ja, ton aan ervaring hè, die Jelte. Via het borstbeen van de batsman ging deze richting per slip.
En een mooie eerste over van Sos.
3 runs tegen. Nou, dat lijkt me prima. Volgens mij krijgen we een spin-spin combinatie, Pep. Volgens mij zie ik die
ik had één van de twee had ik dus goed. Siebe van Wingeren.
Ja, dikke pluim.
Dank je
wel. Goed gedaan, Pep. Siebe van Wingeren gaat van de pavilion end... batsman wil wel drinken. Je staat er ook al lang natuurlijk. Het is warm.
Ik denk dat hij zijn pet wil in plaats van zijn helm.
Heb jij daar ervaring mee, Pep, met betten zonder helm?
Ja, daar heb ik ervaring mee.
Vertel eens.
Ja, dat ging in mijn geval ging dat niet zoals gepland.
Ja, ik meen mijn verhaal te herinneren dat wij een T10 competitietje speelden. En als jij dacht, weet je wat, het is 30 graden, ik doe dus voor één keer niet mijn helm op.
Ja, zo ging dat inderdaad. Ja. En dat eindigde in het Sint Franciscus gashuis en 6 hechtingen later.
Ik zit as we speak tegen het litteken aan te kijken.
Ja.
Dus wat hebben we daarvan geleerd?
Dat voortaan altijd een helm op te zetten.
Ja, goed.
Dus voor elke jeugdspeler die meeluistert, een helm is heel belangrijk.
Een helm is essentieel. Of je nou meedoet in het eerste of bij de Zamis. De eerste bal van Steve. Wordt richting de legside gewerkt. Pieter Sela ging voor de...
Met het rechterhandje ook.
Met de rechterhand voor de snelle worp ging niet helemaal zoals gepland. Siebe is op meteen een right-hand round. Of deed hij dat de eerste bal ook al? Volgens mij niet, hè?
Nee.
Meteen op de lefty round to wicket bowlen. Iets korte bal.
Oh!
De bal was iets kort. Ik krijg hem tussen de ogen teruggespeeld. Met gevaar voor eigen leven ging hij ervoor. Hij raakte hem wel nog, maar helaas kon hij hem niet vastpakken.
Hij hield de snelheid eruit.
Dat is ook belangrijk, hè?
Ja.
Ik denk dat hij toch wel gevoelige vingertjes heeft.
Ja, het was denk ik ook
Redelijk snel van af.
het was denk ik ook wel een redelijk zaak van zelfconservatie.
Ja. Is dat een Nederlands woord, zelfconservatie?
Ik heb geen idee.
Oké. Bij deze, meneer Van
Bij
Dalen,
deze.
als u het even op wil nemen in het woordenboek, dan... Goeie bal. Bol van Siep, 3 ballen onderweg. 2 runs van de over vooralsnog.
Wederom een solide begin.
En daar
Dit
is de slogsweep, daar staat een fielder.
Staat een fielder?
We kunnen het niet zien. Ik zie geen wel blije reacties op het veld.
Ja, gevangen
Die is
door
gevangen
Arnaf.
Door Arnaf.
En Siebe doet het gewoon weer. Weer een wicket voor niet heel veel runs.
Weer het juiste idee voor de Spartanen. Uitvoering weer toch jammer. Het begint nou toch wel penibel te worden voor de mannen van Sparta. Laten we hopen dat ze nog...
Iets meer flight in dat balletje. En ja, je zag de batsman zijn ogen wijd open gaan. En je zag hem bijna denken, die is voor mij.
Ja, nou, laten we hopen dat Sparta er nog een wedstrijd van weet te maken. Dat er ergens nog een beetje magie in een van de beds zit.
Ja, dus het zijn pas 4 wickets. Dus we hebben nog 7 batsmen. Dus alles kan nog gebeuren.
It ain't over till the fat lady sings.
Ja.
Terwijl ondertussen de krat... Volgens mij krijgen een man minder sing.
Yes. Oudspeler van VOC.
Oh ja?
Jazeker.
Wanneer heeft hij hier gespeeld dan?
Toen wij hoofdklasse speelden, dat jaartje.
Oké.
Volgens mij is hij daarna naar Sparta gegaan. Of nee, volgens mij eerst bij Hermes gespeeld, daarna naar Sparta.
Oké. Een zwerver. Een cricketzwerver. Vijfde bal was Siebe. Het aanvallende veld wordt er neergezet voor de nieuwe batsman. Heeft hij dan nog staan? Ja, zou met Jelte samen gespeeld hebben dan?
Ja.
Mooie sweep richting square leg.
Ja, ik waardeer dat wel. Op je allereerste bal dat je binnenkomt, gewoon op 1 knietje gaan zitten en gelijk sweepen.
Ja. Het probleem bij ons is dat wij dan vaak ook niet meer omhoog komen.
Nee.
Oh, iets met je flight. Oeh, dat was een hele lange bal.
Geen idee. En ja, dat was de eerste over van Siebe van Wingerden. 1 wicket, 4 runs tegen. En de score is 41 voor 4 naar 14. Ik zie hier een vraag waar deze wedstrijd gespeeld wordt. Deze wedstrijd wordt gespeeld op VOC Rotterdam. Aan de Hazelaarweg. Vanaf de airport end krijgen we weer Pieter Selaar. En de batsman is meneer Latief. Mooi eerste balletje van Celar. Mooi geblokt. Gaat voor het grote schot rechtdoor. En 4 runs. Ik zat even te kijken of het 4 of 6 was, maar blijkbaar net short van het touw. Dus 4 runs.
Volgens mij zag ik daar een aanslag op onze fotograaf / groundsman / voorzitter.
Ja.
Dat lijkt me
Dat heb je goed gezien.
strafpunten. Goeie bal van Pieter. Oeh, weer een lopje over de wicketkeeper heen. Gelukkig staat Corey Rutgers op de goede plek.
Van Rohan Malik.
Rohan Malik.
Ja, zover ik zie is volgens mij Derek even van het veld af. Of Corey.
Oh, daar staat iemand op fine leg dat wij niet kunnen zien.
Oh nee, Corey staat in de slips. Nou, 2 slips voor Mominder Singh.
VOC gaat toch vooralsnog redelijk probleemloos door de overs heen. Er zijn inmiddels 15 overs onderweg.
En de score is 46 voor 4.
46 voor 4. Ja, ik denk dat Sparta toch uit een ander vaartje zou moeten tappen, willen ze dit nog spannend gaan maken.
Ja,
maar ik laat me graag verrassen. We hebben hier uren zitten kijken naar opdrogend gras. Dus het zou mooi zijn als we er nog een spannende pot uitkrijgen.
Dus je zou denken dat het veld alleen maar sneller wordt hoe langer het duurt.
Zou je zeker denken.
Als de regen wegblijft.
Inmiddels, voor zover ik kan zien, 4 man op de boundary. Deep square leg.
Deep mid on, deep mid off en...
Nee, geen deep mid off toch? Wel, jawel. Ja. 5 man op de boundary zo. Ja.
En... dat zal een 4 zijn.
Ja. Over cover. Sweep over cover heen. Makkelijke 4, daar ging Pieter er nooit bij komen.
Hij is snel, maar hij is ook geen 20 meer.
Zeker niet. Met die rugblessure ook oppassen met duiken, denk ik.
Ja. Mooi schot van Latif.
Ja, kan niet anders zeggen. Tweede bal van Siep.
Mooi op de...
Ja, dat
is wel een hele mooie comeback.
Dat is een hele mooie comeback. Iets
over,
meer...
Voor 4 geslagen worden, over extra cover en dan volgende balletje gewoon op de benen ingedart. En LBW.
Ja, vond je dit een gedarte bal? Ik zou zeggen dat hij juist iets meer... Iets meer liet vliegen. Wat ook van zij, even van wicket.
En dat is het einde van Latif.
5 voor 50. 50 voor 5 bedoel ik.
En de volgende batsman ziet er naar uit dat het...
nummer 1.
Ja, Balwansing.
Wie? Balwansing.
Ja. By the way, excuses als we het verkeerd uitspreken.
Twee wickets voor Siebe weer vandaag.
Ja, Siebe dit seizoen zit hij er wel lekker in met de bal.
Denk je dat we Siebe misschien ooit in het oranje gaan zien, Pep?
Ja.
Of is dat nog te vroeg om te zeggen?
Denk ik nog te vroeg om te zeggen. Hij is pas 17 jaar.
Ik zet mijn geld op in dat hij wel een keertje in het oranje shirt gaat spelen.
Ja,
vind ik ook wel een hele aardige knul. Ik weet nog, vorig jaar speelde de eerste elftal een wedstrijd. Toen is hij uit Duitsland gekomen met de trein om mee te kunnen doen. Dus hij heeft zeker hard voor de zaak. Dus daarom zou ik het ontzettend gunnen. Derde bal is de bal van Balwansing.
Mooi, rechtbed, blokken,
inspelen.
weinig
Ik heb
mis
net geleerd dat dat inspelen heet.
Ja. Wederom een solide blok.
Solide blok.
Nogmaals een erg solide blok. De offside ingewerkt. Opgevangen door Roan Malik.
Ja,
wederom
dus
een jongen die hart heeft voor de sport, voor de club.
Er is nog maar 1 man op de boundary. Dat is, als ik het goed zie, Scotty Edwards.
Ja.
Deep square leg.
En
dat was weer de
Siebe. En de over is voorbij. En 4 runs, 1 wicket van de over.
Ja, dat is een mooie
Score is 50 voor 5 na 16.
Mooie over van Siebe begon met een 4. Niet zijn beste bal. Maar daarna prachtig hersteld. Rustig gebleven. En volgens mij hebben een bowling change zie ik de man met de knot.
De man van de 100. Max O'Dowd.
De man van de 100. Ja, die zou wel met zelfvertrouwen de International Week ingaan.
Ja, ik denk Scott ook wel. Nou, zeker Scott die zei vanochtend dat hij heel graag een flinke score zou willen voordat hij aan de Interlands begint. Nou, dat is hem wel gelukt volgens mij met uit mijn hoofd 91.
Ja, volgens mij ook 91.
We moeten hem alleen nog wel even uitleggen dat dat crate avoidance is.
Ja.
Want ja, 91 all-out, dan voorkom je zelf dat je geen 100 maakt.
Ze waren heel oud, hè, Pepe?
Sorry?
Ze zijn 91 all-out.
Nee, not out.
Not out, heel goed.
Mooi eerste balletje van Max. Weinig mis mee.
Ja. Ja, en dan komt Scott er misschien nog maar weg. Er mag natuurlijk niet gedronken worden op de club. Iedereen zonder douche naar huis. Dan komt hij misschien nog wel goed mee weg ook. Maar ik kan me niet voorstellen dat...
maar de zomer duurt nog lang.
De man in de kennel, zoals ze het zelf noemen. Deze bal is uppish. Bobby gaat verkeerd in.
Langzaam van zijn plaats af.
Tussenin. Ik zag Bobby, die zette eerst 2 stappen achteruit.
Ja, ik denk dat hij dacht dat de batsman hem beter raakte dan dat hij daadwerkelijk deed.
Ja, in de werkelijkheid was het gewoon een vuurpijl.
Die klonk beter van het bed.
Ja, dat is een recht bed.
Mooie cover drive voor 1. Oeh.
Ik weet niet precies hoe ik dit schot moet noemen, wat hij had geprobeerd, maar hij zat er in ieder geval naast.
Ja,
je merkt wel dat, dit is Singh, je merkt dat Singh op het bowlen van Max O'Dowd toch wel ervoor probeert te gaan. Dat is een goed
ja, je kan hem ook geen ongelijk geven.
Nee, ja, je moet er toch wat van proberen te maken natuurlijk.
En dat is het einde van Max' eerste over. 2 runs tegen en de score is 52 voor 5 na 17. En je zou denken dat Sparta echt moet gaan beginnen met het gaspedaal en trappen.
Dat betekent dat ze nog 13 overs hebben voor een run of 180, zeg ik even in mijn hoofd. Dat is stevig.
190 plus minus. En we krijgen weer een volgende over van Siebe van Wingerden.
Dat is een derde.
Catch it. Een beetje appish, maar jammer genoeg niet ver genoeg om Bobby Hanif te bereiken. Ja. En dat is het derde wicket voor Siebe.
Recht.
Mooi, cold and bold.
Deze houdt hij wel vast.
Solide gebold, solide gevangen. Helemaal niks mis mee.
Niks meer aan doen. En de jongeman blijft maar wickets pakken voor VOC.
Tot nu toe in elke over heeft hij een wicket gepakt.
Ja. Het wordt toch wel weer penibel voor Sparta nu hoor. 5 wickets down.
En de volgende batsman lijkt erop dat dat Max Hoornweg is.
Zeker.
Ja.
Goed gebold vandaag.
Ja.
Nu moet hij het met het bed laten zien.
Buiten krijgen we een duimpje omhoog van Ralf Banning, onze materialencoördinator, is me verteld.
Met de nadruk op coördinator, schijnt ook in hoofdletters geschreven te zijn, onderdrukt in zijn functieprofiel.
Het zonnetje schijnt erg
Ik
lekker,
zat net te
hoor.
denken, wat is het zalig weer geworden
Ja.
vandaag.
En wij zitten lekker binnen.
Ja,
Ja.
we zijn helemaal binnen opgesteld vanwege de regen. Het gaat ook best warm worden in het clubhuis, moet ik zeggen.
Oh. Je ziet aan alles dat Siebe er erg veel zin in heeft momenteel.
Ja, ik zou het ook net maar zin hebben met deze cijfers.
Ja, ik teken ervoor.
Misschien kan je een cursusje van hem krijgen, Pep.
Ja.
Een cursusje opspinnen.
Nou, ik zal hem eens bellen. Maar kan je als...
Daar komt Piers Fletcher naar boven. Die hoort hier niet te zijn, heb ik wel te zeggen.
Dit ziet er niet al te best uit.
Hij loopt niet heel soepel.
Hij gaat even naar de teammanager / fysio Merel Vaas toe.
Maar staan ze dan nummer 10 man op het veld?
Nee, Rohan staat erin.
Oh, Rowan was nummer 12. Oh, dat heb ik niet door.
General Good Guy Rohan Malik. En wederom een erg solide overtje van Siebe, zelfs een wicket maiden.
Een wicket maiden.
Ja, de score is 52 voor 6 na 18.
Klein applausje voor Siebe.
Ja, eigenlijk moet het de slow clap zijn. Hè?
Nee, Siebe heeft dan een klein applausje verdiend.
Ja. Ja, een slow clap is bij 5 wickets. Wederom een mooie bal van Max O'Dowd.
Als we Piers Fletcher weer voorbij zien lopen. Misschien krijgen we... Oh, hij wijst naar de kuit.
Een peel van Max O'Dowd.
There he is. What happened, man?
What happened, Piercy?
Just got some tight calves, boys. Just been 6 overs on the roll. Doesn't happen very often. So, yeah, a bit sore, that's all. But also good to give young Rohan Malik a little bit of a field. He's been at the first 3 games of the season and failed to get on the park except for the first game. So, nice to get him out there.
Right.
Good. But I'll leave you to it, boys. Hopefully Maxie and Siebe can wrap up this victory. Maybe a little Siebe.
Yeah.
5 wickets, boys. I'll leave you with that.
Alright. Cheers.
Nu wordt het Piers Fletcher last van stijve kuiten. Door het bowlen van 6 overs. Oh, terwijl Max hier een whiteball. Dat was een aparte bal.
Dat is even wat minder.
Maar Piers is blijkbaar niet meer gewend aan het bowlen van 6 overs achter elkaar. En wat stijf en...
Oeh, dat is een mooi schot. Ik weet alleen niet of dat hij ver genoeg is.
Die gaat het niet halen, hè? Die valt wel over niet onheen, maar...
2 runs.
Het zag er wel stylish uit, hij klonk lekker.
Hij klonk lekker, zag er stylish uit. Ging ook erg hoog, alleen jammer genoeg niet al te ver.
Nee. Goeie comeback van Max O'Dowd.
En hij eindigde over met 3 runs tegen, 1 bij 2 runs.
Ook niet lang, niet gek.
Nee. Score is 55 voor 6 na 19. Er is nog 11 overs te gaan. En je kan wel zeggen dat het vanaf nu heel moeilijk wordt voor Sparta om hier nog een goed resultaat te behalen.
Ik hoor het je zeggen, Pep. Ik hoor het je zeggen.
Maar wederom, ja, zoals je zelf zei, het 1 over until the fat lady sings.
Exactly.
En cricket is een raar spelletje op dat gebied. We krijgen Siebe weer voor zijn 4e over. Gaat hij het weer doen om weer een wicketje te pakken?
Eerste bal had wel wat mee mogen gebeuren, denk ik. Maar
ja.
Max Hoornecht is zichzelf nog aan het inspelen, denk ik. Oh, de derde umpire komt in beweging.
Oh, de reverse lap wou ik bijna zeggen. Ja, je kan het niet echt een sweep noemen.
Nee.
Wel in
reverse,
van...
De reverse tickle, zullen we het zo noemen? De reverse
de
tickle?
reverse kietel.
Ja. Oh, ja, zo had hij eigenlijk gemoeten, Max. Max doet het nog een keertje na. Kijken hoe Siep hiermee omgaat. Wordt toch een beetje uitgedaagd. Respect van beide kanten.
Ja. Siebe heeft nog 3 ballen om precies zo te doen wat hij in de afgelopen 3 overs heeft gedaan, een wicketje pakken. Ik heb het gevoel dat het gaat gebeuren.
Ik denk het niet. Weer een reverse tackle.
Zoals ik zei. Hele mooie catch van Tim de Kok.
Op de reverse tackle van Max Hoornweg. Ja, dat...
Lau van Everdingen die stond helaas voor me, dus ik heb het niet helemaal kunnen zien.
Nou, ik kan je vertellen, het was wederom de reverse tackle. Ik spoel anders even het beeld terug.
Ja.
Reverse tackle, Timmy anticipeerde goed en pakte hem. Ja, en dan is toch het loopje van de...
Oh, wat een catch.
Van het wicket terug naar de zijkant, als je uitgaat op een
Is
reverse
wel heel
tackle,
zuur.
is heel lang.
zuur.
Is heel lang.
Ja.
En dan spookt het allemaal door je hoofd, hè.
Ja.
Had ik het anders moeten doen? Moet ik nou wel of niet voor de reverse tackle gaan? Vind ik Tim de Kok eigenlijk nog wel aardig? Nou ja, van alles schieten door je hoofd.
Ja. Vind ik het spelletje nog wel leuk.
Ja.
Ja.
Ligt het aan mijn bed? Had ik een ander bed moeten gebruiken vandaag?
Maar toch, Siebe, 4 overs gebold, 4 wickets.
Ja, het is dat Max natuurlijk een century heeft gemaakt. Anders was Siebe toch wel weer in ieder geval content.
Hij is nu sowieso wel
man of the
contender.
match.
Want tot nu toe 10 runs maar tegen 4 wickets.
Als hij er 5, Pep, ik ga zeggen, als hij er 5 pakt, moet hij man of the match worden.
Ja. Oh, Max die maakt vaak genoeg, maakt hij de honden. Dus ja.
Hoe vaak? Nou doe je alsof het een brood kopen bij de bakker is voor Max. Dat is natuurlijk ook weer niet. Kom. Nou, hij heeft 7 jaar 5 wickets in een wedstrijd dan.
Nou, kom op, Siebe. Nog 2 balletjes deze over. Oeh.
Mooie showduik van Arnab. Simpel opgepakt door Pieter.
En gebeurde er op de andere velden in Nederland nog wat spannends, Boor?
Dat is toevallig dat je het vraagt hoor.
Dat zijn er 6. Mooi schot. De slok over kou. Daar hebben we hem weer. Mooi schot van Mohamed Singh.
Ik zit even te kijken. Inderdaad, Excelsior heeft natuurlijk 191 gemaakt.
Ja.
Tegen Punjab. Punjab heeft er inmiddels 168 voor 4 naar 36,2.
Oké,
Dus
niet verkeerd.
Het lijkt een spannende pot te worden. Nou ja, VCC had al eerder gewonnen van WRA.
Er zijn 20 overs geweest en de score is 64 voor 7. En Max O'Dowd gaat verder vanaf de airport end.
En terwijl we zo zitten het is een beetje tegen de microfoon zitten te lullen. Pep, vraag me af, kijken er eigenlijk nog wel mensen? Hoeveel viewers hebben we? Kunnen wij dat zien?
Dat kunnen wij zien. We hebben er 64.
64?
Ja.
Waarschijnlijk hebben we daarvan 48 het geluid uitgezet.
Corey Rutgers gaat er achteraan.
Hier op een drafje zou ik
Op een
zeggen.
drafje.
Dus geen volle sprint.
Maar gooit hem wel lekker hard in.
Maar krijgen er 3 runs tegen?
Ja.
Nee, ik denk 2. Ja, Pieter Schede houdt het toch bij de spinners.
Het waren er 3, Boris.
Ja?
3 buys.
3 buys.
Dat zal Tim de Kok niet al te leuk vinden.
Dat zullen we hem ook nog even haarfijn vertellen na de wedstrijd.
Ja.
Deze gaat omhoog, gaat hij het halen, daar staat.
Oh.
Weet ik niet wie er staat.
Dirk.
Dirk mag meteen blijven van Max. Iets dieper.
Basisprincipes van cricket. Naar voren lopen is altijd makkelijker dan naar achter.
Ik heb overigens niet het idee dat Dirk luistert naar die aanwijzing van Max. Want die staat inmiddels alweer op de kunstgraspitch ongeveer. Oeh, die is wat kort.
Maar
opgepikt door
de Bobby Hanif.
Op square leg op de boundary.
Mooi ingegooid, lekker strak. Houden we van.
Mooi schot, maar mooi opgepikt door Bobby.
Mooi recht vooruit. Singeltje.
Ja, ik zie toch bij de weinig problemen voor VOC ontstaan. De runrate loopt nou wel heel erg op, maar het lijkt ook alsof de batsmen het een beetje opgegeven hebben en maar gaan proberen de 30 overs uit te betten en niet nog wat gaan proberen te maken. En de 4 punten lijken toch wel in de tas voor VOC vandaag. Maar
Ja. Wat is eigenlijk jouw mening over het feit dat als een wedstrijd verregend wordt, dat beide clubs 1 punt krijgen? Terwijl bij een overwinning dat het 4 punten zijn.
ja, daar is het.
En Siebe heeft er 5.
5e wicket voor Siebe. Ja, even applaudisseren mensen. Daar word je stil van. 17-jarige
Fantastisch mooi gebol door de 17-jarige.
Ja, het is man of the match material zou ik zeggen.
Ja, zeker. Dat wordt nog wel een kleine discussie na afloop van de wedstrijd wie man of the match is.
Ja, ik denk dat Max met al zijn ervaring gewoon moet besluiten die aan Siebe te geven.
Ja. Ik geef wederom weer even een applausje voor Siebe, want dit is toch wel erg mooi voor hem. Mominder Singh is uit. Piers Fletcher in jullie beeldscherm.
Ja, dan ben ik toch bang dat ze de 30 overs niet gaan halen, Pep.
Nee, scoren nu 58 voor 8. Zo.
Is dat zo, ja? Volgens mij is het 70 voor 8.
Ja, 70 voor 8, sorry. Ik moest even doorspoelen.
Ja, Sparta heeft het dit seizoen toch nog niet. Ik zat net even in de app te kijken, maar ze hebben een keer 102 gemaakt. Het is bettend, komt het nog niet helemaal van de grond voor onze vrienden van Sparta, net geen stadsgenoten. 102, 86.
Maar voor de mensen die kijken via YouTube, laat even weten wie jullie denken dat man of the match moet worden.
Ja, ben ik ook wel benieuwd. We kunnen gewoon een democratisch proces van maken.
Oh.
Als hij de 6 pakt,
dan is er geen twijfel meer over.
Dan is er echt geen twijfel.
Nee.
Hoeveel overs heeft hij nog?
Dit is zijn hij is bezig met zijn 5e over.
5 over 5 wickets. Een 5er.
Lekker
vol energie.
Doe het zelfje.
Nou, die jongen die heeft het hoor.
Ja, uit mijn hoofd heeft hij heel lang training gehad van Soefi. Ook hier aangewerkt. Bettend is hij ook heel erg solide.
Ik weet nog dat hij meedeed met onze Titan competitie vorig jaar en toen zag ik hem heel solide betten en toen dacht ik, jongen.
Nou, Sebastiaan van Lent die vindt dat Siebe de man of the match moet zijn.
Dankjewel, Sebastiaan van Lent vanuit het Hoge Noorden. Maar toen deed Siebe mee, die was aan het betten en die was eigenlijk heel solide aan het betten, maar hij heeft denk ik in 6 overs 12 runs gemaakt. Hij moest er een beetje het concept van de Titan leren begrijpen, maar de techniek is er zeker. Hij pakt
zijn 6e wicket met eigenlijk de slechtste bal die hij vandaag gebold heeft.
Ja, weet je wat, de oude regel Pep, het stront pak je wickets.
Bas Gerritsen die snapt niet helemaal wat man of the match is. Die zegt Siebe en Max man of the match. Je moet er 1 kiezen, Gerrit.
Goed, Siebe dus de 6e wicket. 9e wicket van Sparta. Een full toss. Ik denk dat hij op de Bills stuiterde.
Ja, het was
bleek te machtig voor de batsman van Sparta.
De batsman zijn ogen gingen recht omhoog. Of het hoofd ging recht omhoog. Hij was al door de bal heen. Of hij was al door zijn zwaai heen voordat de bal bij hem was.
Ja, en nou zie ik het echt niet meer gebeuren, Pep.
Nee. En 6 wickets voor Siebe van Wingerden.
Zoveel pak ik er in het seizoen.
Deze over ging die wicket, dot, 1 dot wicket. Ik teken ervoor.
Volgens dit scherm ging die wicket tot 1.
De familie Zandbergen die gaan voor Siebe als man of the match.
Ja.
Dus bedankt Kees en Masha voor het stemmen.
met 6 wickets is het toch...
Het is moeilijk om eromheen te gaan. Want ja, wat weegt nou af? 100 of 6 wickets?
6 wickets, 17 jaar.
En dan voor maar 18 runs. Ja. In 6
2
over.
keer met op de
En
match, hè. 2 keer met op de match in 1 weekend heb. Ik doe het hem niet na.
Ik zeker niet. Max O'Dowd weer.
Nummer 2 is
Ibrahim
Ibrahim
Kiel.
Kiel. Die heeft besloten, of is het... Nee, dit is denk ik Sarda. Die heeft voor besloten maar gewoon lekker voor te gaan. En die raakt hem hier lekker. 4 runs.
Mooi schot.
Over het hoofd van Middelf.
Mooi schot, mag ook gezegd worden.
Ja, zeker. We zien dat Bob Galensloot ook meekijkt.
Dit was wel een Bob Galensloot shot.
Kijk.
Dit al helemaal.
Er komt wel
Over
wat
cover
spektakel vanaf.
en 2 ballen 8 runs.
Ik zeg S. Sarda openen volgende week. Ik weet niet of jullie kijken bij Sparta, maar er komt in ieder geval wat spektakel van zijn bed.
We krijgen de vraag of dat we een vooruitblik naar volgende week willen doen.
Dat zou ik best willen. Ik weet alleen niet tegen wie ze spelen. Ik geloof ACC thuis.
4 en de volgende is een blok. Mooi, solide blokje.
Ja, ACC thuis volgende week.
Ik denk dat de VOC het daar misschien nog wel lastig mee gaat kunnen krijgen. Want ze hebben nu deze week 2 wedstrijden gespeeld. En die openingspaar van ACC heeft tot 2 keer toe volgens mij 150 plus partnership gehad. Dus dat kunnen ze het nog wel lastig mee gaan krijgen.
Ja, ik zie dat volgens de KNCB app 51% winkans voor VOC en 49% voor ACC. Dus het lijkt me vrij in balans.
Tot nu toe in de comment sectie gaat Siebe met de winsten vandoor voor de man of the match.
Ja, dat zullen we dan zo even...
Zelfs Quirijn Gunning van VRA, die vindt ook dat Siebe het moet zijn. En Ellemijn Smit die is er ook mee eens dat Siebe de man of the match moet worden.
Dan de polls zijn nog niet gesloten. U kunt nog stemmen. Maar dan is het volgens mij toch 12 points voor...
ja, voor Siebe.
Kijken of hij nog wat van kan maken in zijn zesde
in
over.
zijn laatste over, ja.
Nou, het is grappig dat ik dat zeg, 12 points. Aankomende week is geloof ik het Songfestival.
Ja.
Hè, hier.
Ja, hoe schat jij de kans in van onze
ik heb
inzending?
Ik heb het nummer nog niet heel vaak gehoord, maar iedereen hoort alleen maar broccoli in het liedje, geloof ik. Dus...
Mooi eerste bal van Siebe.
Maar als ik dan volgende week moet uitkijken, dan kijk ik ook wel uit naar het Songfestival.
Ja.
Overal borden door heel Rotterdam. Kaarten zijn nog niet uit. Mensen, de kaarten zijn nog niet uitverkocht. Dus heeft u zin in een verzetje? Koop een kaart voor het Songfestival. Volgens mij mag je niet boven de 70 zijn, niet te zwaar. Want dan ben je niet welkom. Maar verder is iedereen welkom.
Mooi.
Klap naar
Scott Edwards.
Scott Edwards die nog iets te enthousiast ingooit. Het wordt nu wat slordig. VOC heeft de buit binnen en...
we hebben nog 7,5 over te gaan. 6,5 over, sorry.
Voor 155 runs.
Wederom naar Scott Edwards.
Slok naar Square Leg.
Mooi opgevangen door
Jelte Schoeniem. His father still plays.
Schooner. Mooi gestopt door Max O'Dowd. Gewoon het linkerhandje uitsteken.
Ik zie toch het energie een beetje uit het team wegzakken, Pep. Ze geloven het wel.
En ik zie dat de teamarts...
Komt de klap. Oh, Bobby valt helaas te kort voor Bobby. Die kan wel makkelijk oprapen voor een single.
En ik zie dat de teamarts ook mee zitten genieten. René, glijtje. Vanochtend in alle vroegte hier op VOC om de spelers te testen. Dus nog dank daarvoor, Glij. Siebe eindigt een hele mooie spel. En hij eindigt met cijfers van 6 voor 23 naar 6 overs. Fantastisch mooi gedaan. Als je het mij vraagt.
Ja, ik kan er natuurlijk niet tegenspreken, Pep.
En we gaan verder met Maxio Dout.
Het is niet de dag van de pacebowlers vandaag. Peers die mocht er 6 en daarna is het alleen maar spin geweest. Hè?
Ja,
geen Dirk,
Peers die
geen
mocht er
Bobby.
6 en daarna toen zei ze live van ik stop er even mee.
Ja, of Peers dacht van nou, ik geloof het wel.
Oh.
Maar niet bellen.
Nou,
gelukkig is er vroeg, maar ik denk niet dat we Corey Rutgers nog gaan zien bowlen.
Ja, ik vind eigenlijk dat Corey wel een overtje zou moeten bowlen.
Oeh, dit is geen goede bal. Dit is een white ball. Corey er op een drafje achteraan. Gooi bijna Pieter Seeler voor zijn pa zei. Oh, wie staat er met zijn arm te zwaaien op middelf? Zo. Maar ik zie, het is Circus Max.
Het is een lange dag geweest voor die jongen.
Circus Max is even gaande. Het lijkt me duidelijk dat Max tactiek is dat hij hem wat flight geeft, Pep. Maar af en toe is het net een tikje te ver. Maar goed, wie ben ik, hè? Om daar wat van te vinden.
Ik kan je geen ongelijk geven.
De beste man heeft 100 zoveel runs gemaakt.
Nou, Olivier Ricken vindt ook Olivier Ricken vindt ook dat Siebe de man of the match moet zijn.
Olivier Ricken. Nou, als die dat vindt, dan ga ik er toch weer aan twijfelen of Siebe wel moet worden. Oeh, die gaat omhoog, maar valt weer tussen de vuurders in.
Oh, als die had vastgepakt. Eén handje, dat was Siebe. Één hand, rechterhandje uitgesteekt.
Siebe ging voor de one-handed grab. Dat is dan toch iets te veel van het goede?
Hij stak één handje uit en bijna magie.
Ja, bijna magie, hè. Maar hoogmoed komt voor de val.
Je wordt bedankt, Boris.
Jij ook, Rikke. Laatste bal van Max, denk ik.
Oh.
Kom aan, run out.
How's that?
Er wordt zelfs gepield op het balkon van het clubhuis van VOC.
Ja,
maar
door de materiaalcoördinator, Ralf Banning.
Maar het doet de umpire helemaal niks. Ja. En die blijft onbewogen.
Wel in van uit mijn hoofd Arnaf.
Ja, dat denk ik wel, ja.
Die krijgen we. We krijgen Dirkie van Baren.
Ja, ik zag hem net al met zijn armpjes zwaaien. Onze Dirkie. Dat is leuk voor de jongen. Die heeft een cricket sabbatical achter de rug. En is dit jaar met frisse moed begonnen. Ja, het is toch leuk dat je niet voor niks opkomt dagen zo bij de club na zo'n een regenachtige dag met veel uitstel. Dus ik zou het nog gunnen dat hij nog even het laatste wicketje pakt. Rustig doen, gebruikelijk voor Dirkie, left arm over de wicket. Dat is de eerste bal. Ook Dirkie met het handdoekje zelf in de broek.
Ja, een nieuwe trend. Lijkt het op.
Ja, dus dan moeten we toch misschien ook wat modieus, misschien een mooi handdoekje van Chanel of zo.
Ja, zo Louis Vuitton.
Ja, dat je toch een beetje, je moet er toch een beetje bijlopen op zo'n dag.
Ja.
Hij heeft toch felgele schoenen aan. Oh.
Dit moet de catch. Oeh.
De gillen dat er wat. Deze bal rolt. Ja.
Net ver genoeg door.
Net ver genoeg. Over mid-on heen, over Pieter. Kon er net niet bij. Rolt door voor 4. Sparta probeert er toch nog wat van te maken zo de laatste. Ja, het is toch weer die...
Ibrahim Kill.
Nee, het is die Sarda. Die
Sarda,
is toch gewoon...
oké.
Die
hadden ze dan wel wat eerder in mogen sturen.
Oh, slower ball. Een hele aparte slag. Maar die
Wordt
gaat
hij
ook
gevangen?
van-
Oh.
Het valt er allemaal net tussen. Ja, en dan moet je toch naar de field placement kijken, Pep.
Ja, het is de bowling to the field.
Ja.
Alleen dan net niet.
Maar dan net niet.
Vierde bal van Dirkie.
Gaat hij weer voor
Mooi,
een
in de
slowe,
blokkel. Kan de batsman weinig mee.
Wel een slowere bol.
Nou moet ik ook eerlijk zeggen, nou moet je ook wel eerlijk zeggen dat Dirk nooit 140 km per uur gooit, dus...
Nee, maar hij was slower, toch? Of zie ik dat verkeerd?
Nee, hij was wel iets slower.
Hier, dit is wel beter. Easy single richting middel. Er wordt wat geschokt, er wordt wat Volgens mij vindt iedereen het wel best als deze wedstrijd nog 5 overtjes duurt. Ik zie geen VOC wat heel gretig is om nog dat laatste wicket te pakken. Jij wel?
Nee, ik kan het alleen maar met je eens zijn.
Misschien komt dat ook omdat er gewoon geen vooruitzicht is van de derde helft. Dat je bij de derde helft denk je nog wel gaan voor.
Ja, we hebben nu nog daglicht.
Ja, dat je nu moet
het is nog redelijk betijd.
Spullen inpakken naar huis na de wedstrijd. Ja, dan ben je ook weinig gemotiveerd natuurlijk.
Ja. En een solide eerste overtje van Dirk.
En we hebben nog een kleine shout-out. We willen graag namens heel VOC Zomi, VOC 4, maar met name namens Bob Galesloot de groeten doen en alle liefs en kusjes aan Ronald Kiewits. Bedankt weer voor het goede werk vandaag, Ronald, bij het managen van alles wat je kan bedenken.
Max O'Dowd die gaat zijn laatste overbolen vanaf de airport eind. Dirk van Baren gaat in de slip, gaat hij erbij staan.
0 voor 25. Dus verdient.
Het score is 99 voor 9. En
dat is een stumping. De batsman deed niet eens zijn best om nog terug te komen.
Nee, batsman gaf het op.
Ja.
En
Timmy pakt een stumping.
Dit is het einde van de wedstrijd. Nog net hebben ze de...
Ze lijken de 100 te hebben gehaald.
Ze hebben of 99 of net 100 gehaald.
Zo, de oude mannen staan op het balkon en we horen gekreun.
Zie, ja.
Mooi man.
En dan denk ik dat het voor ons ook hier vanaf de Hazelerweg erop zit. Bedankt voor het kijken en hopelijk tot volgende week bij de volgende livestream. Ciao.
Ciao.